His Taoist companion Bai Yaoxian, who was standing by, originally wanted to collect some of the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon to replenish the bodies of some weak patients. But after hearing the explanation from her Taoist partner Lu Feng, she immediately gave up this plan.
Monster King, quickly plunder all the treasures in this small ruin. Lu Feng urged his female demon king and said.
According to the previous agreement between the two, the small ruins belonged to Lu Feng, and the treasures within it belonged to the Demoness Queen.
I don't need the treasures in the small ruins yet. Just put it in there for now.
As an alchemist, you must be good at preserving natural treasures.
You will keep the treasures here for me first. When I need it, you can give it to me.
The Demoness Queen Shanshan put her hands on her beautiful waist and said. Originally, she wanted to plunder all the treasures in the small ruins. But later the Demoness Queen thought about it carefully and decided that it would be better to put it in the small ruins first to save energy. It's never too late to get it when you need it.
During this period, alchemist Lu Feng keeps it for himself.
This is actually a good choice. Seeing that the female demon king would not take it for the time being, alchemist Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Since the demon king trusts me so much, I will help her keep the treasures in the small ruins."
Then,
Lu Feng used his advanced heavenly skills on his immortal world and held the universe in his hands. Lu Feng stretched out his slender and flawless white palm.
Suddenly, this small world quickly shrank, and in just a few breaths, it shrunk to be as small as a sesame seed. Final. This immortal world was taken into Lu Feng's possession in one fell swoop. From now on,
this immortal world opened up by the emperor officially belongs to Lu Feng.
He. What a wonderful baby. Now, it belongs to me. Lu Feng let out a typical laugh in his heart.
Originally, the small relic belonged to the son of destiny of the emperor's rebirth school, and was specially left for his reincarnation and reconstruction. But now, this immortal world belongs to Lu Feng, the alchemist of the school. When Lu Feng thought about taking it for himself and occupying the magpie's nest, he couldn't help laughing. "Lu Feng, you must keep these treasures of mine safe for me. All the natural treasures in the small ruins have been marked by me. If you secretly touch my treasures, I will feel it." The Demoness Queen looked directly at Lu Feng with a pair of enchanting and beautiful eyes.
"Don't worry, Demon King. I am a gentleman, the kind who can remain calm even when a woman's beauty is in my arms.
I will not covet your natural treasures." Lu Feng preached with a righteous look on his face.
Bai Yaoxian, her Taoist partner standing beside her, knows Lu Feng inside and out. His Taoist partner Lu Feng was a noble and wealthy alchemist. He would definitely not touch the treasures in the ruins. But he said that he could remain calm even when a woman sat on his lap? He. If Bai Yaoxian hadn't had S*X in his arms before, she wouldn't know what kind of person Lu Feng is. Bai Yaoxian almost believed Lu Feng's lies. Lu Feng look like? Bai Yaoxian understood it all too well. With your assurance, I feel much more relieved.
When the Demoness Queen saw Lu Feng's serious expression, she chose to believe what he said.
"By the way, what is your relationship with the white medicine fairy next to you?" The Demoness Queen asked with some gossip and curiosity.
She clearly remembers it. The alchemist Lu Feng, for the first time, got together with the beautiful female sect leader Yunji and became a Taoist couple.
Why is there another beautiful woman in white beside me now?
This is called the Demoness Queen. I'm very curious.
To be honest, this is my wife. Lu Feng said this without hiding anything. He.
You be ****. How dishonest. The Demoness Queen said with a cold laugh.
The Demon King is truly slandering me. I have always been an honest and upright person.
Lu Feng said with a faint smile.
Hearing this, the Demoness Queen gave Lu Feng a charming look. This guy is really good at talking nonsense.
I won't continue talking nonsense with him. Lu Feng, who had solved the problem of the three-headed dragon, also realized that he had stayed there for too long.
So, Lu Feng said goodbye and said, "Demon King, it's getting late. I will take my leave now." That's it. Lu Feng domineeringly and wildly embraced his Taoist partner Bai Yaoxian into his broad arms.
Then he rode on his mount, the golden-winged Pang, and left the Banshee Queen's territory, the mountains of 10,000 beasts.
Mountains.
The beautiful, enchanting Demoness Queen watched alchemist Lu Feng and her Taoist partner leave.
Only after Lu Feng left completely did the Demoness Queen retract her beautiful eyes. Then immediately,
the Demoness Queen focused all her attention on the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon on the ground. Lu Feng had warned early on that the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon on the ground should not be touched. Once you touch it or it gets on your body, you will get burned.
And the Demoness Queen naturally remembered this.
Therefore, the Demoness Queen did not intend to touch him and wanted to turn around and leave.
At this very moment,
the three-headed dragon demon pill slowly emerged. This demon pill was about the size of a thumb, and was dark red in color. Waves of ferocious and violent dragon demonic energy continuously emanated from it.
This is a martial emperor-level demon pill. The vast demonic power contained in it is truly unimaginable.
Once she holds on to it and refines it all, the Banshee Queen's own demon cultivation will surely skyrocket.
Even being promoted to the level of Wuzong is not impossible.
The Demoness Queen naturally understands this very well.
See you later.
The Demoness Queen turned around, her pair of beautiful and enchanting eyes stared at the demon pill with extreme passion. Her heart, she wanted to refine this demon pill thoroughly. Alchemist Lu Feng said that the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon cannot be touched.
Then, the three-headed dragon's demon pill must be something that can't be touched.
The Banshee Queen's beautiful eyes were staring at the demon pill in front of her with considerable hunger, and she spoke in her heart.
Just as the name suggests.
The demon pill is a collection of all the demonic powers of a demon beast during its lifetime.
It is about to be refined.
After absorbing most of its demonic power, the Banshee Queen's strength will surely increase significantly. As the king of the myriad beasts mountain range, the Demoness Queen really cannot refuse and cannot stand the temptation of the three-headed dragon's demon pill. This is just like a young man who has taken aphrodisiac and is full of vigor and vitality, and then sees a naked beauty and feels just as tempted. Unable to endure the temptation of the demon pill, the Demon Queen immediately used her delicate hands, bursting out with an extremely powerful suction force.
Whoosh! Listen! With a whoosh,
the floating dark red demon pill was sucked into the palm of the Demoness Queen. The Demoness Queen felt the magic pill in her delicate jade hand, emitting endless magic power, and joy was revealed on her beautiful face. If you devour the demonic power inside the demon pill, you will be able to make rapid progress and greatly increase your strength. Knowing this, the Demoness Queen suppressed her inner joy, and she began to plan to refine the demon pill on the spot. Just when the Demoness Queen was planning to refine the three-headed dragon demon pill on the spot, something happened suddenly, which caught the Demoness Queen off guard and she was at a loss. Originally, there was nothing unusual in the body of the Demoness Queen, but suddenly she felt something was wrong with her body.
Not good. My lord, this is poisonous.
The Demoness Queen felt something was wrong and said. Obviously, he followed the advice of the alchemist Lu Feng and did not touch the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon. I was just trying to refine the three-headed dragon demon pill.
However, I didn't expect that I would be poisoned by this.
Bringing disaster to oneself. At this moment, the Demoness Queen was speechless.
How to make a demon pill? It's really poisonous. My king, I am really drunk.
This king is the demon king who dominates the world. The Great Wu Empire, the first female demon king. A powerful warrior at the level of a martial emperor.
I don't believe it.
With my iron will and strong strength.
Can't you suppress this little dragon toxin?
The Banshee Queen's cheeks flushed as she spoke with great pride.
And then,
the Demoness Queen unleashes the martial arts power in her body to suppress all toxins in her body.
However, what the Demoness Queen never expected was that she couldn't suppress it at all.
This poison has already burned all over the Banshee Queen's limbs and body. It was not something she could suppress on her own.
Lu Feng, save me.
The Demoness Queen suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, looking hungry and eager, and shouted loudly in her heart.
Now, who can help me and rescue my people is the alchemist Lu Feng.
The Demoness Queen, who didn't want to get burned, disappeared from the spot with an indescribable and extremely fast speed.
She was going to find the alchemist Lu Feng to help her detoxify. At the same time,
riding on the mount of the great demon Golden-Winged Rock, the alchemist Lu Feng, along with his Taoist partner Bai Yaoxian, arrived at the border city next to the mountain range in less than 3 breaths. Came back and went to the Taoist companion Bai Yaoxian's clinic to check out the immortal world created by the emperor.
Is there any hidden secret? And Bai Yaoxian, as always, heals people's illnesses and injuries. Just at this moment,
a suffocatingly powerful, terrifying and violent demonic energy suddenly landed in the void of this border city.
Everyone in the city felt this strong and terrifying sense of oppression.
This world became dim, dark and gloomy along with this evil spirit. The sun, moon and stars are also hanging upside down without any suspense.
The city is in the void. There even appeared the shadow of a gigantic lion that was nearly several hundred feet tall.
However, the giant lion's shadow seemed violent and uncomfortable at this moment.
Immediately following,
a powerful, domineering and beautiful figure suddenly rushed into the clinic. Around saw this terrifying and extremely beautiful figure, they were frightened and left the clinic involuntarily.
I dare not stay any longer.
When Bai Yaoxian saw that the person coming was the familiar Demoness Queen, her brows furrowed slightly.
How did this Demoness Queen score twice? Breaking into the clinic again. Could it be that her Taoist partner Lu Feng did something to make her angry? No. Why are you here again? Bai Yaoxian asked with a displeased look on her pretty face. This king is poisoned. Where is your husband Lu Feng?
The Demoness Queen spoke while trying to suppress the discomfort in her body.
Inside the house. Bai Yaoxian said. Then I will lend it to you first. After saying that, the Banshee Queen's figure disappeared very quickly and left the spot. Backyard as a.
Lu Feng saw the Banshee King appear in front of him, anxiously waiting for him.
How vicious is your vision? With just one glance, he easily saw through the poison of the Demoness Queen.
Exactly, the 3-headed dragon, the dragon poison.
Alas!
Didn't I warn you not to touch the flesh and blood of the 3-headed dragon?
Lu Feng sighed deeply and said.
This king, I did not touch the flesh and blood of the 3-headed dragon. This king, I refined the 3-headed dragon demon pill with my bare hands. The Demoness Queen endured the discomfort in her body and explained.
Hear this. Even the alchemist Lu Feng couldn't help but stir up a huge wave of emotions. Oh my God! Demon King, you are too fierce, aren't you?
The 3-headed dragon demon pill contains the most toxins.
You actually refined it with your bare hands.
Lu Feng gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and suddenly, his sermon was particularly shocking.
Damn, the Demoness Queen is too fierce. Lu Feng was stunned when he heard this. Stop talking nonsense. This king is poisoned. You are the only one who can detoxify now. This time, I'm letting you down. The Demoness Queen gave Lu Feng a cold look and said.
Demon King, you have caused me so much trouble.
In that case,
then I will be disrespectful to refuse it.
He.
The kind-hearted Lu Feng said with a crooked smile. Then, he looked at the beautiful and enchanting female demon king in front of him, who was thousands of years older than him.
In the next few days, as the Taoist partner of alchemist Lu Feng, Bai Yaoxian, she was quite angry. She had heard of people borrowing money and items. I've also heard of borrowing other things.
But, I have never heard of anyone borrowing from her husband. This witch king borrowed her husband Lu Feng away. Go help her unclog the sewer.
What the hell? This was the first time Bai Yaoxian encountered such a thing. It's infuriating. It's so infuriating. Witch queen, you borrowed my husband away, what should I do? Inside the small clinic, Bai Yaoxian was so angry that she bit her teeth and said dissatisfiedly with her pretty face. These days, unhappy because the empire's first female demon queen borrowed her husband. So, she was also often upset. And in the backyard,
The Banshee King was filled with toxins, but she finally eliminated the toxins with the help of the kind-hearted Lu Feng.
UB** starred. It's obviously the human race, not the beastman. But that aspect of yours is like a big black dragon. A real behemoth.
The Banshee Queen's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she spoke in extreme shock. This time, she finally experienced how powerful alchemist Lu Feng was. And the outstanding qualities of alchemist Lu Feng.
This made the Demoness Queen start to doubt?
This guy, alchemist Lu Feng, really a human?
Snort! Demon King, now you know how powerful I am, right?
Lu Feng preached with a smug look on his face.
He can be a man with great potential. Who can be as good as him? Of course. No matter how big it can never be bigger than you, the readers and godfathers.
The female Demon King, who had experienced Lu Feng's power, blushed slightly.
No more talking about this embarrassing topic. Lu Feng, this time, thanks to your help. Otherwise,
the consequences for me are truly unimaginable.
The Banshee Queen's stunning and enchanting face expressed sincere thanks. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Feng.
If he hadn't listened to Lu Feng, he would have brought disaster upon himself and would probably have been poisoned and died.
Therefore,
this time, the Demoness Queen did Lu Feng a favor.
Hearing this,
Lu Feng's handsome face showed a wicked smile as he said, "Demon King, I have helped you so much this time.
Don't you want to repay me?"
Upon hearing this, the Demoness Queen immediately raised her beautiful eyes, stared at Lu Feng, and said, "Tell me, how do you want me to repay you?"
Lu Feng said directly, "Demon King, you also know it. I am a man who is affectionate, responsible, and sentimental. Now,
your pure and innocent body has been taken away by me.
I, of course, cannot leave you alone. I, throughout the entire Dao Empire, am well known for my responsibility and accountability. Therefore, I want to be responsible for you, the Demon King, to the end. I am responsible for your future, Demon King. I want to become a Taoist partner with the Demon King." After saying,
Lu Feng stared intently at the female Demon King in front of him, who was 1,000 years older than him. This early villain, the Banshee King, in Shuang's novel.
He naturally wouldn't let it go. Besides,
I clearly told the Demoness Queen not to touch the flesh and blood of the three-headed dragon. But in the end, the Demoness Queen kept persuading her, and touched the three-headed dragon with the strongest toxin. Finally, I had no choice but to come here and seek help for myself. Judging from all these traces, the Demoness Queen and himself have a deep connection.
What a coincidence!
If I don't become a Taoist partner with the Demoness Queen, it would be too unreasonable. When she saw that the alchemist Lu Feng actually took the initiative to propose to her that he and she should become a Taoist partner, a trace of fluctuation flashed across the Banshee Queen's incomparably beautiful face. She, the Demoness Queen, lived for over 1,000 years. Today was the first time that I met someone who took the initiative to become a Taoist partner with me. In the past, no one dared to say such things to me in front of me.
Master Lu Lian, I am at least 1,000 years older than you in terms of age. This king advises you. You have to think it over carefully. The Demoness Queen kindly reminded Yen.
Was just 20 years old, was like a young grass in front of the Demoness Queen.
A tender one.
Lu Feng said, I have thought it through a long time ago.
To be honest,
I have coveted you, the Demon King, for a long time. From the moment I came to the Myriad Beasts mountain range and saw you, the Demon King, my heart was moved.
Please, Demon King, be my Taoist partner. Hearing this, the Demoness Queen also felt the alchemist Lu Feng's sincerity and earnestness. Moreover, after Lu Feng's long-term affection over the past few days, couldn't help but develop some affection for Lu Feng.
It's impossible to say that I have no feelings for Lu Feng.
So,
her heart, she also wanted to become a Taoist couple with Lu Feng.
But
they are a demon race with special rules and regulations.
Lu Feng, I will become your Taoist partner. Yes. But
The rules of our demon race are to only yield to the strong. This also applies to choosing a spouse. We, the demon race, have great respect for the strong.
As long as you can defeat me in a one-on-one duel.
Let alone becoming your Taoist companion, even if I become a maid who serves you tea and water, it is not impossible.
The Demoness Queen told the rules of the demon clan.
In this cool novel, martial arts is respected.
The monster clan is more obvious.
They worship power. Worship the strong even more.
As long as you can bring out unparalleled power, they will naturally succumb. The alchemist Lu Feng understood this early on.
He wasn't that surprised.
Of course he knows.
Arrogant Demoness Queen, who dominated the land, would never form a Taoist partner with someone weaker than herself.
It's a deal. Look at me. How to subdue the Demon King in one move.
Lu Feng spoke with a confident smile.
With his terrifying soul power as an 8th grade alchemist.
With just one move, he suppressed the Banshee King who was at the martial emperor level, so easily.
Suppress this king with one move? You are too confident.
The Demoness Queen said. He has been famous for a long time and is the Demon King who rules the entire Wanshou mountain range.
Looking across the entire Dao Empire, no one dares to suppress me with one move.
But the alchemist Lu Feng dared to say so. This is called the Demoness Queen.
In my heart, I feel that Lu Feng is really rampant. Demon King, you better watch out.
Lu Feng was speaking. He fanned himself and took a step forward.
In an instant,
in his body suddenly burst out
a moment.
This invisible and suffocating soul force formed a huge mountain range nearly 1,000 feet high, which suppressed the Banshee Queen's delicate body.
Plop!
As strong as the Demoness Queen was, she couldn't help but fall to her knees with a thump.
Powerful. So strong.
So strong that the Demoness Queen can't resist at all. Pinned her to the ground, making her kneel and unable to stand up.
Not to mention resistance and struggle. As a villain alchemist, Lu Feng has a chaotic body.
As long as you have a chaotic body, the offensive and soul power you unleash will be enhanced 100 times or even 1,000 times.
Suppress level opponents easily and without any pressure. In the realm, Lu Feng, the alchemist at the martial emperor level, is an invincible existence. Therefore,
even if he didn't take action, just releasing his soul power would be enough to suppress the Demoness Queen. Who suppressed the Demon King with just one move, shook his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "Demon King, I said I could suppress you with just one move."
I was not lying to you, was I? Now, are you convinced?
Suppressed Banshee King, who was kneeling on the ground, did not realize the horror of the alchemist Lu Feng until this moment.
The person with the strongest soul power she has ever met. No doubt about it. I give in. This time, I am completely convinced by you.
The Demoness Queen said obediently.
This time, Lu Feng's action completely broke the Banshee Queen's inner cognition. Previously,
the Demoness Queen has always believed that alchemist Lu Feng is only good at refining medicine, and he is quite powerful. But she never expected it. Lu Feng is also so powerful in his strength.
This completely overturned the Banshee Queen's impression of the alchemist as being weak. Seeing this,
only then did Lu Feng instantly retract his powerful, vast, and terrifying soul power.
In an instant, with one move, the Banshee Queen's soul power was suppressed and completely dissipated.
Lu Feng was seen helping the Demoness Queen up from the ground with compassion, and reaching out to pat the dust off the Banshee Queen's knees. Because the soul power just exploded too terrifyingly, the Banshee Queen's pair of white and tender knees were suppressed and turned red.
My king, I am completely convinced by you. I am willing to be your Taoist partner.
The Demoness Queen stabilized her body and spoke to Lu Feng in front of her. In that case, from now on, you and I will be partners.
Lu Feng looked at the Demoness Queen in front of him with satisfaction and said. Immediately,
Lu Feng and the Demoness Queen, who had become Taoist partners, began to take the Taoist partner oath to each other.
Since then, the relationship between the two has been confirmed.
Meanwhile, Bai Yaoxian, who was in the clinic, sensed the huge movement coming from the backyard, and she quickly came to the backyard. Bai Yaoxian came to the backyard and witnessed the scene of Lu Feng and the Demoness Queen becoming a Taoist couple. For a while, she couldn't help but puff up her cheeks, put her hands on her waist, glared at Lu Feng coldly, and said jealously, "You are so powerful. Even the Empire's #1 Demoness Queen who rules the mountain range of 10,000 beasts can be obtained." Lu Feng shrugged, spread his hands and smiled faintly. "Mom, don't be angry. Actually, I have no choice. After all, I have helped the Demon King to detoxify and tainted his pure body. I cannot just run away and do something irresponsible like that. So, if you become a partner with the Demon King, you must be responsible for the rest of his life." As for Bai Yaoxian, jealousy comes quickly and goes away just as quickly. Bai Yaoxian was very clear about this in his mind. Her husband, Lu Feng, has reached the level of a high-level alchemist in the past few years, and his future is limitless. Therefore, there will be countless partners or confidants by your side in the future. It is impossible to be alone by the side you want. Bai Yaoxian had never thought of it that way. You and the Demoness Queen just became a couple, and I came here to barge in. I'm sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time. Speaking of, Bai Yaoxian lowered her head slightly with apologetic expression. She was about to turn around and leave the backyard so as not to disturb the Demoness Queen and Lu Feng any further. However, Lu Feng immediately stopped Bai Yaoxian, who was about to leave. "No. You came at the right time," Lu Feng said with a faint smile on his handsome face. And then later, the Demoness Queen leaned on Lu Feng's left shoulder. Bai Yaoxian's pretty fair face rested on Lu Feng's shoulder. Lu Feng embraces the beautiful and enchanting Demoness Queen on his left, and the Bai Yaoxian, whose delicate body exudes a refreshing medicinal fragrance, on his right. Quietly enjoying the beautiful moment of being hugged by your left hand. It feels so cool to travel through time and space and become a greedy and lustful villain alchemist. That night, Lu Feng began to collect the reward for becoming a Taoist couple with the Demoness Queen. Tong, start collecting rewards. Lu Feng spoke. As Lu Feng gave the order, the system's voice began to resound in Lu Feng's mind. Ding dong! The host's new Taoist companion, the Banshee King, has been detected. She is a full 1,000 years older than the host. System rewards are being distributed. Reward the host with alchemy experience and increase the 1,000. Reward the host to be promoted to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. Reward the host to increase his lifespan by 10,000. Reward host talent entry, Eternal Beauty. Reward the host with the Qilin Immortality Elixir. Reward host the 9 Dragon Immortal Chariot. Reward the host with 10 medium-sized spiritual mines. Reward the host with 10 high-level battle armors. In an instant, the system generously distributes huge amounts of rewards that are extremely rich. First of all, it improves Qianboa's medicine refining experience. Even with thousands of years of experience in alchemy, Lu Feng still remained at the level of a top-grade alchemist. It is really difficult to be promoted to the 9th grade alchemist. 9th grade alchemist. This is the legendary alchemist. As expected of a 9th grade alchemist, it is indeed extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Feng held the fan in one hand, shook it slightly, and said with a sigh, I know that it might be difficult to be promoted to a 9th grade alchemist. But I didn't expect it. It will be so difficult. With thousands of pharmacy experiences gained, there was no sign of any breakthrough or improvement. However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry. Anyway, with the Taoist companions he made getting older, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to a 9th rank alchemist. Immediately. With the infusion of vast and surging power, Lu Feng was promoted to the 5th level of Martial Emperor realm. Then, 10,000 life points were injected, making Lu Feng, who already had plenty of life points, even more abundant. In addition, Lu Feng also obtained a new talent entry, Eternal Beauty. This Lu Feng is eternally young. Next up is the heavyweight Qilin Elixir of Immortality. This is a miracle drug.
Even a dead person will be resurrected after taking the Qilin immortality elixir. This is a good medicine.
Lu Feng nodded and accepted this medicine.
As for the 9-dragon immortal chariot? This alchemist Lu Feng so much.
The 9-dragon immortal chariot is a luxurious and magnificent chariot pulled by 9 real dragons.
This is a great means of transportation for traveling, it's fast, and it's also super cool.
He is deeply favored by villain alchemists like Lu Feng, who loves pomp and circumstance and pays attention to the appearance when making an appearance.
It is a rare thing. Lu Feng exclaimed in admiration.
All the high-level armor and medium-sized spiritual mines that followed were received by Lu Feng behind the system. This reward made Lu Feng, who was already rich, even richer.
In the days to come,
Lu Feng, the greedy and lustful villain alchemist, is completely obsessed with his life.
I don't want to return to Yaoshan Valley at all.
One is Bioxian, who is kind-hearted, has miraculous healing powers and can cure all diseases. The other one is a beautiful and enchanting female demon queen with a unique charm. Accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful Taoist companions, Lu Feng was completely addicted to them and couldn't extricate himself.
Of gentleness. It smells so damn good. No wonder everyone loves to indulge in it. This day, alchemist Lu Feng lay in the Banshee Queen's arms, enjoying her back massage. The Demoness Queen gave Lu Feng a massage diligently and responsibly.
Ever since their relationship as Taoist companions was confirmed, the Demon Queen, who was 1,000 years older than Lu Feng, took great care of him.
It's true.
My wife is, the more she knows how to love me.
When sleeping at night, I was afraid that Lu Feng would catch a cold.
When eating, I was afraid that Lu Feng would get scalded. Pass through Guam quickly, for fear that Lu Feng will get tired.
All in all, don't mention how much I care about Lu Feng.
Lu Feng closed his eyes and dozed off, enjoying the Banshee Queen's increasingly skilled massage techniques. I am the only one who can make the Demoness Queen lower herself to give me a massage.
While Lu Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed it.
His soul power, which had a strong perception, suddenly sensed the aura fluctuations of a person who was quite familiar to him coming from outside the border town.
This aura actually belongs to Xiao from the Xiao family of Wutan City. Xiao Shuirun.
She is also the mother of Xiao Chen, the son of destiny. At the same time, he was also Lu Feng's early Taoist companion.
Oh? Why did Xiao come to this small border town?
Lu Feng slowly opened his deep eyes, raised his handsome eyebrows slightly, and said secretly in his heart. The female demon king who was massaging Lu Feng's shoulders noticed that her Taoist companion Lu Feng had opened his eyes. She quickly said, "Master, is my massage technique not good?" Lu Feng shook his head slightly and said, "No.
My wife's massage technique is very satisfying. The reason I opened my eyes is because I sensed a familiar aura. That's all for now."
Reluctantly stood up from the arms of his wife, the Demon Queen, and continued to say to her, "My wife, you should take a good rest first.
After all, you stayed up all night last night and didn't get enough rest. I am going to meet an old friend." Hearing this, the Demoness Queen gave Lu Feng a slightly resentful look. "You get enough rest last night? It's all thanks to you. That's good.
I will continue to refine the demon pill," the Demoness Queen said. She is a demon king at the martial emperor level, so rest is dispensable to her.
Now, she is still thinking about refining the demon pill. Effects of the 3-headed dragon's demon pill? Now the Demoness Queen is not afraid at all. Anyway,
I have a good and big-bodied male Taoist partner, Lu Feng.
What are you afraid of?
Even if I continue to be poisoned, the worst that can happen is that I can find Jun Lu Feng and Su Tong to detoxify me.
Immediately,
Lu Feng left the place where he was and rushed to the outside of the border town. He was going to see his partner whom he hadn't seen for some time, Xiao Shuirun.
A small border town. Outside the city.
This is a plump and beautiful woman who attracts everyone's attention. She has a plump figure, especially the slender waist and raised hips, which present an alluring curve. Her delicate face was fair and pretty, and her beautiful eyes were lively and moist. At this moment, she stood there gracefully, elegant and charming. Even though she was 100 years older than Lu Feng, time had not left any trace on her.
Not only that,
from her delicate body, one can feel a unique charm everywhere, which is unique to mature and beautiful women.
Let you indulge in it and cannot extricate yourself.
This girl is the mother of the son of destiny, Xiao Shuiran. He is also one of Lu Feng's Taoist companions.
Xiao Shuiran came out of the city, breathing rapidly.
In order to get here in time, she ran around day and night and was very tired. Therefore, Xiao Shuiran's chest, which was already surging and ready to burst, was rising and falling violently. This scene was truly eye-catching.
It's really hard not to attract attention. Finally, I've arrived. It's been a while since Xiaochen went out for training. Go into the city first and find out what's going on with Xiaochen.
The plump and beautiful female clan leader spoke softly.
That's it. She was about to enter the city. And at this moment,
this beautiful and seductive female matriarch Xiao Shuiran attracted the attention of a group of mercenaries outside the city.
Just see. The leader of the Lone Wolf mercenary group is a middle-aged man.
His rough face was covered with all kinds of ugly scars,
as hideous as a centipede. Moreover, his left eye had already gone blind. Entire body exuded ferocity and ugliness.
The strength has reached the martial spirit realm.
Age, nearly 200 years old. Nickname, One-Eyed Dragon.
He is the leader of a famous mercenary group near a small town on the border of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Relying on ruthless means and desperate fighting style, he once killed a high-level martial spirit monster with his sword.
Famous near this small border town. Now,
was taking a break outside the city, naturally noticed the plump and beautiful female chief Xiao Shuiran. He was instantly and completely attracted to her.
Oh my god! What a beautiful plump beauty! Damn it!
I've played with so many women, but none of them are half as pretty as her. Compared to her, the women I've played with are just a bunch of sleazy, vulgar, and slutty women. The one-eyed dragon, who lived a life on the edge of a knife, stared at Xiao Shuiran's delicate body with his only remaining eyes, looking at her with extreme heat and hunger, and spoke rudely. The one-eyed dragon was completely attracted to this plump, charming, and beautiful woman with outstanding temperament.
So, winked at his hundreds of subordinates standing beside him. Suddenly,
100 or so mercenary soldiers surrounded the female chief Xiao Shuiran, who was about to enter the city. For a moment, Xiao Shuiran, who was surrounded by hundreds of people, frowned slightly and realized that something was wrong. Her way forward and her way back were completely blocked.
Immediately following,
now in front of Xiao Shuiran was a middle-aged man with scars all over his face, one eye, and a vicious look.
"May, how much does it cost to sleep with you? Open your mouth and name a price. I am the boss of the mercenary group. I'm not short of money."
The one-eyed dragon licked his lips with a lustful look, stared at the beautiful girl Xiao Shuiran in front of him, and began to preach in an extremely rude manner. Seeing the mercenary group leader's intention towards him was so disgusting and vulgar, it made people sick. Xiao Shuiran's pretty face revealed a deep disgust and aversion towards the one-eyed man from the mercenary group in front of her. Xiao Shuiran endured the discomfort and said in a cold voice, "Sir, please be more respectful.
I'm already a married woman." Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon showed no sign of backing down.
He said with a lewd smile, "Any woman I like, whether she has a master or not, I will have S**X with her.
I am the boss of this small border town. I am the local emperor here. I say what I mean."
The mercenary soldiers standing nearby all came forward and said, "That's right.
My eldest brother, it's your honor to be able to like you."
Seeing the brutal and ferocious mercenary group in front of him, Xiao Shuiran was ready to fight to the death.
She really didn't expect it.
I had just come out not long ago and I encountered a group of desperate bad guys like this. The world outside is indeed full of dangers and perils.
At the same time,
Xiao Shuiran felt that his luck was really bad. I actually encountered such a vicious mercenary who was willing to live on the edge of a knife. These mercenaries do not abide by the laws of the Empire.
Act recklessly. It is really my misfortune to meet them and be remembered by them. Yes, it would be great if you could do this.
The figure of Jun Lufeng emerged in her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but fantasize about it in her heart.
She knows.
If you have great magical powers, all dangerous problems and troubles will be solved.
Thus it completely vanished. But I last met you. I have not had any news about Jun Lufeng.
It is obvious that it is impossible for me to meet him here.
Certainly. This is what Xiao Shuirun himself thinks. Ha ha ha. My beauty, I can see that you are very strong-willed and unyielding. IF** king like you. The one-eyed man laughed obscenely. Immediately, he stepped forward, ready to take action. And this time, an extremely terrifying soul force, so terrifying that it was indescribable, suddenly swept over and suppressed him. Boom! In an instant.
When this extremely terrifying soul force roared over, the sky was shaken with a loud bang. The leader of the mercenary group, One-Eyed Dragon, and his brothers were all suppressed by the terrifying soul power and knelt on the ground. This indescribable soul force trapped these ants in their original state, unable to move at all. Not to mention resistance and struggle. That's simply impossible.
Ant, you are so brave. How dare you try to touch my woman?
Lu Feng's voice, which sounded like the might of heaven, resounded instantly.
A son.
The eardrums of the latter and others were shaken so much that blood spurted out of their ears and they became deaf on the spot.
Following right on,
Lu Feng, emitting a terrifying aura, walked towards them step by step.
Every step he took, it trembled and shook. Until this moment.
The one-eyed man just realized how terrifying and super scary the man behind the woman he had provoked was. He immediately kowtowed and admitted his fault, saying, "Master, please spare my life.
I don't know, she is your woman.
I know that even if you give me 10,000 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it." The one-eyed man cried with tears and snot, he really regretted it. He knew that the man behind Xiao Shuirun was Lu Feng, so he wouldn't dare to do that even if he wanted to kill him. All the strong men he had ever met, Lu Feng was the most terrifying and indescribable. In front of the former, he was like a mayfly facing a god in the sky. Lu Feng is the god in the sky high above.
And I am just a tiny mayfly.
To kill yourself, the former only requires a thought. Lu Feng ignored the latter's pleas for mercy. He flicked his finger and a trace of fairy fire instantly burned in the latter's crotch.
Ah! My Kuan.
The latter one-eyed dragon screamed miserably, and on his face, he was crying and wailing.
The pain made the one-eyed dragon feel heartbroken. The one-eyed dragon was burnt to death by the fairy fire. Then,
this wisp of immortal fire burned the latter's Kuan into ashes.
Changed from a man to a woman. The one-eyed dragon's throat was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Pain. It hurt so much.
The one-eyed dragon is living a life worse than death at this moment.
The members of the mercenary group kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Sir, let me go.
Sir, I have a wife and children, and I have old people and children.
Please forgive me.
Sir, I just joined the mercenary group, please give me a chance to live. Sir, if you are willing to forgive me, I will serve you like a slave." The mercenary group members who were usually arrogant and violent were now so cowardly that they kowtowed, admitted their mistakes and begged for mercy.
They don't want to die. To this,
Lu Feng turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't hear anything.
Anyone who dares to bully or touch his woman will die. Besides,
the latter mercenaries did not feel that they were wrong, but knew that they were dead.
Want to live? Don't even think about it.
Drag these ants into the immortal heaven and kill them 10,000 times.
Souls, light up all the soul lamps.
Lu Feng said with a sigh. Killing the mercenaries on the spot would not be a satisfying experience. The only option is to kill him 10,000 times.
I finally feel relieved.
Accompanying his destiny, Zhang Long, the commander of the army, led the shadow army and dragged the latter and others into the immortal heaven in a blink of an eye and began to kill them. He was killed on the spot. It's really too cheap for them. Therefore, Lu Feng let his hands go and slaughtered inside the immortal heaven. After all, in the immortal heaven, one can be killed and resurrected. You can torture them endlessly. This is the place where someone tries to covet Lu Feng's woman. It's such a miserable and painful scene. My dear, I am late. I'm sorry to have frightened you. Lu Feng took a step forward and spoke in a caring voice. And when Xiao Shuarun saw that it was her husband Lu Feng, she couldn't help but shed tears in her beautiful eyes. Just now, she was really scared. Face those vicious mercenaries. She couldn't handle it on her own. But fortunately, I arrived in time. Moreover, Xiao Shuarun felt that he was really lucky to have met his master and resolved the crisis for him. This was something Xiao Shuarun never imagined in his dreams. Xiao Shuarun's plump and full body was thrown into Lu Feng's broad arms. She pressed her delicate face against Lu Feng's warm bosom, enjoying the strong sense of security. Seeing the frightened Xiao Shuarun, Lu Feng hugged her and gently stroked her jade back with his slender hands to comfort her. Dispelling the uneasiness of his people, Lu Feng directly carried his people into the city. He knew the plump and beautiful female chief well. Why would she come here if she didn't want to stay in Wutan City? In the city, Lu Feng handed a cup of tea to his voluptuous Taoist partner Xiao Shuarun, and asked, "Madam, how is Wang Qingwan, the head of the Wang family in the city, doing recently?" Lu Feng is more concerned about this. After all, Wang Qingwan was the first Taoist partner that Lu Feng made and married. When he saw Xiao Shuarun, Lu Feng wanted to find out from her about Wang Qingwan's situation and whereabouts. "My dear, Wang Qingwan left the city not long after you left. The Wang family is now temporarily managed by the elder of the Wang family." Xiao Shuarun's jade lips took a sip of the fragrant tea and spoke softly. "What about the demon concubine at the auction house?" Lu Feng asked again. This enchanting concubine was also Lu Feng's former female Taoist companion. As for the whereabouts of the demon concubine, Lu Feng knew nothing about it since he left Wutan City. "Now that I've met Madame Xiao Shuarun, I can get to the bottom of it." Xiao Shuarun paused and said, after the demon concubine was able to repair the chain, she was transferred away from Wutan City. Hearing this, through Xiao Shuarun's answer, Lu Feng had a preliminary understanding of the situation of his two former female Taoist companions. Immediately, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the thunder on Xiao Shuarun's chest again. "My wife's chest always reveals a mature, plump, and attractive beauty. This is called the minesweeper, Lu Feng. I can't help but take a few more glances at him." Sensing Lu Feng's gaze, Xiao Shuarun's delicate face flushed slightly like a ripe apple, and she looked very shy. There seemed to be a pool of spring water rippling in her beautiful eyes, full of affection and shyness, which made people unable to help but be intoxicated at a glance. She bit her lips gently, rubbed them gently with her teeth, and then slowly lowered her head, as if she wanted to avoid Lu Feng's sight, but was reluctant to do so. That touch of charm was really heart-moving. As he looked at it, Lu Feng's originally bright and deep eyes began to become a little hot. "I haven't been with my wife Xiao Shuarun for a long time." This is Lu Feng. When he saw the plump and attractive wife Xiao Shuarun, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. And Xiao Shuarun also lowered her head shyly. She was ready to be picked by her husband. For a while, the atmosphere in this room became somewhat ambiguous. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Lu Feng coughed lightly a few times, breaking the atmosphere. Lu Feng asked bluntly, "Madam, you have gone through so much trouble to come all the way here. What is your purpose?" At this point, Lu Feng wanted to know. After all, Mrs. Zhao's visit came quite unexpectedly to Lu Feng. Hearing this, Xiao Shuarun put down the tea in her slender jade hand. She said with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes, "My husband, my little Chen has been away for some time to train. As a mother, I can't help but worry about Xiaochen. So, I came to see Xiaochen." After understanding, a smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips, and he said with a faint smile, "Madam, actually you don't know.
As Xiaoqin's stepfather, I am actually quite worried about him. Of destiny. Lu Feng pretended to be full of fatherly love. I am Xiaoqin's stepfather. Husband, Xiaoqin probably doesn't know the relationship between you and her, right?
There was a hint of worry in Xiao Shuerwen's beautiful eyes, and she said. Her relationship with Lu Feng as a Taoist partner has always been kept secret from the outside world. Except for Lu Feng himself, the rest of us know nothing. This includes his own son Xiaoqin.
Don't worry, ma'am. He has been kept in the dark. Lu Feng said. My dear, I have something to ask of you.
Xiao Shueran raised her beautiful and charming eyes and pleaded in a low voice.
Lu Feng suddenly unfolded his folding fan and shook it slightly. He said, Madam, do you want to go into the mountains to see Xiaoqin? Xiao Shueran nodded slightly.
She really wanted to go to the mountains and see her son in secret.
It's simple. Since the lady wants to meet him, then I will take Madam to have a look. Lu Feng said. I had nothing to do, so I helped my wife. After all,
who told her to be his own woman, she must be pampered. In addition, Lu Feng hasn't seen Xiaoqin of Destiny for a long time.
He wanted to see how this destiny was now. And then, Lu Feng's powerful arms held Xiao Shueran tightly in his arms. This made Xiao Shueran's surging and mature thunder stick tightly to Lu Feng's chest.
While feeling the soft touch on his chest, Lu Feng used his magical powers with a restless mind and walked into the sky in one step. Lu Feng took a step forward and crossed the space between heaven and earth. In just a few steps, Lu Feng held the plump beauty in his arms and came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range.
Mountains. Next to a spring.
Xiaoqin, the man of luck who had been training outside for some time, was currently soaking in the spring water. These days, he has been fighting with various ferocious monsters. In order to continuously improve his combat experience, Xiaoqin's entire body was covered with dirt.
So, Xiaoqin now took some time to clean himself up. Strangeness? Why recently? Are there always some lush green leaves falling from your head? Why is this happening?
While washing his body, Xiaoqin discovered that even while he was bathing, green leaves were falling on his head.
This phenomenon always persists.
This is called destiny, Xiaoqin, and it is miserable.
Take a good bath. Why do you care so much?
The ring, the beautiful master's warning voice was heard.
Have no choice. Xiaoqin of Destiny continued to clean himself up. And in the dark,
Lu Feng restrained the fluctuations of his moist aura, so that Xiaoqin didn't notice anything, let alone realize that he was being watched. When Xiao Shuerun saw Xiaoqin, she found that he had become stronger after training, but she did not look too worried in her beautiful eyes.
After seeing Xiaoqin's successful training, she felt completely relieved. My husband, since Xiaoqin's training is going so smoothly, then let's go back.
Xiao Shuerun spoke quietly and softly.
Why go back?
Lu Feng asked with a sly smile on his handsome face.
Xiao Shuerwen's tender, white and attractive cheeks flushed slightly, and she said, Husband, we have been apart for a long time.
When you go back, you will naturally want to get to know each other better and express your feelings to each other.
Lu Feng's voice was full of magnetism. He leaned close to Xiao Shuerwen's pink earlobe and said, Why are you going back? Isn't it possible here?
Hear this. Xiao Shuerun covered her red lips. Her beautiful eyes revealed surprise.
Is too courageous. Madam, you don't want to be discovered by Xiaoqin, right? Then be quiet. Thank you to all the godfathers who have supported us all the way. I have no way to repay you, so I can only express my gratitude here. Thanks. Also, about the update thing.
Due to the summer, the factory's orders surged, and I needed to spend more time in the factory, screwing screws. Therefore, in terms of typing, updates have been reduced inevitably. After the summer is over and the factory orders decrease, I will have more time to write. By the way, as an aside, working in a factory is really tiring. Not only will your body be strained, but your mind will also become dull and stupid. Later.
Lu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely, looking very happy. "Ma'am, you may speak," Lu Feng reminded. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiran exhaled a breath of fragrance. Previously, when she and Lu Feng were secretly observing Xiao Chen, she dared not make any noise at all. She didn't even dare to breathe. She was afraid that she and her husband Lu Feng would be discovered by Xiao Chen while they were secretly observing. Fortunately, throughout the process, Xiao Chen didn't notice anything at all. Instead, after taking a shower and cleaning off the dust, Xiao Chen left. "As of now, there are only 2 of us left. Ma'am, it's as good as ever," Lu Feng exclaimed in praise. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at his wife. Xiao Shuiran lowered her head. Although she and Lu Feng are already an old couple. But every time Lu Feng praised her like this, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "Madam, next I will send someone to escort you out of the mountains. As for the seat, I still have to do some things in the mountains," Lu Feng said excitedly. As the villain alchemist in Shuang's novel, Lu Feng knew something. "So, I have to do it." Xiao Shuiran was sensible and sympathetic, nodding his head and saying, "Then, my dear, please be careful." So, as soon as Lu Feng had an idea, he dispatched his shadow army to escort his wife Xiao Shuiran out of the Wanshou Mountains. As for Lu Feng, what he wanted to do was naturally to seize an opportunity of Xiao Chen, the son of destiny. In Shuang's novel, the beautiful master of Xiao Chen, the son of luck, cultivates a special soul skill. When it comes to chain repair, a huge mistake occurred. Allowed Ling Ji to have a soul fusion with her apprentice Xiao Chen. That's why what started as a master-disciple relationship developed into a master-disciple relationship. At this point, the villain alchemist Lu Feng knows this very well. How could such a good thing as the fusion of souls be given to Xiao Chen? Therefore, this opportunity that belongs to Xiao Chen, Lu Feng wants it. Next second, Lu Feng disappeared on the plain. In the mountains, the air was filled with fog, monsters were roaring, and insects were chirping, rising, and falling continuously. Xiao Chen, the son of destiny, who was out for training, felt the strength of his body that had been promoted to the martial master level, and said proudly, "It has only been a short time since I entered the mountains for training, and I have reached the martial master level." With such achievements, he is already a leader among his peers. Give me some more time, and I will definitely be able to surpass alchemist Lu Feng. Finally, a frightening figure emerged in Xiao Chen's dark eyes. I hate and fear the alchemist Lu Feng. Especially, by alchemist Lu Feng made me feel scared just thinking about it. He. You have achieved this little bit. How dare you jump to conclusions? You will surpass Master Lu in the future. You really are very knowledgeable. Inside a simple ring that sparkles with a strange luster. Xiao Chen's beautiful master Ling Ji said in a cold voice. Ling Ji, who had come into contact with alchemist Lu Feng, knew deeply how powerful and terrifying alchemist Lu Feng was. At such a young age, he has already reached the level of a 5th-rank alchemist. He also has profound attainments in martial arts. His appearance is extremely handsome, like a banished immortal. This is called Ling Ji, who is thousands of years old. It can be basically concluded that Lu Feng's identity and background are extremely simple. My own disciple wants to surpass Lu Feng? That's terrible. And Xiao Chen, with a rather pleased expression, said, "Master, you are my master. Why do you always praise alchemist Lu Feng in front of me? To belittle me?" Xiao Chen discovered that ever since the conflict with his beautiful master last time, the relationship between them as master and disciple has become better and better. Especially with the appearance of alchemist Lu Feng, his relationship with his beautiful master never returned to the way it was before. What is demeaning to you? Is it that if I tell you the truth, I am belittling you? You are so fragile. Ling Ji said coldly. I am just stating the facts simply. As a result, the apprentice Xiao Chen felt that he was being belittled. This really makes Ling Ji speechless. While the master and the disciple were arguing,
the alchemist Lu Feng appeared in front of Xiao Chun, waving his fan leisurely.
Right now. Alchemist Lu Feng was wearing a noble and gorgeous alchemist robe.
This robe perfectly shows off her tall, slender, and handsome figure and appearance. He has a handsome appearance, a dignified bearing, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a refined temperament, like an immortal descended to the earth. His whole body reveals an outstanding demeanor that is unique among men. As soon as you see it for the first time, you will be completely attracted to it. With Lu Feng's good looks, he can definitely be called the most handsome man in the alchemy world. As for Xiao Chen, when he saw that it was the alchemist Lu Feng, he instantly clenched his fist with hostility. Moreover, there was a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Towards Lu Feng, I just feel hatred and fear. Lu Feng, what are you doing here? Xiao Chen, the son of luck, immediately asked in a hostile tone. Why are you here? What's your business? Besides, you are also qualified to ask for my seat? Lu Feng responded domineeringly. You. Seeing that Lu Feng took him so seriously, Xiao Chen was furious and extremely angry. Besides, do nothing. After all, I have witnessed the strength and network of alchemist Lu Feng. Dare not to provoke alchemist Lu Feng again. The son of luck, Xiao Chenji, still remembers the lesson from last time very clearly. To some extent, alchemist Lu Feng has become Xiao Chen's inner demon. At this time, the beautiful master who was hiding in the space ring, when she saw Mr. Lu, the alchemist who had done her a favor, Ling Ji decisively showed up. Just see. Ling Ji's soul body floated in front of the alchemist Lu Feng. Her body is graceful and charming, with full of graceful beauty. Even though she was now only a soul, it was still hard to tell that she still maintained her unique charm and temperament. She has a soft and slender waist, and her breasts are like typical water balloons filled with water. Yu Yan is even more beautiful and lovely. People will be deeply attracted to it at first sight. Ling Ji, she was ashamed to be the beautiful master of Xiao Chen, the son of destiny. It is really beautiful and charming. Mr. Lu, why are you here in the Myriad Beasts mountain range? Ling Ji, who was indebted to Lu Feng, voluntarily left her apprentice Xiao Chen behind. She greeted him with a sweet smile. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled gently and said, You have been refining medicine recently and lack some medicinal materials, so you came to the Wanqiu mountain range to look for some of the necessary medicinal materials. I didn't expect that. What a coincidence that I meet Sister Ling here. This also shows that you and Sister Ling are quite predestined. As Lu Feng talked and laughed, the folding fan in his hand waved slightly. Seeing this cheerful scene, Xiao Chen, the son of luck, was so angry that his teeth were itching. Mr. Lu, what herbs are you here to collect? Do you need it? Can someone help you? Who was indebted to Lu Feng, the alchemist of the Su sect, took the initiative to propose and speak. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Feng with gratitude. Last time. Since his soul power was weak and fragile, his situation was quite dangerous. His soul was dissipating and his soul was annihilated at any time and anywhere, and he was in danger. At that time, Master Lu generously gave him some magical medicine to nourish his soul. Ji still remembers this kindness. I appreciate Sister Ling's kindness. No need to bother Sister Ling. Lu Feng said with a modest smile. Because he has full-level charm, his every move is full of charm. This is Ling Ji, who is extremely graceful and beautiful. She couldn't help but feel a sudden liking for him. Mr. Lu, you are getting more and more handsome. It looks better and better. Ling Ji couldn't help but praise Yan out loud. She has lived for thousands of years. This was the first time she had met a talented alchemist as handsome and charming as Lu Feng. Xiao Chun, a disciple standing by, saw his beautiful master praising and admiring Lu Feng so much. He raised his pair of dark eyes full of forbearance and looked at Lu Feng with extreme jealousy. Now he can only endure. Bear with it. Been enduring it. And Lu Feng, naturally, took in the gaze of Xiao Chen, the son of luck. Xiao Chun, you are unlucky to meet me. Just bear with it. This will turn you into a ninja turtle.
Lu Feng said secretly with a hint of ridicule in his heart. And at this time, Ling Ji, who was very fond of the alchemist Lu Feng, had been staring at Lu Feng with her beautiful and charming eyes. She found out. Alchemist Lu Feng is more unfathomable than ever before. His aura was as deep as the sea, completely unpredictable. Compared to the time when Wutan City was powerful, it is at least thousands or even tens of thousands times more powerful. Isn't it too fast to become stronger this fast? This is Ling Ji, and one cannot help but feel a little surprised. Mr. Lu, may I ask what level of medicine refining you have reached now? Ling Ji couldn't help her curiosity and asked. Lu Feng replied with a disapproving smile, not much progress either. It's only at the level of an 8th grade alchemist. As soon as these words came out, Ling Ji's graceful and charming body suddenly froze in midair. Her seductive face was filled with shock. She never expected it. After many days, the alchemist Lu Feng met again. He had been promoted from a 3rd or 4th grade alchemist to an 8th grade alchemist. This speed of promotion can be described as riding a rocket. It's so fast. Snort. I don't believe it. Looking at the Dao Empire, the strongest alchemist at present is only a top-grade alchemist. How could Lu Feng be an 8th grade alchemist? It's obvious. It's just bullshit. Xiao Chen, the son of luck, said bluntly without any belief. Compared to her apprentice's disbelief, Ling Ji believed it firmly. Being well informed, she could sense that the aura fluctuations of alchemist Lu Feng had reached a mysterious level. Lu Feng said that he was an 8th grade alchemist, and it was not false at all. At only 10 years old, he has reached the 8th grade alchemist. Mr. Lu's future prospects are really hard to imagine. Ling Ji spoke in praise. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, Sister Ling, you are really too kind. That's right. Let's go to the mountains next and look for some medicinal materials needed for refining medicine. We will stay in the mountains for a while. In the next few days. Sister Ling, if you need any help, please come to me. As an 8th grade alchemist, I will do my best to help you. After saying this, Lu Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing the confidence that belongs to an 8th grade alchemist. His plan was being laid out quietly. When the right time comes, the beautiful master, the son of destiny who has a problem with her soul, will come to me as soon as possible and seek my help. By then, Lu Feng, the alchemist of the faction, was disrespectful to refuse. He. Mr. Lu is truly a kind-hearted person. Even when I was looking for medicinal herbs myself, I wanted to help others. There are very few kind-hearted people like Mr. Lu. The beautiful Master Ling Ji continued to speak with praise towards the talented alchemist Lu Feng, who was not far ahead. Lu Feng's words warmed her heart. Sister Ling, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Lu Feng finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Ling Ji watched Lu Feng leave with her beautiful eyes, and her heart was in a daze for a long time. Master, what's so good about Lu Feng? He just said that he is an 8th grade alchemist? You don't really believe it, do you? After seeing Lu Feng leave, Xiao Chen was quite envious and jealous. I, the master, naturally believe what Master Lu said. You, don't you believe it? Ling Ji glanced at her jealous apprentice and said. Snort. I just don't believe it. What? An 8th grade alchemist? That's obviously just bragging. Xiao Chen refused to believe the sermon. Seeing her disciple so stubborn and obstinate, Ling Ji shook her fair and delicate face helplessly and sighed slightly. She was really speechless. His disciple Xiao Chen's personality is becoming more and more annoying. Then, Ling Ji turned her face away, not wanting to continue talking with her apprentice Xiao Chen. And master. That fellow, the alchemist Lu Feng. He appeared in the mountains for no apparent reason this time. In my opinion, he must have some conspiracy in mind. Try to talk to him as little as possible. It's best not to talk to him if you meet him next time. Lu Feng is not only evil, but also cunning. He is absolutely not a good person. Xiao Chen warned.
He didn't want to see his beautiful master chatting and laughing with Lu Feng. So, he simply asked his beautiful teacher not to talk to Lu Feng in the future. However, this practice of restricting Lingji's self made Lingji feel very uncomfortable. I have lived for thousands of years and I can tell who is good and who is bad. You don't need to tell the master. Besides, you keep saying bad things about Mr. Lu behind his back every day. How can you be a gentleman? Lingji said in a cold voice. Own apprentice, Xiao Chun, was really making her more and more disappointed. Not only is he narrow-minded, but he is also emotionally unstable and always has wild thoughts. The most important thing is that the desire for control is super strong. I am his master. Not his personal belongings. Not to mention his cats and dogs, which can be controlled by him at will. Then, Lingji entered the space ring and ignored her apprentice who had a strong desire to control. In the next few days, everything was progressing according to the expectations of Lu Feng, the alchemist of the PK, and was proceeding step by step. First, it was the beautiful Master Lingji of Qiyunzi. As usual, she was practicing the ancient magical power she had acquired, the ancient spirit technique. This magical power is extraordinary. It is a magical skill that is specially cultivated by the soul body. As long as the chain is repaired, it will be perfect. There will be no difference between the soul and the body. Therefore, this ancient spiritual secret is the magical power that countless powerful people who are only left with their soul bodies dream of and yearn for. In the vein, a clear spring filled with mist. Lingji, the soul body, with her snow-white skin and delicate body, was immersed in the clear spring. Although she only had her soul left, her body was long gone. But she still had the habit of washing her body. Moreover, the clear running water of the spring can also cleanse the soul and body. In short, no girl can resist washing herself clean. Today, the beautiful master of the lucky boy, Lingji, did not stay in Xiao Chen's ring as usual, but soaked in the clear spring alone. Because of her, I encountered some problems that are currently difficult to solve. It is said that after practicing the ancient spirit technique to a high level, the soul and body will be indistinguishable from each other. At the same time, the soul feels a strong desire for soul fusion. This time, I finally got to experience it. Lingji, who had lived for thousands of years, was soaking in the icy spring water, and she said in her heart, her ancient spiritual skills have been cultivated to perfection. Her soul body, the actual state, has reached the level of the physical body. However, problems also arise. She, Lingji, always feels itchy inside. It's so uncomfortable. Her soul always wants to communicate with the other half of her soul. No matter how Lingji suppressed it, it had no effect. This made the thought in her soul even stronger. This is Lingji, who is trying to calm herself down while soaking herself in the spring water. If I don't solve this problem in time, it will definitely affect my future chain repair process. Lingji realized the seriousness of this problem. What should I do? What to do? Lingji's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her mind, she kept thinking of various ways. If this problem can be solved. She didn't want to mingle with other souls. But this problem is not easy to solve. At this time, Lingji's heart, a slender figure with unparalleled handsomeness, suddenly emerged. That figure was naturally the alchemist Lu Feng. Perhaps Master Lu, the alchemist, can help me solve this problem. After all. But he is an 8th grade alchemist. Moreover, Master Lu is currently collecting medicinal herbs from the veins. Right now, Lingji placed all her hopes on the alchemist Lu Feng. In her opinion, Master Lu, the alchemist, has great powers and knows everything. After having an idea, Lingji was about to leave Qingchuan and go to find the alchemist Lu Feng. And at this time, look around. A handsome young figure walked slowly towards Qingchuan. The visitor was dressed in a noble alchemist's robe that symbolized his status and position. His mere appearance was enough to attract a lot of attention.
It is naturally the 8th grade alchemist Lu Feng. Sister Ling, I'm really sorry. I was looking for a medicinal herb and happened to pass by here. I didn't mean to come here. It is indeed an offense to etiquette. Lu Feng looked at Ling Ji, who was soaking in the spring water, scratched the back of his head innocently, and continued, Sister Ling, I will leave now. Having said that, the faction alchemist Lu Feng was about to turn around and pretend to leave. See this situation. Ling Ji stopped the conversation immediately and said, Mr. Lu, please stay. Ling Ji encountered some problems. This problem can only be solved by Lu Feng. She was just about to look for Lu Feng, but unexpectedly, the former bumped into her by accident. It seems to Ling Ji that this is truly God's will. Even the heavenly Tao asked him to seek Lu Feng for help. Lu Feng, who was stopped. I don't know what you want, Sister Ling. Lu Feng asked knowingly. Naturally knew Ling Ji's current situation. Qi Yunzi has cultivated her soul body to a very strong level through the cultivation of magical powers. But this magical power does have flaws. It will stimulate the soul body. The original plot, the beautiful Master Ling Ji of the Lucky Boy, was eventually given to Xiao Chen, and their souls merged. This also made Ling Ji become Xiao Chen's confidant. But as a pharmacist of the Ah sect, I have foresight and naturally want to snatch this great opportunity from the lucky Ah sect boy Xiao Chen. He. Stupid luck. Knew this, pretended to know nothing in front of Ling Ji. Ling Ji looked directly at Lu Feng with her beautiful eyes, treating him like a savior and saying, Master Lu, I have cultivated a magical power that can strengthen my soul. Now, this magical power has been cultivated to perfection. But the side effects are also showing up. Nowadays, my soul always has the shameful thought of wanting to be with the other half of my soul. I wonder if Master Lu, since I have no other options, can you help me? End of the sermon. Ling Ji placed all her hopes on Lu Feng. In addition, she had no other choice. If she had known this earlier, she would not have cultivated this magical power. Hearing this, Lu Feng patted his chest with full confidence and said, Sister Ling, let me go. I am a pharmacist. We lack everything except medicine and miracle drugs. I will give Sister Ling medicine and magic medicine to treat her, which will definitely solve this problem. While talking, Lu Feng brought various medicines and magic medicines to treat Xiao Chen's beautiful master Ling Ji. Seeing this, Ling Ji smiled happily. She knew that Master Lu would definitely find a way. So, Ling Ji did not suspect anything, so she took all the medicine and magic medicine from the alchemist Lu Feng. At first, not long after taking it, Ling Ji felt that her soul body no longer had those strange thoughts. Only the good times didn't last long. Not long after this, Ling Ji suddenly felt that her soul body had become even more resilient. For a while, Ling Ji's delicate white face gradually turned red. At the beginning began to become unsatisfactory. Mr. Lu, why is this medicine ineffective? Ling Ji raised her beautiful eyes in surprise and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng frowned, which was very rare, and said, Sister Ling, please forgive me for my lack of knowledge. This question is more difficult than I imagined. I can't solve it. After hearing this, Ling Ji took a deep breath. Things are happening now. There is no other way. The only way is to use the very simple and crude originium. Mr. Lu, I'm counting on you. At the same time, this is the eldest son of the villain alchemist Lu Feng. Came to the martial arts world for training, was hunting a green demon wolf. Bang! Xiao Chen, who had gained more combat experience, seized a good opportunity and blasted the head of a green demon wolf with one punch. Then he took the demon core of the green demon wolf. Strangeness? Master, why does it take so long to cleanse her soul body? It's not over yet. Xiao Chen couldn't help but speak up. Her beautiful master left the space ring, saying that she was going to cleanse herself. Half a day has passed. He still hadn't finished cleaning his beautiful master. He had hunted and killed dozens of monsters alone.
Just when Xiao Chen felt confused, suddenly, for some unknown reason, green leaves fell from the sky and landed on Xiao Chen's head.
See this situation. Xiao Chen felt inexplicably upset. Why do these lush green leaves always fall on the top of my head? This question really confused Xiao Chen. Right now,
Xiao Chen, the son of luck, wiped off the demon blood on the peak of his fist, then raised his head slightly to take a look at the bright sun that was gradually setting above the void.
This sign indicates that the dark night is about to fall. It's almost night. Master takes a bath from day to night. Isn't this too slow? Could it be that something happened to the master? I want to the end.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but start to worry about his beautiful master. Xiao Chen has always had some special and unethical thoughts and feelings towards his beautiful master. However, Xiao Chen never revealed it and kept it hidden in his heart. Now, Xiao Chen couldn't help but worry about his beautiful master. So, Xiao Chen used the Tianji token to call his beautiful master and ask about the progress of the bath.
The Tianji token is a spiritual tool used to make phone calls.
As long as you inject spiritual energy and activate the spiritual tool, you can make a call.
Master, why do you take so long to bathe? Xiao Chen asked through the spiritual weapon.
On the other side of the spiritual weapon, the voice of the beautiful master began to be heard.
Oh it's Xiao Chen. The teacher is still taking a bath.
Just wait patiently. Ling Ji's pleasant and melodious voice made Xiao Chen's ears swollen. After Xiao Chen heard this, his brows furrowed slightly.
Why does the voice of my beautiful master seem a little off? It's hard to describe. Master, what's wrong with you? Why does the sound differ from Japan? Xiao Chen broke the casserole to get to the bottom of it.
On the other side of the spiritual weapon.
Master, I didn't anything. Xiao Chen. Master, I'm going to die first.
There was a hint of anxiety in Ling Ji's voice.
I don't know what she is in such a hurry for. Or maybe. Why are you so anxious to hang up the spiritual weapon? Never mind. I'd better continue to hunt monsters and hone myself.
After all, Master has lived for several years and has rich experience in all aspects.
She should be fine.
Xiao Chen shook his head without thinking too much. Originally, there were some conflicts between himself and the beautiful teacher. If you control the beautiful master too much, she will definitely feel disgusted and hate you. Therefore, knowing this, Xiao Chen decided to continue hunting monsters and wait for his beautiful master.
That's all.
The little monsters nearby began to suffer.
And on the other side, the vast night enveloped the desolate land. Rippling surface of the clear spring water reflects a bright silver moon.
The night view at this moment can be described as quite pleasant.
Mr. Liu, thank you so much for what you did just now.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my soul problems would not be completely resolved. Ling Ji's beautiful face was flushed with thanks as she spoke.
She didn't even dare to look at the alchemist Lu Feng. What just happened is truly indescribable. People are distracted and their faces are red. Lu Feng, who was tall and handsome, waved his hand and said with a nonchalant smile,
"Why should I thank you, Sister Ling?
It's just a small matter."
A trace of worry appeared on Ling Ji's delicate face. She stared at Lu Feng with her extremely beautiful eyes and said, "Mr. Liu, Xiao Chen must not know what happened between you and me." Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Sister Ling.
Your apprentice is still kept in the dark."
Hearing this, Ling Ji felt relieved.
"Mr. Liu, I'll take my leave now," Ling Ji said.
She had stayed with alchemist Lu Feng for quite some time. "If I don't go back, my apprentice will definitely become suspicious."
"Sister, go,"
Lu Feng said as he watched her with bright eyes.
And then, Ling Ji, whose soul was deeply touched by the former's great action, looked at Lu Feng reluctantly and left. As for Lu Feng, he kept watching Ling Ji's beautiful figure until she left completely. Until it disappeared. This feeling of the undead night. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. Lu Feng muttered to himself as he spoke, slightly intoxicated and reminiscent of the past. Moreover, this great opportunity of Xiao Chen, the son of luck, was officially and thoroughly snatched away by Lu Feng. At the same time, the villain alchemist Lu Feng was also quite clear in his mind. In order to become the Taoist partner of Xiao Chen, the son of luck, the beautiful master, still need to take it slow. However, Lu Feng is absolutely sure that this is only a matter of time. Nowadays, the chance and destiny are all snatched. It's time to leave this vein. After all, the border town, Lu Feng has his own Taoist companions to keep him company. In the small town, had just returned to the clinic, noticed that something was not right. Sensed the breath fluctuations of the three-headed dragon monster from the air. It's obvious. Someone is refining a monster. As for this person? Alchemist Lu Feng knew who it was without having to think too much. It must be his Taoist partner, the Banshee King. Then, Lu Feng pushed open a door. As expected, he met the beautiful and enchanting Demoness Queen. At this moment, she is concentrating on refining the energy to increase her own demon cultivation. Moreover, the plump and voluptuous Banshee Queen's pretty face was slightly flushed. It's obvious. The Demoness Queen who refined the demon was poisoned again. My lady, you are so brave. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but say, you clearly know that the three-headed dragon's demon is poisonous, but you still want to refine it. When the Demoness Queen heard this, she opened her beautiful eyes that were both enchanting and domineering, and rolled her eyes at Lu Feng in a charming manner, saying, isn't it just poisoning? What is there to be afraid of? I am afraid of plucking the feathers of a chicken. Not to mention, it's not like I don't have men. You, man, hurry up. Come up, my king. Finally, the Demoness Queen stood high above, giving orders to Lu Feng in a domineering manner. As you command, Your Majesty the Demon King. Spoke humbly and politely. In the next few days, the villain alchemist Lu Feng didn't have to work hard. After all, Lu Feng's three Taoist companions, Bai Yaoxian, the Demoness Queen and Xiao Shuarun, are all in the city. Facing three stunning Taoist companions, it's hard to sit idle. This one. Xiao Shuarun found Lu Feng and said to him, my husband, this time my family came to the temple, I met Xiaochen, and I had a close contact with my husband. Next, I want to return to the Xiao family. As the head of the clan, Xiao Shuarun handles many affairs of the clan, big and small. During this period, Xiao Shuarun did not accompany Lu Feng. Therefore, calculated that the time was long enough and decided to go back. After hearing this, Lu Feng is a husband who understands herself. The Xiao family did leave her. Now, it's time to send my husband back. Since my husband is going back, then I will see your husband off right away. While talking, Lu Feng reached out and hugged Xiao Shuarun, holding her fragrant waist and buttocks in his arms. Next second, Lu Feng's mind moved, and his means of transportation, the nine-dragon immortal chariot, suddenly appeared in the void. Lu Feng carried Xiao Shuarun to the nine-dragon immortal chariot. He rode on the luxurious and expensive nine-dragon immortal chariot to escort Xiao Shuarun out of the small town and back to the Xiao family. This guy is really rich. He actually has a nine-headed dragon as a mount, pulling the chariot. Bai Yaoxian looked at her husband's departing chariot and said, you are unworthy of being my man. What a grand trip. The Demoness Queen took an admiring look and said, the nine-headed dragon pulls the immortal chariot. This way of traveling is mighty and majestic. Give you a cool and awesome visual feeling. Just after alchemist Lu Feng left for a while, a flawless and beautiful figure flying with a sword is heading towards the border town. The graceful figure, dressed in a loose white sword robe with black patterns, looked elegant and otherworldly. Her skin is as delicate as white jade, flawless, and crystal clear as snow. That beautiful jade face was cold and indifferent, like a statue of ice, exuding a cold and noble temperament. Her breasts were surging, full and drooping,
and when she lowered her head she could see her toes.
At first glance, it is a stunning beauty.
She always habitually crosses her arms across her chest, holding a sword that exudes a strong sword aura. Her long, round, straight and plump legs, vaguely visible in the air, were breathtakingly beautiful, as charming as a fairy from heaven. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of barefoot pink feet, which gently stepped on the flying giant sword and flew into the air. Her whole body was filled with a powerful, ancient, and terrifying sword aura.
She is Lu Feng's Taoist partner. It is Pei Jianxian, the first female swordsman in the empire.
The stunningly beautiful Pei Jianxian has completely comprehended the sword intent of Yaoshan Valley. This caused her, a beautiful female swordsman, to see her strength increase dramatically. She has been promoted to martial emperor.
It also has the blessing of ancient sword intent. The Wuhuang Temple, Pei Jianxian is now hard to find an opponent. Therefore,
Pei Jianxian, who had gained a good understanding, left Yaoshan Valley as soon as possible and came to the border town with his female disciple Yinling to look for his Taoist partner, alchemist Lu Feng.
After all,
Taoist partner Lu Feng hasn't been together with himself for a long time.
Since you said you wanted to be with Lu Feng, that's possible. Completely conquered by the experience of alchemist Lu Feng. In this small town, there is the fluctuation of my husband's aura. It seems that my husband is most likely in this small town.
Who was flying on a sword, looked down at the border town below with a pair of cold and lonely sword eyes.
At the same time, Pei Jianxian sensed another evil spirit. Is this the breath of the Demoness Queen? Why is she in the city? A hint of confusion emerged on Pei Jianxian's delicate face. She knew the Banshee Queen's aura fluctuations too well. At first, Pei Jianxian is still at the level of martial king.
To save her younger sister Yinling, she single-handedly breaks into the territory of the Winged Lion King with just one sword, trying to snatch the precious materials and treasures guarded by the Demoness Queen. But the result? Because there was a huge gap between Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen, Pei Jianxian was seriously injured and failed to snatch the treasures, and finally returned empty-handed. Therefore, this is Pei Jianxian, who is extremely sensitive to the breath of the Demoness Queen. After all, the two women were once fierce enemies. They know each other very well. And in the city, the Demoness Queen, who wanted to continue refining the three-headed dragon demon pill, suddenly sensed the aura of Pei Jianxian in the void. It's her. Her aura is hundreds of times stronger than before. It seems that she has gained the fortune of sword intent. The Demoness Queen looked up and saw a pair of beautiful eyes full of domineering, staring directly at Pei Jianxian in the void. The current Pei Jianxian is much stronger than when she fought before. Moreover, the Demoness Queen also clearly sensed that there was an ancient and extremely terrifying sword intent contained in Pei Jianxian's body. The power of that sword intent far surpassed any sword power the Demoness Queen had ever seen. Whoosh! Pei Jianxian had an idea and controlled the flying giant sword to land in the city. Immediately, the Demoness Queen and the descending Pei Jianxian were far apart. They raised their beautiful eyes and looked at each other. This scene, naturally, it attracted countless viewers. After all, who would stop when two stunning beauties of the same appearance appeared here? A feast for the eyes. These two beauties are so beautiful. I didn't expect that there would be two such beautiful beauties in our small town. Oh my God, she is a fairy. So beautiful, so pretty. In the small town were talking in low voices. They had never seen such stunningly beautiful women as Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen. Hurry up and leave. If that's the case, they'll leave you with nothing but corpses in the aftermath. The kind-hearted Bai Yaoxian standing aside gave kind words of persuasion to the people in the small town. Was exaggerating. The aftermath of the attack by the Demoness Queen and Pei Jianxian could flatten this small border town thousands of times. In the small town die thousands of times. Must know. Both of them are martial emperors. One is the empire's first Banshee Queen. One is the empire's #1 female swordsman. Between the two women, neither of them is a good person. Just be yourself and be a little kinder. Following by Yao Xian's kind persuasion, the people watching in the city left the city one after another, fearing that they and others would be affected next.
For a moment, looking at the entire empty city, there are only 3 women left.
Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen were facing each other, glaring at each other. And there is Bai Yaoxian who was watching the fight, ready to mediate at any time.
The empty city.
Pei Jianxian released her soul power and slightly sensed the breath fluctuations of her husband Lu Feng.
She found out.
This 10-winged heavenly lion king who had fought with her in the past actually had the aura of her husband. This was true, and Pei Jianxian, who came to find her husband, was stunned. She was having all sorts of wild thoughts and was worried about Lu Feng.
Could it be that my husband was eaten by the Demoness Queen? After all,
the Demoness Queen was cold and ferocious, her methods were cruel, and it was not excessive or exaggerated for her to eat a little meat.
Besides, really hard to think of any other description of Pei Jianxian, the most beautiful swordsman.
So, Pei Jianxian held her sword in her arms, her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy, staring coldly and hostilely at the Demoness Queen, saying, "How can you have the scent of my husband on you?
10-winged heavenly lion king, what did you do to my husband?" After hearing this,
the most beautiful and domineering female demon queen among demons, with her delicate hands on her waist, said in a bad voice, "My king, of course I ate your husband." The Banshee King had indeed eaten Lu Feng.
It is eaten by billions. At this point,
she didn't tell any lies either.
Besides,
she and Pei Jianxian had fought before, and the two were real rivals.
To get the Demoness Queen to give Pei Jianxian a serious answer,
Bai Yaoxian, who was watching from the side, had a look of anxiety on her pretty face. Doctor really didn't want to see the two women, so she took action.
These 2 women have an inseparable relationship with their Taoist partner Lu Feng.
If a conflict breaks out, it will definitely not end well in the future. But Bai Yaoxian couldn't think of a way to stop the two of them for a while.
Unless Lu Feng was able to come back in time.
As long as my Taoist partner Lu Feng comes back, the matter will be settled. When Pei Jianxian heard the Demoness Queen say with her own mouth that she had ate her husband Lu Feng, tears immediately flashed in her beautiful eyes, which were filled with sword energy. She really believed that the notorious Demoness Queen had eaten her husband. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the Demoness Queen had the aura of her husband. When the Demoness Queen saw Pei Jianxian's eyes flashing with tears, she suddenly thought that it would be quite interesting and fun to tease the Empire's #1 female swordsman. Then, the Demoness Queen licked her rosy lips with her sweet tongue and continued, "Your husband tastes delicious."
That being said,
Pei Jianxian could no longer suppress the raging sword rage in his heart.
"I kill you," Pei Jianxian said in an extremely cold voice. This moment, the temperature in the city dropped suddenly. There is no longer the same passion as before. Kill the king? He. You can try and see who will kill whom.
The Demoness Queen, as always, held her waist tightly and spoke with an air of dominance. She is the mighty 10-winged heavenly lion king, dominating the world, with a great reputation that resounds throughout the empire. How could she be afraid of such a mere threat? It's impossible to make her bow her head in front of others.
Unless,
in front of Lu Feng, she could bow her head.
Pei Jianxian, who was determined to avenge her husband, wiped away the tears streaming down her cheeks. She has made up her mind. To avenge her husband, she has to fight to the death with her old rival, the 10-winged Lion King. Even if she dies, she will take revenge. Just see.
Pei Jianxian, the peerless and beautiful female swordsman, suddenly burst out with sword energy in her body like a surging river. Behind her, a giant sword that was nearly 1,000 feet long and covered the sky and the sun immediately appeared. This giant sword is green all over, and mysterious and obscure ancient sword patterns permeate its surface. Waves of ancient and terrifying sword energy burst out from it, threatening Xian Huang. With this sword, this world can be completely destroyed. This is no exaggeration.
Even if I die, I also want you to be buried with your husband. Pei Jianxian spoke in a voice as cold as ice. facing Pei Jianxian, who was fighting to the death. The Demoness Queen showed no fear. Roar! Along with a deafening roar, a giant lion nearly 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air. This giant lion is covered with a layer of golden hair, as if it were cast in gold, shining with dazzling light. Its body lines are smooth and powerful, and every muscle contains endless power. The most surprising thing is that this giant lion actually has 10 wings. Each wing was as hard as steel, and when spread out, it could block out the sky and the sun. Mysterious symbols flickered on the wings, emitting a heart-pounding breath. With the appearance of the giant lion, the surrounding void seemed to be distorted by its powerful pressure. A 10-winged giant lion appeared behind the Demoness Queen, and its pair of huge beast eyes stared at Pei Jianxian, who was not far away. The Empire's #1 female swordsman vs the Empire's #1 female banshee. For a moment, a war was about to break out. As Bai Yaoxian, who was watching the battle nearby, she really didn't want to see Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen take action. She immediately stood up and shouted loudly to stop him. Stop! Stop it now! Don't do it! Bai Yaoxian's words were completely ignored, as if he had not heard them at all. And her female disciple, Yinling, retreated to Bai Yaoxian's side. She knows. My own master is about to take action. Bai Yaoxian's pretty face showed helplessness, and she sighed slightly. Since Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen won't listen to me, I will condense a barrier to protect the city. After all, in this city for many years and doesn't want to destroy it. Then, all kinds of toxins in Bai Yaoxian's body burst out, condensing into an extremely hard poison gas barrier that enveloped the entire city. And above the void, the two women looked at each other. Next second, Pei Jianxian had an idea and controlled the huge ancient sword that was 1,000 feet long and took the initiative to kill the Demoness Queen. Buzz! Powerful sword energy made an ear-shattering sword sound. At an extremely fast speed, he killed in front of the Demoness Queen. Roar! The Demoness Queen controlled the 10-winged giant lion, roared like a lion, and collided fiercely with the ancient giant sword. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided with each other, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently, as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. All the floating clouds within 1,000 miles were directly shattered. The space was even cracked and distorted by the shock. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky exploded simultaneously. For a while, the sky is dark and the earth is gloomy. The sun has fallen on earth. The city below. Thanks to the poison gas barrier created by Bai Yaoxian, otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground thousands of times. It's really a fight between gods, and mortals suffer. Bai Yaoxian took a look at the flattened river thousands of miles away, shook her head helplessly, and said, now, she really hopes that her husband Lu Feng will come back. In this way, the conflict between Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen can be ended. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that your sword skills have increased a lot. The Demoness Queen put her hands on her hips, looked at her old rival Pei Jianxian, who was not far away in the void, and said, the former Pei Jianxian was no match for the Banshee Queen's full-strength attack. Now, Pei Jianxian can fight evenly against the Banshee Queen's all-out offensive, with no one superior to her. This made the Demoness Queen look at Pei Jianxian with new eyes. Eat my husband. You'll pay with your life. Pei Jianxian said coldly. Just when Pei Jianxian was preparing to fight to the death, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Women, stay put. For my sake, please stop fighting. This voice was naturally that of the alchemist Lu Feng. When Pei Jianxian heard the familiar voice of her husband, her beautiful eyes became dull and her delicate body froze in the air. Didn't the Demoness Queen say that just now? Her own husband was eaten by her. He was still very sad about this, and fought a desperate battle with the Demoness Queen. But the reality is that her husband is still alive. This made Pei Jianxian feel desperate, but it quickly disappeared. The warlike and domineering Demoness Queen frowned and felt secretly unhappy when she heard the voice of the alchemist Lu Feng, fighting with her old rival Pei Jianxian. But he was stopped by Lu Feng's voice.
Bai Yaoxian, who had just used a barrier to protect the small town, revealed joy in her beautiful eyes when she heard Lu Feng's voice. Her heart had been waiting for this for so long. Finally, Lu Feng is back as expected. Lu Feng's return also means that the battle between the two will be over. He's finally back. Bai Yaoxian exhaled a breath of fragrance as if relieved and said, "Finally, I stopped worrying." Following right on. Beyond the distant void. A dragon with a head and body as long as a dragon is pulling a fairy chariot full of luxury and fairy mist with great effort. Each of these dragons exudes a strong and majestic aura. From a distance, they look ferocious and full of endless divine power. As for the immortal chariot, also shines with mysterious runes and aura, exuding an otherworldly aura. The fairy chariot is exquisitely decorated and inlaid with various precious treasures and spiritual objects, just like a moving palace. Extremely luxurious. In the blink of an eye, the dragon pulled the fairy chariot and came to the void above the small town. The person riding in it is naturally the villain alchemist Lu Feng. Eyelids twitching for unknown reasons on his way back. At first, Lu Feng was still thinking deeply, could it be that something bad had happened? Finally came back and took a look. Good job. His two Taoist companions were fighting in the void. The fight was quite intense, with no one in the lead. Especially, his Taoist partner Pei Jianxian and the Banshee King, the two of them had contradictions and conflicts early on. I don't stop them, I'm afraid the two of them will be able to destroy the world. So, Lu Feng spoke up in time to stop it. In order to prevent the two women from fighting, they continued to fight. After all, one is a stunning female sword fairy, the other is a beautiful female demon king, both are wives of the villain alchemist Lu Feng. Both girls Lu Feng like it very much, they are super short. Naturally, he didn't want to see his two wives, so he continued to fight. No matter who gets hurt, Lu Feng, as her husband, will feel distressed. Ladies, please talk nicely. Wait a minute. Lu Feng suddenly came out from the dragon fairy chariot. He stood between the two women and tried to mediate. Saw Lu Feng, her husband whom she missed day and night, she quickly put away her sword attack. The Demoness Queen rolled her eyes at Lu Feng. Now that her Taoist partner Lu Feng had appeared, she couldn't fight. What are you talking about? The reluctant Demoness Queen had to put away her true form as a monster. For a while. Due to the discovery of the alchemist Lu Feng, the two martial emperors who were fighting stopped completely. I haven't had enough of fighting yet. You're back. What a bummer. The Demoness Queen rolled her eyes at Lu Feng fiercely and said with dissatisfaction. Finally, Pei Jianxian came to fight. The Demoness Queen is happy to accompany you. As the demon king of all beasts, she loves fighting very much. Deep in the souls of the demon race, there is a gene that is addicted to war. Don't be angry, ma'am. In the evening, I will fight with you and let you have fun. Alchemist Lu Feng whispered in secret to comfort him. Immediately, Lu Feng had a handsome face and smiled faintly, then he came in front of his Taoist partner Pei Jianxian. My wife is still as beautiful and attractive as ever. Surging and plump peaches are so beautiful that you can't see your toes when you look down. The mature, full, heavy breasts droop slightly, which really attracted the attention of minesweeper Lu Feng. It has been a while since I and my Taoist partner Pei Jianxian were separated, and I miss her so much in my heart. Especially. Lu Feng sensed that there was a terrifying and ancient sword intent contained in the body of his Taoist partner Pei Jianxian. It seems that my fellow Taoist Pei Jianxian has succeeded in his comprehension in Yashan Valley. Her strength in Kendo has increased significantly. She is several times stronger than before. Moreover, his Taoist partner Pei Jianxian also reached the martial emperor level. Lu Feng couldn't even imagine it. If Pei Jianxian, the empire's #1 female swordsman, could unleash the ancient sword intent in her body, how terrifying would that be? Fine. He returned in time and did not let his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen continue fighting. Otherwise, his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian might really explode. When his two wives were injured, Lu Feng was heartbroken.
This time, I came back just in time.
My dear husband, I was ready to unleash my sword power and perish together with the Demoness Queen.
You should come back later.
Pei Jianxian held the sword in his arms and spoke seriously with his flawless face.
Pa! Lu Feng raised his slender and powerful legs and slapped his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian's hips as a lesson. My lady, how can you be so extreme? You are gone, what do you want me to do? A hint of stinginess on Lu Feng's handsome face.
He couldn't bear to see his wife do this.
Who would have thought?
Pei Jianxian, who was spanked by Lu Feng, had tears in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly felt extremely wronged and said, "That female demon king kept saying she wanted to eat you. I came from Yaoshan Valley to look for you, but I couldn't find any trace of you. People really thought she ate you and that you were buried in her belly. I want to avenge you. They are ready to fight to the death and to die. You hit me. Finally, I say."
Pei Jianxian looked pitiful.
She bit her lips and felt extremely wronged because Lu Feng spanked her own butt.
Lu Feng, after hearing this, didn't know what to say. After all,
the Demoness Queen was indeed surprised by herself. However, Pei Jianxian, who was of pure mind, did not think that kind of eating.
I ate another one. Lu Feng looked at the Demoness Queen with a look of blame in his eyes. The Demoness Queen was really stupid for not explaining things clearly to Pei Jianxian. This caused Pei Jianxian to misunderstand this.
At the same time, Lu Feng also said to Pei Jianxian with deep apology, "Madam, I'm sorry. I just missed you. I'm sorry to have wronged you."
Has found a way to appease his wronged Taoist partner Pei Jianxian.
Then give the beautiful Taoist female sword fairy a lollipop.
Super invincible lollipop.
Thank you to the godfathers who gave tips and contributed to our cause.
We strongly support you.
Thank you very much, brother. I will always remember the kindness of all you godfathers.
Coming days. The villain alchemist Lu Feng used a super invincible lollipop to completely coax his wronged Taoist partner Pei Jianxian.
As for the conflicting Pei Jianxian and the Demoness Queen, they were brought together with the help of her husband Lu Feng. It can be said that the two women got to know each other through fighting. However, the two women did have one thing in common: they had both suffered from being whipped and tortured by Lu Feng. In the backyard of the clinic, Lu Feng raised his bright eyes, looked directly at his Taoist partner, the beautiful swordsman, and asked, "My lady, you have successfully comprehended the sword intent this time, and left Medicine God Valley to come to find me, my cheap master.
Didn't you say anything?"
In Lu Feng's opinion, he had not been back for such a long time. That cheap beautiful master must have quite a few complaints about herself. At this point, Lu Feng knew it without thinking. Pei Jianxian's voice was as sweet as a clear spring and he said, "When you left Yaoshan Valley and came to find you, your beautiful master asked you to tell you that the Wuzong secret realm will be open soon. She said, 'You are the Xiaogu of Yaoshan Valley, you can't be absent. I ask you to rush to Wuzong's secret realm.' These are the words of your beautiful master."
Pei Jianxian conveyed Yaoshan Gu's words to Xiao Lu Feng without reservation. Hearing this, expression of surprise or excitement on Lu Feng's handsome face.
He had guessed it a long time ago.
As for Wuzong's secret realm,
he understood it quite well. Left behind by a powerful Wuzong who fell in the Dao Empire. In the secret realm, there are all kinds of opportunities, fortunes, inheritances, and so on of the powerful martial artists.
This relic is extremely famous in the Dao Empire.
It is estimated that many sects and forces are waiting for the secret realm to open.
Ding dong.
This time, the Wuzong secret realm will attract a son of destiny who is carrying a destiny.
Please stay overnight, please be careful.
At this time, the system, which had been silent for a long time, secretly reminded Lu Feng in his mind.
Heard. As a villain alchemist, Lu Feng immediately thought of the son of destiny who would appear in Wuzong's secret realm.
He was a son of fortune who had suffered a lot and rose from humble beginnings to become an illiterate. He is from the Lin family and his name is Lin Xian. According to the original story, inside the Wuzong secret realm, Lin Xian, due to his destiny, accidentally met a powerful female fairy.
An indescribable relationship occurred between the two. As a villain, Lu Feng is well aware of Lin Xian's opportunity and fortune.
Naturally, he wanted to intercept it and take it for himself.
He.
Wuzong's secret realm, Lin Xian, your opportunity is something I have taken a fancy to. Lu Feng said to himself with a strange laugh. This time, Lu Feng must go to the Wuzong secret realm which is about to open. Not for anything else, just to seize the opportunity to become Lin Xian's confidant, in order to occupy that fairy girl with a very important identity and background.
Fairy, here I come. Let me help the fairy repair the chain. He. So? Lu Feng thanked her and said, thank you for your reminder.
In a few days, the Wuzong secret realm will be opened, and I will definitely go there. Pei Jianxian heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy blinked slightly, and she said, husband, I want to go too. I have been comprehending the sword for such a long time, but I have never been with you. I want to be by your side and explore the secret realm of Wuzong together. In the eyes of outsiders, the beautiful female swordsman who is cold, noble and arrogant is actually just a clingy person in front of Lu Feng. She has completely fallen in love with Xiao Lu Feng. From the fact that she knew that Xiao Lu Feng was eaten by the Banshee King and wanted to die together with the Banshee King.
With my wife by my side. It couldn't be better.
While Lu Feng was chatting and laughing, he hugged the most beautiful female sword fairy with a fragrant waist, big buttocks, in his arms.
He sniffed the unique body fragrance of his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian, took a deep breath, and said with a wicked smile, my lady, you smell so good. How could Pei Jianxian withstand Lu Feng's teasing words?
She jerked her head and her face flushed. She said in a soft voice, husband, you are so bad.
This scene.
The Demoness Queen and Bai Yaoxian, who were brought into the backyard, were stunned on the spot.
Snort. Man. There really isn't a single good thing about it.
The Banshee Queen's domineering eyes were filled with deep jealousy as she spoke.
This guy.
It's really the best bird in the Great Wu Empire.
Bai Yaoxian gritted her teeth and spoke jealously. The female demon king and Bai Yaoxian looked at each other and said, it seems that you two came at the wrong time.
Then the two women were about to leave. But Lu Feng started to speak.
No. You two, you came at the right time.
After saying that, alchemist Lu Feng hugged Bai Yaoxian and the Demoness Queen in his left arms, with Pei Jianxian in his arms.
That night. Late at night. Lu Feng felt a familiar breath fluctuation coming from the small town. That aura belonged to his beautiful master. That is Yaoshan Valley.
This immediately caused Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, to suddenly open his sleepy eyes.
Forehead? How did she come?
Lu Feng's mind was full of doubts and he was very confused.
Disciple, come and see me quickly.
The beautiful master's voice resounded in Xiao Liufeng's mind.
After hearing this, Lu Feng left Pei Jianxian's fragrant bed. Damn it! Midnight.
I'm sleeping soundly with my wife in my arms, what the hell is this cheap master doing here? As Lu Feng quietly left the room, he kept cursing inwardly.
Being woken up by someone? How could Lu Feng have a good temper? In a few breaths, Lu Feng came to the backyard. And in the hospital,
a beautiful figure covered in mysterious mist emerged. Her whole body exudes a mysterious aura.
It makes people unable to see through and understand. That's not all.
A rich floral scent emanated from her entire body. The Medicine God Valley, shrouded in mysterious mist, is extremely mysterious and no one can see through her appearance.
How did you come?
When Lu Feng came to the backyard and saw that it was the beautiful master, he asked with an unhappy look on his face.
Oh? Master, why can't you come? The beautiful master asked back in a pleasant voice. When his apprentice saw him coming, he did not show any welcome. It was as if Lu Feng was not his disciple. You shouldn't be here. Lu Feng preached. But master, please come.
The beautiful master said softly.
For a moment, the master and the disciple confronted each other, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and silent. Lu Feng took the lead and said, Okay, come if you want. What's going on? Go on. Lu Feng prepared himself and looked like he was listening attentively.
Seeing his disciple Lu Feng's impatient look, Medicine God Valley Master became so angry that his chest heaved violently.
This guy. He doesn't know how to respect his teachers at all.
However, Medicine God Valley Master has gotten used to it. My own apprentice has always been so careless and nonchalant.
Master, let me ask you, did your wife, Pei Jianxian, tell you about the secret realm of Wuzong?
The beautiful master took the initiative to ask.
Yes. When the secret realm opens, I will naturally go there.
Lu Feng shook his head and answered, and asked, anything else? If there is no such thing, I will go back and hug my wife to sleep.
After all, I am the one that your Taoist partner wants to accompany you.
After saying that, Lu Feng looked meaningfully at his beautiful master who had been single for a long time. She noticed Lu Feng's gaze, a cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes of Medicine God Valley Master.
This traitor! It seems like he is implying that he is a single dog. I'm so pissed off. If everything is fine, I'm leaving now.
After saying that, Lu Feng turned around and was about to leave in front of the Medicine God Valley Master.
Stop, you traitor!
The beautiful master gave the order in a cold voice. Helpless, Lu Feng had to stop. This beautiful master of his is always very stable in front of the outside world, as if nothing can cause the slightest ripple in front of her. But in front of him, the beautiful master always lost control of her emotions and went berserk. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if his beautiful master had reached menopause.
Such a bad temper. Traitor! Listen carefully. The reason I came here this time is to ask you to take care of a person of special status.
The opening of the Wuzong secret realm will attract countless sects and forces.
In this, outside the empire, a female fairy of great origin will come. Her master is acquainted with me. We are good sisters.
As the only female disciple of my good sister, this is the first time for me to go out and experience life and travel the world. My dear sister asked me to help look after her apprentice.
Okay, you will represent Yaoshan Valley this time and enter the Wuzong secret realm, where you can meet the female disciple who is your good sister. Then, you will help me take good care of that fairy girl.
The beautiful master narrated the story in detail. She came here to look for her apprentice Lu Feng, just to ask Lu Feng to help take care of her good sister's female apprentice.
Hearing this, Lu Feng's handsome sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. He didn't expect it. The female fairy who was about to come to the secret realm is actually acquainted with his beautiful master. The fairy's master is actually her own master's good sister. From this point of view, the generation relationship between herself and the fairy should be considered as senior sister and junior brother. Master, don't worry. This matter is my disciple's fault. Disciple, you must take good care of that fairy.
Lu Feng agreed, contrary to his usual behavior. This time, seeing that her disciple Lu Feng did not contradict her but agreed without saying a word, the beautiful master suddenly wondered why her disciple Lu Feng changed so quickly.
Xiao Feng, you have finally grown up. This makes me very happy.
The beautiful master smiled with satisfaction and said, by the way, Feng, the female disciple who was my good sister is older than you in terms of age and seniority. When you meet her in Wuzong's secret realm, don't forget to call her senior sister. The beautiful master gave another careful reminder. That the fairy was much older than himself in terms of age and seniority, he licked his lips excitedly.
Wonderful! That's wonderful! It's really Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, it's so wonderful!
As we all know, men generally like girls who are older.
But Lu Feng is different. He likes big ones. The bigger the better.
Although Lu Feng has not met this fairy-like female senior sister who was older than him, he has already fallen in love with her.
Master, don't worry.
This fairy sister, I will take good care of her.
Lu Feng nodded slightly and said with a faint smile.
After getting the promise from her disciple Lu Feng, the beautiful master finally felt relieved.
After all,
this is the female disciple taught directly by my good sister, and this is the first time for her to go out and gain experience in her life. Her master is worried if no one takes care of the fairy. But fortunately, now I am taken care of by the villain alchemist Lu Feng, so I can rest assured.
Master, by the way, has the Demoness Queen who rules the mountain range of 10,000 beasts also become your Taoist partner?
The beautiful master said very gossipily. His own disciple, when he went out once, captured both the white medicine fairy and the Demoness Queen. They all became Lu Feng's life partners. This is called the beautiful master, which makes me a little worried. This guy is also going to attack the fairy girl whom he asked him to take care of. However, the Lord of Medicine God Valley changed his mind. In terms of seniority, that female fairy is Lu Feng's senior sister. He, Lu Feng, should be mindful of some seniority constraints and won't do anything out of line.
Lu Feng nodded and admitted generously, yes. The Demoness Queen is now my partner. By Yaoxian, the same is true. Lu Feng is a responsible man.
Openly acknowledge any woman who was his.
There will be no hiding of anything.
The beautiful master extended her scallion-like jade finger and pointed at Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, the fairy I asked you to take care of is your senior sister in terms of seniority. You are in the Wuzong's secret realm, you must take good care of her.
Don't have any improper thoughts about her. Or, unhealthy thoughts.
The beautiful master warned Lu Feng worriedly.
Hearing this,
Lu Feng touched the tip of his nose, shrugged, spread his hands and said with a faint smile, Master.
You are too worried about me, aren't you? I am your disciple. How can you not trust me like this? How could someone like me do something like coveting my own senior sister?
The beautiful master said nothing, but looked at her disciple Lu Feng with contempt.
Your apprentice like?
As Lu Feng's beautiful master, she knows it very well.
At this time,
as the master of the beautiful master, the medicine god Valley master began to regret it in his heart and handed the fairy to his disciple Lu Feng to take care of.
Was no other suitable candidate except Lu Feng. That's enough. It's time for me to leave. I won't bother you from accompanying your wife.
The master of medicine god Valley spoke coldly and did not stay any longer.
In the blink of an eye,
she suddenly disappeared from the sight of her apprentice Lu Feng. After the beautiful master left, Lu Feng said with a strange laugh, he.
Master, don't worry.
The person you asked your disciple to take care of.
I will never let you down. Female fairy? I, the villain alchemist, am doomed to fail. The Great Wu Empire. Wuzong's secret realm.
As everyone knows, this is a secret realm created by the presence of a terrifying martial arts master. It is filled with all kinds of opportunities and fortunes. There are all kinds of natural treasures, rare treasures, and panaceas everywhere.
That's all.
There is also the power transmission and empowerment from the powerful martial arts masters, which is also preserved in the secret realm.
Nowadays,
this secret realm was opened, and the news spread throughout the Dao Empire, attracting countless young geniuses in the empire to flock there.
After all,
looking across the entire empire, no genius is willing to miss out on such a huge Wuzong secret realm. Moreover, not only the Tenjo of the Dao Empire was thinking about it, even the sects outside the empire had heard the news, so they sent their disciples to come and gain experience. Among them, there is a lack of geniuses from some large forces. All in all, this open Wuzong secret realm attracted geniuses from inside and outside the empire.
This day of Wuzong's secret realm. However, the geniuses of the entire Dao Empire were all excited.
They rode on various flying mounts and rushed to the Wuzong secret realm.
On Xuanwu Mountain,
a huge ancient stone gate, nearly thousands of feet long, was suspended in midair.
Waves of Wuzong's aura continued to float and spread from it. This is the entrance to Wuzong's secret realm. Today, it will be opened. In the vicinity of Xuanwu Mountain, geniuses from all directions gathered.
They gathered here, waiting for the secret realm to open.
The Wuzong secret realm is open, and our chance has come. I have waited for this day for a long, long time. Who is it?
I'm only willing to close it if the secret realm is opened. A martial arts master opens up a secret realm. The treasures inside will definitely disappoint me.
I'm so thirsty and I want to get in right now. Many geniuses spoke one after another.
There were many geniuses who were originally in seclusion to cultivate their skills, and upon hearing the news that the secret realm was opened, they came out of seclusion as soon as possible. The strength of these geniuses is generally at the level of great martial artists. Therefore, from this, it can be seen that the fatal temptation of this Wuzong's secret realm to them is self-evident.
And in an inconspicuous corner,
a thin young man dressed in black stood between heaven and earth.
He is Lin Xian. Remote town in the Dao Empire, the Lin family.
He is only 18 years old. His strength has reached the level of great martial master.
However, he is very ordinary and inconspicuous. However, there was a dazzling light flashing in his eyes.
His whole body exudes a faint aura of ferocity. He is the lucky guy mentioned in Xuanwen. As a man of destiny, his experience is more bumpy and tortuous than Xiao Chen's, and his road is full of thorns.
This also made Lin Xian even more ruthless. The secret realm of Wuzong is well known.
It actually attracted so many geniuses to gather here. It seems that the competition for opportunities and fortunes in this secret realm is quite intense. Lin Xian raised his resolute eyes, looked up into the void and said, "At this time." A female voice filled with strong sarcasm rang out.
"Martial sect secret realm?
Only people like you who live in such a small place would be eager to enter.
When I was alive, this kind of Wuzong secret realm would not be worthy of my eyes."
This voice came from the jade pendant on Lin Xian's chest.
"Sister Diao, how powerful were you when you were alive?" Lin Xian asked secretly with curiosity in his eyes.
This girl whom he called sister was named Sister Diao. He is Lin Xian's teacher. When it comes to cultivating the chain, Lin Xian relies heavily on Sister Diao's guidance. Therefore, the relationship between Lin Xian and Sister Diao is very close. In his heart, Lin Xian regarded this arrogant Sister Diao as his own sister.
Snort. "Sister, I am." "That's amazing."
"You, the great Wu Empire, are not even qualified to carry my shoes."
"As for my sister, how powerful am I? It's so amazing that I can't describe it in words."
Sister Diao in the jade pendant, as usual, exaggerates and brags.
"Sister Diao, you are so amazing, you must be very beautiful, right?" Lin Xian said. "Certainly. Sister, I am the most beautiful woman in the world."
Sister Diao said with great confidence.
"Then let me see it?"
Lin Xian said with interest.
Snort. "You are only looking at my name, but you are greedy for my body. You stinky little brother, you really owe me."
Sister Diao snorted coldly, and she controlled a soul force and directed it to Lin Xian's soul body. One blow, Lin Xian grimaced and cried out in pain.
"Sister, please stop. I will never dare to do that again."
Lin Xian begged for mercy.
He once secretly watched Sister Diao bathing. I have to say, Sister Diao is really big.
It is big and beautiful, and can be called the most beautiful in the world. Therefore, this made Lin Xuannian develop some special feelings for his sister Diao. However, this idea was always buried deep in his heart. Just as the brother and sister were quarreling, bursts of deafening dragon roars suddenly rang out between the world.
Roar, roar, roar. Just listen.
The dragon's roar shattered the floating clouds in the sky.
Immediately following,
eyes in the venue waiting for the secret realm to open were attracted to it at the first moment. The nine-headed ferocious dragon, spewing out extremely hot and scalding dragon breath, was pulling a luxurious chariot that looked like a palace with great effort and stability.
Behind it, the armored shadow troops followed and escorted them.
Its execution was extremely high-profile, luxurious and dazzling.
To attract attention,
this cool and stunning scene naturally attracted countless discussions from the geniuses in the venue.
"Oh my God! Who is this? Why is he so impressive? Oh my God!
9 dragons pulling a chariot, this scene is too awesome, isn't it?"
Alas, my spiritual boat is so shabby compared to this. It's a Kowloon trip. It seems that the passengers are either rich or noble. They must have a very high status and background. I didn't expect it. This Wuzong's secret realm attracted such a large creature. The eyes of the geniuses in the field were all focused on the nine-dragon immortal chariot. Such a noble and gorgeous way of traveling naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. And at this moment, the nine-dragon immortal chariot hovered in the void. The villain alchemist Lu Feng, who was riding in it, glanced through the side curtain at the huge door to the secret realm that was about to open. As a villain, Lu Feng came here for the treasures of heaven and earth and the secret realm. He is an alchemist, what he needs is these. His purpose was to come for Lin Xian's confidant, who was the man of great fortune. Then, the alchemist Lu Feng who came to this world appeared in the void with his three companions, the Demoness Queen, Pei Jianxian, and Bai Yaoxian. Lu Feng stepped into the void and appeared. The geniuses below who had seen Lu Feng recognized him at the first sight. Look! That's young Valley Master Lu Feng. This genius who had seen Lu Feng exclaimed on the spot. As that person revealed Lu Feng's identity, the other geniuses all came to their senses. It turned out that the person riding on the nine-dragon immortal chariot was Lu Feng, the young master of Medicine God Valley. Then it all made sense in an instant. Yaoshan Valley is the most ancient force in the empire. Its existence is long-lasting. There is no force older than Yaoshan Valley. Therefore, as the young master of Yaoshan Valley, Lu Feng's status and position are extremely honorable in the entire empire. Countless geniuses want to make friends with Lu Feng. Some Tianjiao even felt extremely honored to have a word from Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Lu. It is such an honor for this world that Mr. Lu has come here. It is our great fortune to be able to enter the secret realm with Mr. Lu this time. Yes, yes. It is a blessing for us to be able to travel with Mr. Lu. All the geniuses who were waiting here came to fawn on him. They all wanted to establish a good relationship with the alchemist Lu Feng. Because the news that Lu Feng was a sixth-grade alchemist had spread throughout the empire. No one would be unwilling to make friends with Lu Feng, who has a noble status, a terrifying background, and is a sixth-grade alchemist. Besides, Lu Feng is also extremely handsome and possesses full charm. He is a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. But Lin Xian, who was of destiny, was different. He saw the alchemist Lu Feng, who was so popular. Countless people took the initiative to please Lu Feng, which made him extremely jealous. His heart was filled with deep hostility towards Lu Feng. This is the protagonist of a cool novel and the villain of a cool novel. The two are naturally incompatible. As for Lu Feng, facing the active flattery of countless Tianjiao, he smiled slightly and said modestly, "You are all the Tianjiao of the empire. It is my honor to be able to accompany you." As soon as these words came out, this made countless geniuses suddenly feel that alchemist Lu Feng was too humble and gave them too much face. At the same time, some geniuses also recognized Pei Jianxian beside Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I heard that Pei Jianxian and you are a Taoist partner? Is it true? Some geniuses couldn't help but ask. After all, Pei Jianxian is the #1 female swordsman in the empire and is extremely famous. In the field, it was impossible for the graceful and unparalleled beautiful Pei Jianxian not to be recognized. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hugged the beautiful female swordsman who was holding a sword beside him, and admitted calmly, "Not bad. Pei Jianxian is your Taoist partner." After saying that, Lu Feng also showed his affection in public. He kissed Pei Jianxian on her delicate white face. This action made the cold and lonely Pei Jianxian's cheeks blush and his face turn red. It was impossible for Pei Jianxian to remain calm when being kissed on the face in front of so many people. "When you get home, you can kiss me wherever you want. There are so many people," Pei Jianxian said in a low voice with a blushing face. Her eyes were filled with sword energy and shyness. Lu Feng's kiss on the cheek in public caught her off guard. And this scene, the many geniuses below who were watching were so envious that they cried out in admiration. Oh my god. I envy Mr. Lu so much. Yes. Not only is his alchemy skill extremely strong, but he also has Pei Jianxian as his Taoist partner. This is too enviable. I didn't expect that Lu Gong could even get Pei Jianxian, the most beautiful female swordsman in the empire. That's awesome. Having a beautiful female swordsman as a Taoist partner is the dream of many men, and it has been realized by Mr. Lu. Lu Gong is so handsome, Pei Jianxian is so beautiful, they are a perfect match as a couple. The geniuses kept talking about it. In the field, the vast majority of the geniuses were envious of the alchemist Lu Feng, their eyes were red with envy. Such a beautiful Pei Jianxian, hug her in your arms and kiss her on the face. How cool is this? None of the geniuses could imagine it. Only Lu Feng himself can fully experience and enjoy it. Immediately following, Lu Feng also took the initiative to introduce the kind-hearted Bai Yaoxian and the enchanting and domineering female demon king to the other geniuses. These two is also the Taoist partner of Zodiac. Following Lu Feng's introduction, the geniuses who had originally quieted down became excited and noisy again. They never expected it. Alchemist Lu Feng not only has a beautiful female swordsman as his partner. There is actually the Empire's #1 female medicine fairy, and her partner is the Empire's #1 female demon queen. This number of partners is truly something that the geniuses in the field would envy. At the same time, many geniuses can also understand. Common for a powerful alchemist like Lu Feng to have several beautiful female companions. Therefore, this made every genius in the field envy alchemist Lu Feng. And below, in an inconspicuous corner, is Lin Xian, the man of luck. He was so envious that his eyes turned red. It's like having pink eye. Why? How could the alchemist Lu Feng, whom he disliked the first time he saw him, have so many outstanding and powerful female companions? Obviously I don't like him so much, but he lives such a good life, high and mighty, noble, with stunning beauties around him. This is Lin Xian. The more I look at him, the angrier I get. His hatred towards the villain alchemist also gradually developed. Sister Diao, what level of strength does this guy have? Lin Xuanxin asked secretly. He wanted to see what kind of strength this Taoist partner, a beautiful alchemist, had. The jade pendant, Sister Diao's voice said solemnly, Sister, I can't see through it. Try not to make enemies with this handsome alchemist with a distinguished background. Sister, I feel that he is really not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary alchemist. In the past, Sister Diao was extremely arrogant and never submitted to anyone, but at this moment, she felt sullen towards the alchemist Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly felt rebellious. An alchemist is nothing more than someone who is good at refining medicine. What is there to be afraid of? I have risen from humble beginnings. What kind of powerful enemy have I not defeated? Lu Feng, sooner or later, one day. I, Lin Xian, will definitely be superior to you. I'll step on you. Lin Xian raised his resolute eyes and looked up into the void, at the high, honorable, and sought-after alchemist Lu Feng. He hated and was most disgusted by these geniuses who were born into noble families, had handsome looks, and were surrounded by beautiful female companions. Especially, alchemist Lu Feng is like this. He was jealous and resentful. When the son of luck Lin Xian looked up at the alchemist Lu Feng immediately noticed Lin Xian's gaze. Lu Feng was high above, like a nine-headed god, with his eyes slightly lowered, looking down at Lin Xian with contempt. He. The new son of destiny is as insignificant as a worm. Lu Feng secretly said with disdain. He saw through Lin Xian's strength with just one glance. Half a step to the realm of great martial artist. Just half a step into the realm of great martial artist. Even a style great martial artist. Therefore, in the eyes of Lu Feng, a fifth-level alchemist in the martial emperor realm, Lin Xian is no different from a bug. Immediately, Lu Feng calmly used the system again, opened all the information about Lin Xian, the son of luck, and conducted a comprehensive and detailed review. Name, Lin Xian. Personal age, 18 years old. Realm of cultivation, half-step great martial master realm. Attributes and fate, deep blood feud, bitter hatred, the son of the school's destiny. Personal experience: I was originally a member of the Lin family in a remote town in the Empire. Later, by chance, I picked up a mysterious jade pendant and worshipped Sister Dio and the jade pendant as my teacher. From then on, I embarked on a journey of fighting monsters and leveling up, killing enemies, the path of revenge. Current teacher, Sister Diao, background is quite mysterious. Current opportunity: entering the Wuzong secret realm. By coincidence, a special relationship occurred with a female fairy with a powerful identity and background. After reading it, especially, this great opportunity for Lin Xian, the son of luck. Lu Feng licked his lips hungrily and greedily. He. Lin Xian, this great opportunity for you to have a wife is mine. Lu Feng said to himself with a sly grin in his heart. As a typical book-traveling school, alchemist Lu Feng knew very well how much benefit this great opportunity of Lin Xian had brought him. In the original story, Lin Xian and her confidant met each other in a secret realm, and since then, Lin Xian has received help from her confidant in all aspects. Lin Xian also relied on this to rise rapidly. However, the confidant who originally belonged to Lin Xian has now been coveted by the alchemist Lu Feng of the faction. Lin Xian's fairy confidant is Lu Feng's. At the same time, stunning female fairy with slender jade feet exposed to the air stepped on the void and appeared in this place. When she arrives, Lu Feng, the minesweeper master, glanced over. Just see. Her breasts are white, big and eye-catching. Its size is not inferior to that of the three women around Lu Feng, Pei Jianxian, Bai Yaoxian, and the Demoness Queen. He is on par with these three girls. She has a tall and well-proportioned figure, and a plump and mature figure. A pair of flawless white legs in a dress are so beautiful that they are breathtaking. Moreover, her long legs were covered with icy silk. This is simply hard to look away. In particular, her pair of slender feet, spotless, pink and tender, are very lovable. Her stunning face was intentionally covered by a thin veil. Although covered by a veil, it was still not difficult to see her stunning beauty. She is the fairy Qingzhu. This time, after training, he came to the Wuzong secret realm. The fairy my chief master asked me to take care of is really good at thunder. Lu Feng preached secretly in his heart. The stunning female fairy who appeared was the one that the beautiful master had asked her to take care of. At the same time, she is also the confidant of Lin Xian, the son of destiny in the original story. But now she is not. She belongs to Lu Feng. With the arrival of fairy Qingzhu, the attention of many proud people was also attracted by her. This fairy is so beautiful. She must be extraordinary. What a beautiful fairy. I never thought I would be able to see her in my lifetime. We are so lucky to see this today. I have to say, this fairy and Mr. Lu are quite a good match. Proud people who were waiting for the secret realm to open were discussing in low voices one after another. It is impossible for such a beautiful fairy to come here without causing discussion. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a beautiful fairy. Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground, said with a dazed look. This fairy of Qingzhu is so beautiful. As for Lu Feng, his eyes never left fairy Qingzhu for a moment. Excuse me, is this fairy Qingzhu? Lu Feng stepped forward and said with a faint smile as if trying to strike up a conversation. Yes. Fairy Qingzhu responded through her veil. I am the young master of Medicine God Valley, Lu Feng. My master has told me to take care of fairy Qingzhu. After all, fairy Qingzhu has just arrived, and it is inappropriate to not take care of her. Lu Feng preached with an elegant smile. Hearing this, fairy Qingzhu instantly took a liking to Lu Feng in front of her. Before she came to the Dot Empire, her master once said that there would be an unparalleled handsome young alchemist who would serve as her guide. Take care of her in every way. It turned out to be Lu Feng in front of him. At the same time, Lu Feng also possessed the full-level charm and the sweet-talking attribute. Just by meeting each other, fairy Qingzhu, who always kept people at a distance, had a great affection for Lu Feng. So it's junior brother Lu. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Lu. Fairy Qingzhu thanked her softly. She is much older than Lu Feng.
Therefore, it was not an exaggeration for her to call Lu Feng junior brother.
You're too polite, Fairy Qingzhu. Lu Feng smiled faintly. The two people who met for the first time started chatting and laughing together. This makes many proud people envious.
It's great to be able to have a relaxed conversation with such a beautiful fairy.
Lin Xian hated Lu Feng even more. Why? Are always stunning beauties around Lu Feng? Snort! Isn't it just a pharmacist? What's so great about that?
Lin Xian preached with an angry look on his face. As for Pei Jianxian, Bai Yaoxian, and the Demoness Queen, they couldn't help but look at each other.
My own Taoist partner is the most affectionate one in the Dao Empire.
He flirts with me wherever he goes. Just as Lu Feng and Fairy Qingzhu were talking, the Wuzong secret realm that was to be opened today was finally opened. The huge stone door that had been tightly closed began to open slowly.
Boom!
There was a loud rumbling sound from the stone gate. Under the gaze of countless eyes, it gradually opened.
Final. The entrance to Wuzong's secret realm is finally opened. Waves of powerful martial arts masters' auras were emanating from within. For a while, gathered here swallowed their saliva excitedly. The secret realm they had been waiting for could finally be entered. But Lu Feng did not lead the way, and no one was arrogant enough to dare to lead the way. Fairy Qingzhu, please come in.
Lu Feng said to Fairy Qingzhu, who was standing beside him. The secret realm with his three beautiful Taoist companions.
Fairy Qingzhu nodded slightly, and followed Lu Feng into the secret realm. Only after seeing Lu Feng enter did the other arrogant people dare to rush into the secret realm. For a while,
the proud men who flew to the secret realm were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and covering the ground.
Wuzong's secret realm, I, Lin Xian, am here.
Lin Xian finished speaking. He was ready to enter the secret realm.
At this time,
Lu Feng's hand stretched out long and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian, blocking Lin Xian's way and asking him to stop where he was, unable to go into the open Wuzong secret realm. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save it in time bookshelf and reading record. Screenshot is recommended for saving. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you.
Please make way, senior. We are still going to the secret realm.
Lin Xian, who was stopped, said with a very happy look on his face.
How could he have a good face when his way was blocked by the figure in front of him with an aura as deep as the sea? Yes.
Fearing the powerful figure in front of him, Lin Xian had already taken action.
The master of the house has delivered his mission. You can take even half a step into the secret realm.
The guard Zhang Long preached in a loud voice.
Who is your master? I didn't provoke him. Why did he let you in? Lin Xian asked angrily. You are not qualified to know who the owner of the family is. All in all, anyone can enter the Wuzong secret realm, except you, Lin Xian. A stern voice.
Lu Feng, the villain alchemist, knows very well that this great opportunity in the Wuzong secret realm belongs to Lin Xian, the son of destiny.
Anyone can enter except him. Anyway, this opportunity of his was created, and the villain alchemist Lu Feng was bound to intercept it. The method of intercepting Lin Xian was also very simple and crude. Just let him in. His son of destiny, Lin Xian, has entered the secret realm. The Fairy Qingzhu, who should have had a special relationship with him, should have had a special relationship with the villain alchemist Lu Feng. What? Anyone can go in, except Lin Xian? Your master is such a bully. Lin Xian was furious and said angrily. He prepared to wait for a very long time for the Wuzong secret realm to open. But now, someone says let him in, then let him in. This is Lin Xian, he is so angry. Sister Diao, can you help me break his blockade? The angry Lin Xian placed his hopes on Sister Diao. In his heart, his sister Diao has supernatural powers and can do anything. There was almost nothing that her sister Diao could not solve. If it was my sister S Prime, there would be no problem. But now, sister can't break his blockade. This man is so terrifying. Try not to provoke easily. The jade pendant.
Sister Diao's fearful voice was heard.
She felt that the person who was blocking Lin Xian was very terrifying. Ah! I'm so angry.
Lin Xian was so angry that he broke down on the spot and stomped his feet in anger.
That's all.
The Xuanwen novel was trapped outside and unable to step into the secret realm at all. The opportunity that belongs to him will also be missed by him.
At the same time, Wuzong's secret realm. Land specially opened up by a powerful martial artist.
Among them, there are all kinds of rare treasures and local treasures.
And Bai Yaoxian went to look for all kinds of medicinal herbs in the secret realm. The Demoness Queen went to look for the demon pills of the demon clan in the secret realm to use for refining.
The beautiful Pei Jianxian took her female disciple Yin Ling with her to look for any powerful sword techniques.
So, the only person accompanying Lu Feng was Fairy Qingzhu. On the way into the secret realm, Fairy Qingzhu doesn't even care about ordinary treasures.
The reason she went out to gain experience this time was to inherit a piece of the powerful martial arts sect. Fairy Qingzhu, who inherited that legacy, could be promoted from the 9th level of the Martial King realm to the Martial Emperor realm.
That inheritance is what she really needs. She didn't need the rest of the treasures. As a fairy, she lacks nothing. Fairy Qingzhu, you are here for the inheritance of the Wuzong secret realm, right? Lu Feng, who was accompanying Fairy Qingzhu, asked with a faint smile.
As a villain alchemist, he is very clear about this.
Hearing this,
the usually calm and peaceful Qingzhu fairy, with her beautiful face behind the veil, suddenly showed a ripple. Except for her beautiful master, no one else knew the purpose of her coming here.
Therefore,
when Fairy Qingzhu heard Lu Feng say that he came for the inheritance, she was surprised in her cold eyes.
Junior brother Lu, how did you know that? Could it be that the master of the family told you about?
Fairy Qingzhu asked Lu Feng, who was younger than her, in a pleasant and moving voice. In her opinion, it must be her master who told her.
Lu Feng held the fan in one hand, shook it slightly, smiled and shook his head to deny. No one told me. All of this is my own guess. After all,
Fairy Qingzhu, you are of noble status and position, so you must be in need of treasures.
Fairy Qingzhu came to the secret place, and ordinary treasures must have caught the fairy's eye.
Only that inheritance can catch the eye of the fairy. After hearing this, Fairy Qingzhu looked at the young alchemist beside her with a pair of incomparably beautiful eyes.
She found out.
The Lu Feng in front of him had profound attainments in alchemy alone.
His vision is quite sharp. Sure enough, nothing escaped his eyes. Junior brother Lu is right. This fairy, indeed, came here for that inheritance.
Fairy Qingzhu admitted it openly. She has stayed in the Martial King realm for a long time. I have never found a suitable opportunity for a breakthrough. And now, the secret realm contains an opportunity to break through the inheritance.
As long as he inherits, he will be promoted to Emperor Wu.
That inheritance is in the main hall of the secret realm.
Fairy Qingzhu, come with me. Lu Feng acted as a guide and started talking.
As the villain Lu Feng, who was an 8th grade alchemist, his soul perception is terrifying and powerful. Looking at the entire secret realm, nothing can escape Lu Feng's perception.
It's no exaggeration to say.
The moment Lu Feng, an 8th grade alchemist, entered the secret realm, it was as if his eyes had been opened. Everything is within his surveillance and perception range.
The inheritance in the main hall of the secret realm.
Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Lu. Fairy Qingzhu spoke in a voice full of gratitude. Immediately developed a liking for this junior brother Lu, who was younger than her. When Fairy Qingzhu saw Lu Feng for the first time, she was immediately attracted by his handsome appearance. Now, because of his help and guidance, she has a good impression of him.
You can say that.
Fairy Qingzhu has never had the slightest affection for any member of the opposite S**X since she was a child. Only the alchemist Lu Feng made her have a strong favorable impression.
The fairy is too polite. Your master and my master know each other. It is reasonable for me to lead the way and take care of you,
Lu Feng said with a gentle and elegant smile. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qingzhu suddenly felt that this alchemist Lu Feng, who was much younger than herself, was so kind to her. Along the way, he was gentle, elegant, and casual, with the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Under his guidance, Fairy Qingzhu finally arrived at the main hall of the secret realm.
Inside the main hall,
a spiritual pill emitting vast and surging spiritual energy was suspended in the main hall.
The elixir is the inheritance of opportunity left by the owner of the secret realm. As long as you seize the refining skill, it will be no problem for you to break through. This moment, in Fairy Qingzhu's beautiful eyes that she couldn't hold back,
the villain alchemist Lu Feng sensed a trace of the remaining soul of the master of the secret realm still in the main hall. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a faint smile.
This good show is about to begin. Inside the palace,
this spirit, which contained the inheritance of chance and destiny, floated into the air.
Waves of strange and vast aura continuously flow out from it, symbolizing its extraordinariness. Fairy Qingzhu, this should be because you came to the secret realm as a monk, specifically looking for the spiritual inheritance, right?
Lu Feng held the fan in one hand, shook it slightly, and asked. The veil concealed the beautiful face of Fairy Qingzhu, and she nodded her white head slightly.
She's coming here. Their purpose is to come here for the spiritual inheritance. At the moment, this spiritual inheritance was suspended before her eyes. How could she not be moved? Not happy about it? That fairy, quickly subdue and refine her. I am here to protect you, Lu Feng reminded. After all,
my beautiful master has specifically told me to help take care of the fairy. Hearing this, Fairy Qingzhu looked at Lu Feng with deep gratitude in her beautiful eyes.
Thank you, junior brother Lu, for your care along the way, Fairy Qingzhu said. The way into Wuzone's secret realm, alchemist Lu Feng took care of and helped him a lot. This is called Fairy Qingzhu. She sincerely feels that Lu Feng is a gentleman and a good man. You're welcome, Fairy. You and your master know each other. We are all acquaintances, please help me. Isn't it reasonable?
Lu Feng said with a smile and said, Fairy, hurry up.
To prevent any delays. Hearing Lu Feng's reminder, Fairy Qingzhu nodded slightly in agreement. It's time to subdue the spirit and refine it.
If you continue to hesitate, this great opportunity may lead to some unexpected changes.
Then I'll have to trouble junior brother Lu to protect you. Before taking action,
Fairy Qingzhu cast a thank you look towards Lu Feng, who was standing beside the main hall. Then, the beautiful fairy her took decisive action.
Just see.
With Lu Feng witnessing the entire process, Fairy Qingzhu's peak martial king level cultivation burst out without reservation. Then Fairy Qingzhu suppressed the spirit with a mighty method that could suppress the heaven and earth.
In an instant.
Buzz buzz buzz. This one contained a great inherited spirit, and at first it was buzzing violently, resisting and struggling. But unfortunately, Fairy Qingzhu's methods were too strong and her actions were too swift. This caused the spirit to be suppressed and subdued in the palm of the fairy before it had time to struggle and resist.
Success! The fairy is indeed very clever.
Aside, spoke at the right time. Fairy Qingzhu looked at the spiritual inheritance in her hand. At first, she thought that she would have to spend a lot of money to subdue and suppress it.
But she didn't expect it. The whole process was surprisingly smooth and easy.
This was completely beyond Fairy Qingzhu's expectations.
Fairy, just concentrate on refining. I am here to protect you, Lu Feng said. Hearing this,
Fairy Qingzhu felt relieved and sat cross-legged on a clean cushion in the main hall, refining the spiritual inheritance that had just been subdued.
For a while,
a stunning beauty hidden by a veil stayed where she was, refining her mind in peace. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling wickedly. As a typical villain alchemist, he knew very well that it was the turn of the main hall master to perform next.
The main hall is in the palace. A soul began to gather rapidly.
In an instant, the graceful figure of a young and beautiful woman appeared in the empty main hall. She is beautiful, mature and plump, a completely attractive and beautiful woman. She is the owner of this main hall. Now she is nothing more than a shadow of a soul. He. What a beautiful girl and a handsome boy. The two of you are very suitable for each other to have a relationship. You are a perfect match. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled as she spoke. As the beautiful woman appeared, Fairy Qingzhu, who was refining spirits, also opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the beautiful woman who had just appeared. She clearly noticed that the fluctuations in the beautiful woman's aura were quite similar to the fluctuations in her own aura when she was refining her spirit. It seems that she is the master of spiritual inheritance, the hostess of this main hall. As for why she suddenly appeared and said some strange things, Fairy Qingzhu was very puzzled. There was a lot of doubt on her face hidden under the thin veil. "Senior, what do you mean?" Fairy Qingzhu said. The beautiful woman giggled and said, "Little girl, you will know what I mean later." After saying that, the beautiful woman looked at the tall and handsome alchemist Lu Feng, and said to him with a sly smile, "You little boy, you are lucky this time. When I was alive, I loved helping people to achieve their goals and bringing young men and women together. So they fell in love and lived together for a long time. You and that beautiful woman are a perfect match. I will give you two a chance to have a long-lasting love." He. At last. This plump, mature and beautiful woman was giggling. When she was alive, she was not a person of experience. Who would bring young men and women together for such a reason? This shows that this beautiful woman was not only rude when she was alive, but she was still rude even after her death for so many years. Are not virtuous or truly virtuous both before and after their death? See this situation. Lu Feng was secretly delighted. He has been waiting for this moment. As a villain, he was particularly clear about the way this unusually beautiful woman acted, and she just liked to do it for fun. However, even though he was secretly delighted, Lu Feng still pretended to be serious and loudly stopped him, saying, "Senior, you must not mess around. Listen to this." Plump and beautiful woman covered her mouth with her hands and said with a wicked smile, "You kid, you won't let me mess around? Isn't this palace messy anymore? I like to bring young men and women like you together to do bad things. No one has ever been able to stop me from doing this. My lord, it's time to mess around." He. The beautiful woman's evil giggles echoed in every corner of the hall. Qingzhu, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, with her face covered by a veil, looks quite angry. She never thought about it. How could there be such an impolite woman in the world? The beautiful woman smiled at Fairy Qingzhu and said, "Little girl, if you want to refine my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. It's a pity that you don't have a Taoist partner yet. Since you are a perfect virgin, I will be so kind as to give you a handsome Taoist partner." Between smirks. Soon the beautiful woman started to attack Fairy Qingzhu. "You are such a shameless woman." When Fairy Qingzhu stood up, her beautiful, cold eyes looked directly at the frivolous beautiful woman. He. Little girl, you think the Empress has no shame? With the help of the palace later, you will know how happy your boy is. The frivolous beautiful woman said with a sly giggle. And then the beautiful woman's slender jade fingers, as white as mutton fat jade, flicked lightly at Fairy Qingzhu. Whoosh! A ray of light emitting turbid black and white energy suddenly hit the delicate body of Fairy Qingzhu. Throughout the process, the frivolous beautiful woman attacked too quickly, and Fairy Qingzhu, whose face was filled with coldness, had no time to react at all and was hit on the spot. As for Fairy Qingzhu, her beautiful face hidden under the veil turned red on the spot. She clearly felt it, an unprecedented feeling arising spontaneously. This caused her, who used to be pure and simple, to have a drastic change in her temperament. He. Boy, the palace has given you such a great opportunity. You are in for a treat. When the frivolous beautiful woman saw that Fairy Qingzhu had fallen into the trap, she looked at Lu Feng with a wicked giggle and spoke to him in a laughable manner. Alas! My dear senior,
how could you do such an indecent thing? Lu Feng said with a look of blame on his face. Actually, Lu Feng, the villain alchemist, was delighted. He had snatched from Lin Xian, the son of luck, to be his confidant was this one in front of him. To this end. As a villain, he has been waiting a lot. Now he has finally waited for it. He. Boy, wait till you have a good time. You will be grateful for the help of the palace. The frivolous beautiful woman was smiling wickedly, her full and mature breasts shaking all over. When Lu Feng heard this, he looked at Fairy Qingzhu who rushed towards him. He sighed slightly and said with a look of pain, "Senior, you really made me suffer." Lu Feng actually thought, Senior is such a good person. He. At the same time, outside the Wuzong secret realm,
Lin Xian, the son of destiny who was deliberately blocked outside, saw the stone gate of the secret realm open. The entrance was right in front of him, but he could not enter the secret realm to explore opportunities, fortune, and treasures of heaven and earth. He was so angry that his hair stood on end and his eyes turned red. Ah! Why can't you let me enter the secret realm? Why? This is too much of a bully. Lin Xian was so angry that his emotions were out of control and he shouted loudly. He wanted to fight to the death with Lu Feng's men. But he discovered. I am completely an ant. Even Lu Feng's men couldn't get close. Not to mention, Liu Feng's men fought desperately. Shaolin, don't be angry. You can't enter the secret realm this time. Maybe it's God's will. There may be some great danger inside the secret realm. That's why God has specially arranged for you not to be able to enter. In the jade pendant on the chest, the beautiful sister Diao, who was hiding among them, couldn't help but speak out to comfort her younger brother Lin Xian. Her sister Diao is not only Lin Xian's teacher, but also Lin Xian's godsister. Lin Xian recognized her as his elder sister, and she recognized Lin Xian as her younger brother. The relationship between the two is not only that of master and apprentice, but also that of sister and brother. Hearing this, Lin Xian had no choice but to believe it helplessly. It has come to this. Lin Xian could only use this method of mental deception to make his angry heart feel a little better. Just at this moment, Lin Xian noticed a breeze blowing over. This breeze carried green leaves, all of which fell on the top of his head. Damn it! Even this green leaf dares to bully me and fall on my head. Lin Xian said angrily. He casually brushed away the green leaves that fell above his head. At the same time, Lin Xian doesn't know why? From the bottom of my heart, I felt a strong sense of irritability and discomfort. It's like, I suddenly lost something extremely important. If a great opportunity that belonged to him had been snatched away by someone else. Very strange. For a while, Lin Xian's mood inexplicably became depressed and dejected. His luck and destiny also disappeared greatly. Inside the secret realm, the vast majority of the geniuses entered the secret realm for magic manuals, miraculous medicines, magical weapons, opportunities, and good fortune. Alchemist Lu Feng, he is completely different. He came here for the absolutely beautiful fairy. Now, passed inside the secret realm. Spacious and grand palace. After it's done, Lu Feng licked his lips with satisfaction. He looked full of energy, spirit, and refreshed. She is indeed a fairy. It's really cool. Fairy Qingzhu standing nearby suddenly released a powerful suction force from her slender and tender jade hands. She took the veil that Lu Feng had taken off and thrown on the ground into her hands, then put it on with graceful movements, continuing to cover her own stunning face as always. Lu Feng glanced roughly inside the hall. He discovered that the beautiful and indecent woman in the hall had disappeared. It's good to be gone. So that she wouldn't peek at the fairy Qingzhu. Immediately following, Lu Feng conducted a detailed and comprehensive data check on the fairy Qingzhu in front of him. Name, Fairy Qingzhu. Age, 520. Realm cultivation, Martial King Realm Peak 9th level. Identity background, a saintess from a large sect. Companion status, no companion has been found yet. Physical condition, the pure and innocent body was taken away by Lu Feng. Attributes and fate, a rich and beautiful woman with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Purpose of this trip, first time to go out for training, to find a breakthrough opportunity, to train myself.
After reading it, Lu Feng's deep eyes suddenly lit up. Just right.
The Qingju fairy in front of him, who he had communicated with before, was not accompanied by a Taoist partner.
From now on, we will become Taoist partners. And Fairy Qingju was much older than herself by 5 years.
Lu Feng really had no resistance to a woman like Fairy Qingju who had big breasts and was older.
He likes older women. The bigger the better. Women are like fine wine, they become more fragrant with age. This is the life creed of the villain alchemist Lu Feng. Cough, cough, cough.
The villain alchemist Lu Feng, who had made plans, coughed lightly a few times, and his actions broke the silence in the hall.
The silence kept by Fairy Qingju. Fairy Qingju, you should be okay now, right? Lu Feng took the initiative to ask. It's all right. Thank you for your help.
If it weren't for you, I would have been poisoned by that indecent woman.
I really don't know what to do.
Fairy Qingju raised her beautiful eyes and sincerely thanked Lu Fengyan. She hated that dishonest woman who made her lose herself. Also grateful to Lu Feng for helping him detoxify quickly. Lu Feng is not only handsome, but also has full charm and sweet words. He is also an alchemist of noble status. It is hard for Fairy Qingju not to love such a man. Fairy Qingju looked around with her delicate eyes. She found out. That serious and beautiful woman has disappeared. Look for any trace of her. This is why Fairy Qingju, who originally wanted to seek revenge on the beautiful woman, had to give up now. Lu Feng took a step forward and came to Fairy Qingju. He asked, Fairy Qingju, I want to become your Taoist partner. For your chain repair road, the other half. I'll take responsibility for you. He was not the man who would pull out his hair and run, but full of responsibility. Listen to this. Fairy Qingju took a few steps back. Her beautiful face, hidden by the veil, flashed with surprise. She observed the bone age of the alchemist Lu Feng and found that he was only over 10 years old. In terms of age, he is 500 years younger than me. She was older than him, and yet she became a Taoist partner with Lu Feng. It was obvious that she had taken a huge advantage. Isn't this too much? You're only 20 years old. Still so young and immature. Fairy Qingju spoke hesitantly and worriedly. But who would have thought? Lu Feng stepped forward and sincerely held Fairy Qingju's hand, and said in a voice full of masculine charm, Your ambition is growing with age. It's useless to live 100 years without ambition. Although I am young, I have a sincere heart to become a Taoist partner with Fairy Qingju. I am not a heartless person. This unexpected incident caused me to take away Fairy Qingju's perfect body. If I am unable to take responsibility for the fairy, I will feel guilty. As for Fairy Qingju, her beautiful face caused a stir. She didn't think about it. Alchemist Lu Feng is such a responsible man. So, Fairy Qingju came up with the idea of marrying Lu Feng and becoming his Taoist partner. After all, mysterious world, there are wealth, law, and companions. The Taoist companion is an indispensable part of the journey. Especially, Lu Feng is a handsome, elegant, and charming noble alchemist. Almost no one would refuse such a Taoist partner. Fairy Qingju would also refuse. Next, Fairy Qingju and alchemist Lu Feng performed a ceremony to establish their Taoist partnership. From now on, Fairy Qingju, who is 500 years older than Lu Feng, becomes Lu Feng's new Taoist partner. My dear husband, I have already obtained the inherited elixir for this training trip. At the moment, it's time for me to go back too. Fairy Qingju then spoke. This time, she went out for training in order to inherit the elixir. Now that the goal has been achieved, as the sex saint, it's time for her to go back.
If love lasts forever, it doesn't matter if you're together day and night. Go, my lady,
Lu Feng said bluntly. He knew very well that the identity behind his Taoist partner was very simple. She achieved her goal of going out for experience. She could stay in the outside world for too long.
Now, she is going back. Lu Feng would naturally not add any more obstacles.
Fairy Qingju was quite touched to see that Lu Feng understood her so well. After she said a simple farewell to her Taoist partner Lu Feng, she opened the space channel, entered it, and disappeared from the secret realm. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lu Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said, "From now on,
you are the confidant of the lucky man, and you belong to me." He. A pharmacist of the school in Shuangwen novels, he wants to snatch away all the confidants of the lucky men. The older your partner is, the more rewards you will receive. By then, there will be 3,000 girls older than me, and I will be among the immortals. A little lucky guy used to fight against himself? Then,
Lu Feng called out to the system in his heart.
Tonzi, where is my system reward? Hurry up and distribute it. Lu Feng said. Ding dong.
Detect that the host is 500 years older than Fairy Qingju, and become his Taoist partner.
The system is starting to issue. Reward the host with 500 years of experience in alchemy.
Reward the host to advance to the 7th level of Martial Emperor Realm. Reward the host with a pair of double pupils. Reward the host with a domain, and time will stop. Reward the host with 500 volumes of high-level skills. Reward the host with 500 high-level weapons.
In an instant,
the rewards from this system are being distributed crazily. After 500 years of improving his alchemy experience, Lu Feng discovered that he was still at the level of an 8th-grade alchemist.
Sure enough,
it is not easy to be promoted to a 9th-grade alchemist, Lu Feng said secretly in his heart. And his martial arts realm was promoted by 2 levels, from the 5th level of Martial Emperor to the 7th level of Martial Emperor. As long as one's realm is cultivated, the higher one goes, the faster one will be promoted in breakthrough, and the easier or more difficult it will be.
Many martial emperors are unable to improve their cultivation by even 1 level in their entire lives. This is a joke, but it's the cruel fact.
At the same time, the older Lu Feng's Taoist partner is, the faster the improvement will be.
Fairy Qingju is 500 years older than Lu Feng. Therefore, Lu Feng's improvement speed is average. Lu Feng's improvement speed depends on the age of his Taoist partner.
Then there is the special physique, first of all, double pupils. With Lu Feng's melting eyes, he can instantly see through the origins of all things in the world. No matter what lies, they can't hide the slightest from him.
And Lu Feng's eyes can also emit deadly beams of light to attack, commonly known as laser eyes. The talent field rewarded by the system, time is paused. Lu Feng gave a wicked smile to this. Those who understand will understand.
Once this field is activated, everything within it will be suspended in its original state.
I must say more about this area. Fun. Lu Feng smiled and said secretly. The subsequent high-level weapons and high-level skills were also stored in the system backpack with a thought. Is the item in Lu Feng's backpack?
Any one of them, if placed in the outside world, will attract countless strong people to fight to the death for.
Rewards have been collected.
Host, please make friends with a Taoist partner who is older than you. The older your companion is, the richer the rewards will be.
The system reminded. Faced with the reminder, Lu Feng agreed.
Instead, he turned his gaze to a dark corner of the empty hall and said to him, "Senior, you have been watching secretly for so long, are you still planning to come out?
Do you still plan to continue watching?"
Lu Feng, an 8th-grade alchemist, has terrifying soul perception abilities. In the entire secret realm, there was almost nothing that he could sense. Even a falling needle thousands of miles away could not escape his super soul perception.
Not to mention
this serious and beautiful woman who has been hiding in the dark.
With her crude concealment and breathing method, could she hope to escape from the alchemist Lu Feng, who had super strong soul perception? That is absolutely possible.
As we all know, alchemists possess powerful and terrifying soul power. In terms of perception ability, it is super strong and unmatched.
He. The alchemist is indeed an alchemist.
In terms of soul power perception, it is indeed extremely strong.
I've really learned a lesson from you. Inside the palace,
the frivolous and smiling beautiful woman came out from her hiding place and said with a smile when she saw Lu Feng discovered her whereabouts.
Although she is a remnant soul,
she did not disappear from the world, but continued to exist as a residual soul. She was not serious, and had brought King Hukshan and Lu Feng together for communication. Then she hid in the dark and watched the whole process intently.
She is not just an ordinary indecent person. You are so naughty.
Whether after death or during life, it is not proper. When Lu Feng saw the frivolous beautiful woman appear before him, a hint of interest flashed across his handsome face.
These days, there are not many people as dishonest as the beautiful woman in front of you. This is the first time I meet Lu Feng, the alchemist of the faction.
Senior, you have been hiding in the dark and watching for so long.
Is it interesting?
Lu Feng shook the folding fan in his hand slightly, a hint of curiosity appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he asked with a faint smile.
Nice. Of course it looks good.
The frivolous beautiful woman answered while looking at Lu Feng's body with her beautiful eyes full of smiles. She covered her mouth and laughed happily, saying, I really didn't expect this.
You be ****.
Not only is he handsome, he is also extremely beautiful.
You re so good, you even have a bell.
He. The beautiful woman smiled endlessly. Stared at Lu Feng with a smile in her beautiful eyes.
Long before,
the frivolous beautiful woman brought Lu Feng and Cheng Zhuxian together, and she saw the whole process. Therefore, Lu Feng, the alchemist of the Su sect who possessed a unique weapon, was also witnessed by her with her own eyes.
It seems that Senior has a special voyeurism habit, Lu Feng said.
Hearing this, the frivolous beautiful woman did not deny it. Instead, she looked at Lu Feng with a sly smile and said, You are quite good at judging people.
This palace is indeed such a person.
Seeing the beautiful woman admitted generously, Lu Feng held his forehead helplessly. This beautiful woman is not only plump and beautiful with attractive breasts, but also quite thick-skinned. Such an indecent and shameless beautiful woman is so rare.
And then, Lu Feng didn't want to pay any more attention to anything.
He was about to step out of this secret palace. Mature and beautiful woman whose soul was suspended in the hall was about to leave when she saw Lu Feng. Her smiling and beautiful face suddenly became anxious.
She couldn't just let Lu Feng leave. Just see.
The frivolous beautiful woman immediately appeared in front of Lu Feng and blocked his way.
Don't leave in such a hurry. Is it because I'm not pretty enough?
In terms of appearance and mature charm, I am much more attractive than that little girl. The beautiful woman stopped Lu Feng's way with a smile and said,
Lu Feng is an alchemist.
She would not let a pharmacist go easily.
Senior is indeed very beautiful. It's tempting enough indeed.
Yi Feng looked up and down at the beautiful woman in front of him and commented. This beautiful woman, although a little bit improper.
Only a remnant soul is left.
It is still not difficult to see that she was an unparalleled beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people during her lifetime.
She has a mature charm and attractive face. And the fruitful results are about to emerge. It is really eye-catching. Talking about attraction, temptation, mature female charm and so on. King Hukshan is no match for the frivolous beautiful woman.
However, King Hukshan is far superior to the beautiful woman in terms of exquisite appearance and cold temperament.
Comparing the two women, each has its own merits and characteristics. Since I am beautiful enough,
then don't leave in such a hurry.
Stay in the palace and chat with me. This secret realm was finally opened once. During this period, I was extremely bored and didn't meet a single living person.
I'm so depressed that I'm almost dumb. The frivolous beautiful woman spoke in a long-winded manner. Seeing this, Lu Feng said with a disdainful smile, "Senior, please stop hiding it. You stayed here only to ask for favors. Why hide here?" As a pharmacist of the faction, how could he not see the purpose of the beautiful and frivolous woman staying with him? It's not just a simple chat at all. Is with purpose. Hearing this, the frivolous beautiful woman, with her beautiful eyes, couldn't help but look at Lu Feng with admiration. This guy. Not only is he good at using tools, he is also very meticulous. None of my thoughts could escape his eyes. He. You, it's not easy indeed. Nothing can be hidden from you. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing someone. The beautiful woman giggled and said. Immediately following. The beautiful woman did not hide it and said frankly, "In fact, I am now in a residual soul state. I'm afraid it won't be long before it disappears between heaven and earth. I don't want to die just like that. I will continue to live. As an extremely noble alchemist, you must have many elixirs and various magical medicines for cultivating the soul body. I would like to ask you for help. Help me nourish my remaining soul." This is the beautiful woman's request. She deliberately kept Lu Feng with this idea in mind. After all, her residual soul has existed long enough. If it is not nourished and strengthened, it will disappear in a few years. When Lu Feng found out, he was not at all moved. To this, he had guessed it long ago. A soul that has lived for a long time keeps itself alive, and its purpose is obvious. I do have a lot of high-level magical medicines to help you, Senior. But, Senior, you also know that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want me to help you, you must show some sincerity. Lu Feng preached slowly. As a pharmacist of the school, he would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Do you want to help others for no reason? That's impossible. You are so good. Have you ever forgotten the kindness I showed you by bringing you and the girl together? The frivolous beautiful woman said these cold words. She didn't expect it. I have brought Lu Feng and Cheng Juxian together, which makes Lu Feng very happy. As a result, he still had to show his sincerity. This really pissed off the beautiful and indecent woman. She was so angry. Senior, your behavior is obviously just your bad taste, right? Your favorite thing in life is to bring men and women together. Lu Feng glanced at the beautiful woman and continued, Senior, you don't want your soul to disappear, do you? Then show your sincerity. I beg all godfathers to give me rewards and support for love. Brother Xiao really needs the encouragement and support of his godfathers. Dear godfathers, please. Damn you. The frivolous beautiful woman bit her silvery white teeth and spoke. Now she is just a remnant soul. Can you bring to the villain alchemist? If he were still alive, he might be able to meet the requirements of alchemist Lu Feng and bring him some sincerity. But now, I am so poor that only my soul is left. As well as some rare treasures in the secret realm. Or, you can take all the treasures in the secret realm. This is all that is left of the palace. There was a hint of worry on the beautiful woman's delicate and pretty face. Hearing this, Lu Feng sneered and said, Senior, have you forgotten? Sir, you are a pharmacist. The most lucrative profession in the world. Those things of yours are nothing but wasteland in front of you. For a while, the frivolous beautiful woman was completely worried. What now? What should I do? How should I let the alchemist Lu Feng help me? Lu Feng, with a wicked smile on his face, said, Senior, although you are only left with a remnant soul. But your remaining soul can still show sincerity. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's delicate face showed a hint of confusion. She asked, How do you show it? Lu Feng did not answer immediately. He raised his bright eyes and looked at the beautiful woman's pretty face, full breasts, plump buttocks, and slender legs. Although she is in the state of soul now, she still has charm and attractive appearance. It has a unique flavor in my heart. Throughout the process, Lu Feng didn't say anything. As for the indecent beautiful woman,
He immediately understood what alchemist Lu Feng meant. Suddenly, the frivolous beautiful woman shook her head slightly and said with a smile, he. After all this time, your wife actually has her eyes on the palace. You are quite courageous, sir. Lu Feng waved his folding fan calmly and said, Sir, I don't have the habit of helping others for no reason. Senior, if you don't want to show your sincerity, it's not a big deal to sit here. Sir, you may leave the palace now. After saying that, under the gaze of the frivolous beautiful woman, Lu Feng wanted to turn around and disappear from the hall. Seeing this, the beautiful woman suddenly floated in front of Lu Feng and blocked the way of alchemist Lu Feng. She finally met an accomplished alchemist, so she couldn't let him go. Sincerity can be shown. Today, the palace will be yours. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she suddenly closed the open door of the hall. Boom! In the hall was open and closed with a bang. Lu Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a sly smile, Senior is worthy of being a senior. You are indeed very smart and know the current situation very well. I would be disrespectful to refuse this sincerity from you, Senior. Then, the candles in the hall went out. After it's done, Lu Feng walked out of the hall leisurely. As for the indecent beautiful woman in the palace, her remaining soul was floating in the hall, and in her hand was the elixir given by Lu Feng to nourish her remaining soul. Damn it! Everyone says that the queen is not serious. Compared to that bitch, the queen is considered a decent woman. The beautiful and indecent woman who had witnessed Lu Feng's methods looked at Lu Feng's departing back and spoke with clenched teeth. Her body had fallen many years ago, and only this remnant soul remained. Miserable state. But now, she still has obsession. She didn't want to die completely in this world without fulfilling her obsession. Therefore, she wants to strengthen her soul that is about to disappear and live a second life. Alchemist Lu Feng is the key to her second life. Such a powerful alchemist with profound attainments is rare. In order to show her sincerity, the beautiful woman directly let Lu Feng be the first person to eat her crab. Lu Feng, leisurely waving his folding fan, with a smile on his face. As for the beautiful woman, how beautiful is she? Only Lu Feng, the first person to try it out, knew about it. Next, Lu Feng was going to meet up with his 3 fellow Taoists. Relying on his powerful and extremely perceptive soul power, Lu Feng clearly sensed that his 3 beautiful Taoist companions had all gained a lot in the secret realm. At present, the most beautiful swordsman Pei Jianxian, the most beautiful Dr. Bai Yaoxian, and the most beautiful demon king among demons are all outside the exit of the secret realm, quietly waiting for themselves. Lu Feng, who sensed this situation, did not stay for too long. I didn't miss it anymore and just left the secret realm. Just stay. The beautiful and indecent woman is currently recuperating her remaining soul and preparing to live a second life. Outside the secret realm, Pei Jianxian, as usual, held the sword filled with sword energy in his arms. She has a breathtakingly beautiful pair of slender feet, stepping on the void. In her pair of beautiful sword eyes, there was a look of patience as she quietly waited for her partner Lu Feng to come out. My husband hasn't come out yet? Could it be that some great treasure was found in the secret realm? Pei Jianxian's flawless face couldn't help but reveal some speculations. At the same time, Pei Jianxian turned his jade face to look at Bai Yaoxian and the Demoness Queen who were also waiting on the side. He is the Empire's #1 alchemist. Looking at the entire secret realm, I'm afraid there is not a single item that catches his eye. Bai Yaoxian's eyes, as beautiful as the bright moon, blinked slightly and spoke. It's up to you, King. He hasn't come out yet so late. Maybe he's in the secret place, trying to have *X. The Demoness Queen spoke domineeringly. The Demoness Queen doesn't hold back when she speaks. Whatever you say. Straightforward. While the 3 women were waiting for Lu Feng, other geniuses also came out of the secret realm one after another. This trip to the secret realm was really not in vain. I obtained a high-level technique. What I got was a piece of armor. I did get quite a few 3rd and 4th grade medicinal pills. I have gained a lot of elixirs and skills. Yeah. Me too. This trip to the secret realm was really worthwhile. That's right. It's worth the trip. The faces of the geniuses who left the secret realm were all filled with happy smiles and great harvests. Everyone who entered the secret realm gained a lot. The geniuses who were called out were all smiling and delighted. As for Lin Xian, the son of destiny below, he saw the geniuses who came out. Some got elixirs, some got skills, some got weapons, and some got some good opportunities. Lin Xian gritted his teeth when he saw this, clenched his fists, and his face was full of hatred. In the future, I will also be one of those who will gain a lot. However, he was blocked outside and could not enter. This is Lin Xian. He missed the secret realm this time and missed countless opportunities. It's him. It must have been him. Lin Xian was extremely angry. He had already roughly guessed the identity of the person who wouldn't let him in. At the same time, the villain alchemist Lu Feng emerged from the secret realm and appeared Shanshan. Lu Feng just appeared. 3 stunning companions who had been waiting for him at the exit for a long time all looked at the former. My husband is finally out. If he doesn't come out, Pei Jianxian, Bai Yaosen and the Demoness Queen will enter the secret realm and search for him. I'm so sorry. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lu Feng raised his deep and bright eyes, looked at the 3 fairy-like women who had been waiting for him for a long time, and smiled faintly. Pei Jianxian, who didn't like wearing shoes, looked around but didn't see the graceful figure of Fairy Qingzhu. She stared at her husband with her beautiful eyes, and then said, "Husband, where is the fairy your master asked you to take care of? Why is she nowhere to be seen?" Pei Jianxian clearly remembered it. Her husband and the veiled fairy entered the secret realm together and traveled together. But now, she is nowhere to be seen. This inevitably made Pei Jianxian confused. Lu Feng smiled and explained, Fairy Qingzhu has achieved her goal of going out for training. She left the secret realm through the space channel. As Lu Feng spoke, Pei Jianxian finally came to his senses. Just when Lu Feng was talking to his beautiful female swordsman wife, who blocked the lucky boy Lin Xian outside, hid in secret and began to secretly transmit messages to his master, reporting, "My master. During this period, Lin Xian was blocked from entering the city by my subordinates. I can't even get close to the entrance to the secret realm." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. When it comes to his subordinate Zhang Long doing things, he just lets it go. And then, the high and mighty villain alchemist Lu Feng, who was of an extremely noble status, glanced at the lucky boy Lin Xian on the ground below with a smile. The lucky boy who was blocked outside and unable to enter the secret realm to gain opportunities and fortune was filled with rage. As a villain, I have gained a lot. He also became a Taoist partner with the beautiful woman who originally belonged to Lin Xian. He intercepted a great opportunity of Lin Xian. As the saying goes, when the villain is well fed, the protagonist is hungry. When the alchemist Lu Feng was looking down at Lin Xian from a high place, the latter noticed something. Now, Lin Xian, who was filled with rage, suddenly raised a pair of angry eyes and stared straight at the majestic and arrogant alchemist Lu Feng in the void. "It's you! It must have been you!" Lin Xian opened his eyes wide, glared at Lu Feng and shouted loudly. This time, he was blocked outside and could not enter the secret realm. Someone behind the scenes who was deliberately targeting me. Lin Xian's feeling told him that it must have been done by the alchemist Lu Feng. Is a man of luck, his feelings will never deceive him. Shaolin, don't be impulsive. You don't have sufficient evidence yet to prove that it was done by alchemist Lu Feng. Try not to offend alchemist Lu Feng. He is totally unfathomable and extremely complicated. Don't provoke them easily. The Jade Pendant. Sister Diao secretly sent a message to Lin Xian. She tried to calm her naughty brother Lin Xian down through her persuasion. After all, even her sister Diao did not dare to provoke the villain alchemist Lu Feng easily. As Sister Diao, whose background and origin are very mysterious, it is not difficult for her to see that alchemist Lu Feng is carrying a huge fortune.
Such great fortune exists in an invisible and difficult to observe way. This aspect alone made Sister Diao, who was always so arrogant, feel a little wary of Lu Feng. If it were someone else, Sister Diao would have helped her brother Lin Xian to do it. But alchemist Lu Feng is very different. Not only is he mysterious, profound, and terrifying, he also carries a tremendous amount of luck on his shoulders. Who would dare to provoke such an alchemist? Anyone who dares to provoke will be asking for trouble. Sister Diao, who is well aware of this, really doesn't want her brother Lin Xian to take the initiative to provoke and offend the alchemist Lu Feng. Why would I care so much about him? He, the alchemist Lu Feng, is messing with me. He must pay the price. After saying, unconvinced and unyielding man of luck, suddenly burst out with the martial arts skills of a half-step great martial artist. A moment. A fierce and violent aura burst out from Lin Xian's body. He, Lin Xian, had risen from obscurity and defeated countless powerful opponents above his level. Even if the opponent is stronger than him, he can still be defeated by his desperate method. Therefore, Lin Xian is ready to fight with the alchemist Lu Feng. Whoosh! Lin Xian's whole body was filled with spiritual energy, and he stomped his feet heavily on the spot. His figure, like a launched cannonball, rushed directly into the void. Standing high above, extremely noble, and looking down on everyone, was the noble alchemist Lu Feng. See this situation. A hint of sneer appeared on Lu Feng's handsome face. Of fortune, who is only a half-step great martial master, take the initiative to offend and challenge me. He really has been engaging in more and more battles with opponents of higher levels. He really thinks that he can fight anyone of higher levels. Before Lu Feng could make a move, the peerless, beautiful and flawless female swordsman who was Lu Feng's Taoist partner at the side made a move directly. How dare you, an ant like you, come and offend my husband? Looking for death. Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes, which were filled with gentle sword energy, suddenly burst out with incomparably sharp sword energy, and she spoke coldly. Pei Jianxian, the Empire's #1 female swordsman, has two important things to protect in her life. One is the sect. The other one is my husband Lu Feng. In her past, the sect was very important. Now, in her eyes, her husband Lu Feng is more important than the sect. At the moment, this ant, who is only half a step away from being a great martial artist, came to offend her husband for no reason. Naturally, Pei Jianxian, who was very protective of her husband, disagreed. Naturally very angry. Pei Jianxian has already loved Lin Xian's husband, and Lin Xian's coming to offend her husband is equivalent to offending herself. Just see. Pei Jianxian, who likes to hold her sword against her plump chest, gripped the hilt with her delicate hand and immediately pulled it out. Then he aimed at Lin Xian, who was rushing towards him from below, and slashed him with his sword. Moment. Permeated the earth instantly gathered and condensed into a huge and sharp sword blade hundreds of feet long. He aimed at Lin Xian, the boy of luck who was as tiny as an ant, and killed him without mercy. And Lin Xian? He was burning with rage, out of control, and extremely furious. But when he felt the deadly aura of Pei Jianxian's sword, he was furious and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Lin Xian smelled a strong breath of death from the sword that Pei Jianxian slashed out. If I get hit, I will definitely die. Even the body and the remaining soul will be left with nothing. At this moment, Lin Xuanyi shouted in fear, Sister Diao, save me. I don't want to die here. And when it comes to the life and death of Lin Xian, the son of destiny, was hidden in the jade pendant in front of her chest, chose to take action. This is her apprentice and younger brother. Naturally, her sister Diao would not just sit there and watch anything happen to Lin Xian. Sky Demon Shield. In an instant, Sister Diao unreservedly condensed a huge round shield that was nearly tens of feet long and directly wrapped Lin Xian in it. This shield is Sister Diao's life-saving shield. Once used, can withstand most powerful attacks and save your life. Boom. Final. The sharp sword energy slashed fiercely on the big shield, making a deafening sound. Energy cut hundreds of nearby mountains in half out of thin air. The cut surface is even smoother than a mirror. The earth was devastated and scarred by the remaining sword energy.
For a while, it can be said that the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. In the void,
there was no shortage of stars, which were chopped to pieces on the spot by the remaining wanton sword energy. The geniuses who were watching the scene all retreated to a distant place, fearing that they would be harmed by the remaining sword energy.
After all, with this move, she can defeat the Empire's #1 female swordsman, Pei Jianxian.
Her sword skills are so terrifying.
No one dared to get close and watch. As for Lin Xian,
no wonder Sister Diao used her great magical power to protect her.
Current person would have been killed by Pei Jianxian's sword.
At this moment, Lin Xian swallowed his saliva in horror, and his previously resolute eyes were now filled with fear.
I never expected it. The partner of this alchemist Lu Feng is so terrifying.
Almost killed myself with one sword. If it weren't for Sister Diao, I would have been strangled to pieces by the sword energy. He's not even 1,000 years old yet, but he's already reached such a terrifying level of swordsmanship.
This woman, quite extraordinary. Sister Diao, who was well informed, couldn't help but stare at Pei Jianxian secretly as he spoke.
At the same time, there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes.
She never thought that the woman beside the alchemist Lu Feng would be so extraordinary.
Almost, he killed his younger brother Lin Xian.
What about Pei Jianxian? Her cold and moving beautiful eyes.
Just now, with just a casual strike of her sword, she was able to kill a first-level martial emperor realm expert with just one strike. But it was blocked by Lin Xian's shield technique. It seems that the reason why this kid dared to offend his own husband was because he had a backer in secret.
No wonder.
A mere half-step great martial master dares to offend you. Pei Jianxian reacted and a sharp sword energy burst out from his body that was dozens of times stronger than before.
For a while, a huge and sharp sword that is nearly 1,000 feet long appeared behind her, intimidating everything in the world. My lady, don't rush to kill this ant. Seat, keep it, it still has some use.
Lu Feng stretched out his big hand and grabbed his wife's slender jade hand. He couldn't help but glance at his wife's head down and the surging and heavy landmine on her toes, and persuaded her.
My wife is not only improving rapidly in swordsmanship.
Mine's is also increasing significantly.
I listened to my husband. Pei Jianxian said very obediently.
Then she restrained her monstrous sword energy. In her heart, the world is big, but her husband Lu Feng's orders are the greatest. With the sword in his hand, he was then held by her in front of her plump and surging breasts, or his toes were not visible. The sword of the beautiful swordsman, how happy! Sister Diao, let's get out of here quickly. After seeing the huge gap between himself and the alchemist Lu Feng, Lin Xian, the son of luck, hurriedly said in secret. At first, naively thought that he could defeat all kinds of strong opponents of higher levels as usual. But when facing Lu Feng, he found that he was totally wrong. He couldn't even defeat Lu Feng's partner, Pei Jianxian. If Sister Diao hadn't made a move, he would have been killed by the sword. Not to mention facing the alchemist Lu Feng. Lin Xian, who was deeply aware of the gap, knew the current situation very well and prepared to leave. Snort! Sister, I have already persuaded you. Calm yourself down. But you didn't listen before. Sister Diao said helplessly in a cold voice. She had warned Lin Xian many times before. But he was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Now that he had offended alchemist Lu Feng in public, did he want to just walk away? Really too fantastic. When Lin Xian was about to turn around and leave, the figure of the Shadow Corps led by the guard Zhang Long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian. You offended my master, and now you want to leave? Oh my god, there is no such good thing. Zhang Long looked dignified and shouted loudly, catch him. The Shadow Corps immediately set out to capture Lin Xian, the son of destiny. Sister Diao, help me. Lin Xian looked at the shadow army that he could not resist, and immediately shouted in his heart. Now, I have Sister Diao who can help me. Hearing this, Sister Diao, who has big breasts and a wild personality, said coldly, Sister, I can't help you.
The hands of alchemist Lu Feng can be as terrifying as a martial arts master. Sister, I am at my peak. Maybe I can help you.
But now, my sister, I am in trouble.
No, Sister Diao can't help. There is no way I can help. See you later.
Lin Xian, who was at the half-step great martial master level, was tied up on the spot by the shadow army led by alchemist Lu Feng.
The binding is very tight.
Lin Xian struggled but couldn't resist at all.
In the void beside,
the geniuses who were watching the situation started discussing it.
Offending Master Lu? That kid deserves what he got. You.
Young Master Lu did not provoke you, but you actually dared to offend young Master Lu.
You are so bold.
The offended Master Lu was really kind-hearted.
He tied me up instead of killing me. That's right. Master Lu was really handsome and kind-hearted.
A mere half-step great martial master dared to offend young Master Lu.
I really don't know who gave you the courage. The weaker you are, the more ignorant you are.
In the field, who obtained various treasures from the secret realm were talking about it endlessly. They all looked at Lin Xian, the son of luck, with contempt and ridicule.
And the villain alchemist Lu Feng?
She waved her folding fan slightly and looked at Lin Xian, the son of luck, who was being ridiculed by everyone, with a look of anticipation. This Lin Xian is indeed the son of destiny in Shuang's novel. Being ridiculed, despised and disdained. These are the standard features of the son of luck. If I am not ridiculed and despised, I would be embarrassed to say that I am the child of luck.
At the same time, Lu Feng looked through the jade pendant on Lin Xian's chest and looked at the big-breasted and wild sister Diao hiding inside.
As expected of a son of luck, you are surrounded by many female confidants. This sister Diao is indeed a big-breasted beauty from the demon race.
Lu Feng, the master of minesweeping, noticed the eye-catching thing about Sister Diao at a glance and exclaimed in his heart. And the beautiful Sister Diao is hiding in.
She naturally felt the prying eyes of alchemist Lu Feng.
The alchemist's soul perception is indeed powerful. Even my secret whereabouts were discovered. It seems. Sister, he already knows my whereabouts completely. Sister Diao's beautiful eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly as she spoke secretly.
She had been hiding in the forest for a long, long time. She accompanied Lin Xian on his journey across the country, gaining experience everywhere, and never noticed her own existence.
Not even more.
You can use the pendant to spy on your whereabouts, appearance, figure and so on.
But alchemist Lu Feng can do it easily. This is called Sister Diao, who is usually arrogant and doesn't take anything seriously. She can't help but feel a little afraid of the alchemist Lu Feng. Sister Diao, please save me. I don't want to be tied up like this for the rest of my life.
Lin Xian kept calling for help from Sister Diao, who was hiding in the pendant. And when Sister Diao saw Lin Xian being tied up so uncomfortably, she felt even more sorry for him. So, she decided to meet the alchemist Lu Feng and have a talk with him.
Master Lu, I am Lin Xian's master.
She is also Lin Xian's sister.
Sister, I want to meet you and talk to you. Sister Diao's voice reached Lu Feng's ears through the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng simply responded, "Okay." Immortal heaven and earth.
This world is vast and huge, growing all kinds of natural treasures, as well as rare and precious treasures.
Waves of refreshing fragrance permeate the world.
And Lu Feng specially chose this piece of heaven and earth to talk with Lin Xian's sister Diao.
Just see. In front of Lu Feng was a beautiful and cool woman with furry ears and big breasts. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of pride. Even though she is in trouble now,
it is far inferior to her peak period, but her wild and arrogant spirit still exists.
Lu Feng observed habitually while opening Sister Diao's detailed personal data for review. Title, Sister Diao. Age, over 2,000 years old. Identity background, Ancient Demon Realm, Demon Clan.
Disciple accepted, Lin Xian.
Adopted younger brother, Lin Xian. Hiding place, Peen. Attribute fate, Shuang's novel destiny, the confidant of the beautiful woman.
Experienced situation, they were originally a high and mighty ancient demon clan, but later they were betrayed and fell into this predicament. After reading it, there wasn't much emotion in Lu Feng's eyes. As a villain alchemist, he had already guessed the identity and origin of Lin Xuandiao's sister. However, there was one thing that alchemist Lu Feng had not expected. He really didn't expect it. This arrogant sister Diao in front of me is actually 2,000 years older than myself. 2,000 years older than herself, and still so beautiful. This is true, and it makes Lu Feng extremely interested. As for the arrogant and proud sister Diao, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange luster as she looked up at the alchemist Lu Feng. Sister Diao discovered that among all the alchemists she had ever met, Lu Feng was the most handsome and flawless male alchemist. Most of the male alchemists have disheveled hair and untidy beards, and they look sloppy. Only the alchemist Lu Feng was so handsome that he looked like an immortal in the mortal world. Is full of charm. This is in stark contrast to other alchemists. Sister Diao was attracted by the alchemist Lu Feng in front of her. For a while, she had forgotten the purpose of coming here. Are you Lin Xian's sister? Lu Feng asked first. Sister Diao was not to be outdone, she said arrogantly, that's right. Sister, I am Lin Xian's godsister. In addition, sister, I am still Lin Xian's teacher and student mentor. After hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and said, since you are Lin Xian's sister and teacher, how do you want to talk to me? Sister Diao said forcefully, Master Lu, although you are young and promising, you are the #1 alchemist in the empire. But, sister, I want to tell you. You are just showing off in such a small place. If you have been to the outside world, you will know how small and insignificant this little Dai empire is. Sister, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you, Mr. Lu, that I'm from the big world outside. Sister, my identity and background are very strong. If you know what's interesting, release Lin Xian as soon as possible. In this case, sister, I can choose to let bygones be bygones. End of the sermon. Sister Diao twisted her mouth wildly, her pretty face full of rebelliousness. She wanted to scare and intimidate Lu Feng by using the tiger's skin and raising the banner. From then on, he saved Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and shook his head and said, isn't it just the demon race from the ancient demon realm? Look at the cow. You're still pretending in front of me. Sister Diao's little tricks? How could Lu Feng not see through it? Of course you can see it at a glance. Pipe dream to want to act pretentiously in front of Lu Feng. Anyone who provokes or offends Lu Feng will be punished, not to mention the demons from the ancient demon realm, even if the demon emperor comes. For years, when she heard Lu Feng tell her origins, her inner pride disappeared without a trace. Her sister Diao's greatest reliance and pride is that she comes from the ancient demon realm. So she doesn't take anything seriously. There is no one who knows where he came from. But the alchemist Lu Feng knew. Sister Diao couldn't help but suspect that Lu Feng's identity and background were definitely not simple. Where you from? How do you know this? Sister Diao looked directly at Lu Feng with her enchanting eyes and spoke in a serious voice. Now, she couldn't be arrogant at all in front of Lu Feng. It's even harder to pull it up. You are not qualified to know where I come from. Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan, his voice was indifferent, but full of overwhelming pride. Mr. Lu, my brother has offended you. What do you want? Can you let Lin Xian go? Sister Diao asked without any more arrogance. She entered the immortal world to talk to Lu Feng about Lin Xian. This is easy. It depends on your sincerity as a sister. Lu Feng continued to smile and said, Sister Diao, I don't think you want anything to happen to Lin Xian, right? And Sister Diao's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation. Now, there is only one way to make alchemist Lu Feng let Lin Xian go. That is surrender and compromise. Besides this, there is no other way. After all, alchemist Lu Feng is so terrifying. It is basically impossible to release Lin Xian by force. At this point, big-breasted Sister Mink with furry ears really doesn't have many choices. My younger brother depends entirely on my mother for food and clothing.
Immortal heaven. Lu Feng, the alchemist of the faction, lost everything.
Big-breasted Sister Diao simply washed her mouth. As a member of the ancient demon race, she likes to eat alive and devour everything.
Just now, she ate up billions of lives in one go.
This should be Sister Diao from the ancient demon clan, the one who eats the most. Sister Diao looked directly at the alchemist Lu Feng with her charming eyes and said to him, Master Lu, I have shown you my sincerity, as you asked me to do.
Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Let Xiaolin go.
In order to rescue Lin Xian, Sister Diao, who had a powerful background in the ancient demon clan, had to surrender to the alchemist Lu Feng.
Hearing this,
Lu Feng smiled evilly and said, I'm sorry, I won't release Lin Xian for the time being.
After saying, Lu Feng looked at the busty Sister Diao with a playful expression.
Sister Diao, who had worked so hard to show her sincerity to Lu Feng, suddenly showed anger on her delicate and beautiful face when she saw the former act out of turn. She looked at Lu Feng coldly, pointed her finger at him angrily and said coldly, Mr. Lu, how can you go back on your word? You clearly said that. If you want me to show my sincerity, you should release Lin Xian.
And now you find out. You actually regret it.
She bit her lips in anger.
I bowed my head and showed my sincerity. But the result was that I was fooled. This is called age difference.
Big-breasted Sister Diao, who is 2,000 years older than Lu Feng, feels like she has lived in vain.
I was actually teased and applauded by a 20-year-old boy. This moment.
Handsome face of Lu Feng, the pharmacist of the school, there was a standard smile of the school.
I don't have the habit of keeping my word.
Lin Xian, I will not release you.
Lu Feng said.
Seeing that the former had no intention of releasing Lin Xian at all, the big-breasted Sister Diao was so angry that her chest was surging and rising and falling violently. At this moment, she was trembling with anger.
Sister, I'll catch you first. I just don't believe it. You still won't release Lin Xian?
Sister Diao spoke in a cold voice, the remaining strength in her body completely erupted, sweeping across the entire immortal heaven.
He. A fallen ancient demon clan. Still want to capture me? It's so fantastic.
Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled disdainfully. Although the Sister Diao in front of him has an extremely extraordinary identity and background.
But don't forget, a phoenix in distress is no better than a chicken.
In front of Lu Feng, the alchemist of the faction, no matter she is a dragon or a tiger, she must lie coiled.
Next second, Lu Feng waved his wide and gorgeous sleeves. Suddenly, hidden inside the sleeves, burst out in an instant.
This divine and demonic cauldron quickly swelled up in the wind, continuously expanding and growing. In just a short moment, the god and demon cauldron expanded to a size of nearly 1,000 feet.
Then, this 1,000-foot-high giant cauldron, which exuded endless terrifying pressure from gods and demons, suppressed Sister Diao in an instant. Bang!
Sister Diao, who was about to attack Lu Feng, naturally suppressed the enemy without any suspense in one go.
Can't move at all.
Originally, the cauldron of gods and demons was extremely terrifying. As for Lu Feng, who possesses a chaotic body, the power of his attacks can be increased by 1,000 times. Therefore, this makes the god and demon cauldron so terrifying that it cannot be more terrifying. Don't mention how horrible it is. It turns out that Sister Diao, who was suppressed, had lost her ability to resist.
Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said, This heaven has all kinds of natural treasures, precious elixirs, and abundant spiritual energy.
It is a feng shui treasure specially created by a great emperor for repairing the chain. You are 1,000,000 times better here than with that kid Lin Xian.
Listen to my advice. Stay here quietly.
After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the immortal heaven. This busty beauty from the ancient demon realm was 2,000 years older than him, and Lu Feng didn't want to let her go. Lu Feng planned to lock her up in the immortal heaven, just like training an eagle, to make him submit to him.
Lu Feng, you despicable little B*****, had been imprisoned for a day, was so angry that she bit her tongue and stamped her feet, saying, She realized that she couldn't beat Lu Feng even if she fought. There is no way to leave here. I can't stay here with hatred. At the same time. World. Lin Xian, the son of destiny, was tied up and unable to move. He discovered that his beautiful sister Diao had been with Lu Feng for a long time. Nowadays, the two still didn't come back.
This made Lin Xian, who was already sensitive and suspicious, start to have wild thoughts in his mind.
No. Sister Diao wouldn't do that.
Lin Xian's mind was filled with panic and confusion.
At this time,
emerged from his own immortal celestial body. He looked at Lin Xian with interest. As a pharmacist of the faction, after he discovered that he had imprisoned Lin Xian's crazy sister Diao, Lin Xian's luck and destiny began to disappear drastically.
See this situation.
Lu Feng smiled slightly. It seems that my approach of imprisoning the arrogant sister Diao was correct. At the side, when she found that the woman who entered the immortal heaven with her husband had not come out, she had already guessed roughly what had happened in her heart. Presumably, her husband must have imprisoned her in it.
Even though Lin Xian was a prisoner, he still raised his head suddenly, glared at Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, where is Sister Diao? Why don't you see Sister Diao?"
Sister Diao, as his teacher and sister, Lin Xian is particularly concerned about Sister Diao's situation.
That's right.
When he saw that Sister Diao did not come out with Lu Feng, he became even more concerned about Sister Diao's safety.
Your sister thinks you are too weak. She didn't want to stay with you, so she left. Lu Feng said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian said in disbelief, "No way. Absolutely not. You must be lying."
Lu Feng spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not.
Your sister left you."
Then, Lu Feng gave an order to his men beside him, escort him away.
Lu Feng still has some use for Lin Xian. Zhang Long, a subordinate standing by, quickly took Lin Xian away. And then later,
Lu Feng, who had stayed in Wuzong's secret realm for a long time, brought his beautiful companions and left the void on a luxurious fairy chariot that looked like a magnificent palace.
Disappear here. In the secret realm.
A beautiful woman smiled with great joy and said, "Ha!
This is finally a second life. That alchemist really helped me a lot."
The magnificent and golden nine-dragon fairy chariot is traveling across the vast space. When the villain alchemist Lu Feng left the secret realm, he was originally accompanied by 3 beautiful Taoist companions. Now, the only one left to accompany him is the female sword fairy with big breasts and invisible toes. As the Banshee King who dominates the entire world, she returns to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts to terrify all the monsters. Possesses the poisonous body, practices medicine to treat illnesses while searching for various toxins to devour, refine and strengthen himself.
All in all, due to various things, the 2 women had to temporarily leave the villain alchemist Lu Feng. "Mom, when did you start to have the habit of holding the sword in your arms?"
Lu Feng took a sip of the tea and glanced at the sword in his mother's arms.
Lu Feng discovered that from the moment he and his mother met.
She has a special habit. That is to always hold the sword in your arms. His mother had big breasts and her toes were invisible when she looked down. She was one of the best women Lu Feng had ever met. For now, no one can compare to her in this aspect.
How big is it? You can insert the sword into the ravine. It's so outrageous and yet so true.
Facing her husband Lu Feng's question, Pei Jiansen looked down at her own arrogant lei with cold and beautiful eyes. Her beautiful and flawless face pondered for a moment before she said in a sweet voice, "I started practicing sword at the age of 7.
From that moment on,
I just developed this habit."
Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled mischievously and said, "So, my mother has been holding the sword in her arms for 700 years? Pei Jianxian nodded. It was undeniable.
Every sword cultivator has different sword-wielding habits. Some like to hang it around their waists, while others are used to holding it with one hand.
But Pei Jianxian's habits are different from others.
She holds a sword in her chest."
Lu Feng asked curiously, "Mother, can you show me the sword you have been holding for 700 years? To be honest, Lu Feng wanted to verify his inner guess. He wanted to ask, does this sword have a special scent? When Pei Jianxian saw that her husband wanted to see the sword, she did not have any doubts or hesitations and took out the warm sword in her arms and handed it to Lu Feng on the spot. A sword cultivator would not show his sword to others easily, except for intimacy. Therefore, Pei Jianxian handed the sword to Lu Feng without hesitation, which shows how much she trusts her husband Lu Feng. Lu Feng's slender and powerful hand grasped the sword. He put the sword to his nose and took a deep sniff. It's true. My mother holds a sword in her chest. She has held the sword for 700 years. There is really a kind of endurance on the sword. This directly verified the inner guess of the alchemist Lu Feng. It smells so good. No. It's a good sword. My mother's sword is really a good and fragrant sword. Lu Feng turned his handsome and free-spirited face to the side, smiled wickedly at his mother and said. Pei Jianxian, the stunning busty beauty among the swordsmen, blushed. Don't mention how tempting it is. My benefactor, can you let me smell it? At the side spoke curiously. She also wanted to smell the sword in her master's chest. See what this mysterious smell is? Lu Feng stroked Yin Ling's head with his big hand and said with a smile, then you should ask your master if he agrees. Hearing the voice, Yin Ling raised her pitiful face and looked at her master. When Pei Jianxian saw her younger brother Yin Ling had such an idea, her face immediately turned cold. She stared at her younger brother coldly and said in a cold voice, Yin Ling, are you itching for trouble? Except for her own husband, she could take the sword from her hand, play with it, smell it, and admire it. All others are not allowed. The sword of the beautiful female swordsman is her life. Seeing this, Yin Ling shrank her neck in fear, and immediately bowed her head to admit her mistake and said, Master, I was wrong. At the same time, Yin Ling secretly complained in her heart, Master really forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Before I had a husband, I was very kind to him. Now that I have a husband, I have begun to forget about my apprentice. Snort. That's all. Lu Feng rode on the nine-dragon immortal chariot and rushed back to Yaoshan Valley with his wife. As the master of Yaoshan Valley, he had not been back for some time. Most of the time, I stroll outside. If so, it's time to go back and take a look. At the same time, Dao Empire. In a remote town. In the town, there was a family named Lin. Of luck, comes from this family. It also rose from then on. Lin family. In the lobby. A beautiful woman, with a plump and mature figure, wearing a light red long skirt, looks very charming. She stood gracefully in the center of the lobby, like a blooming flower, exuding unique charm. Especially the plump breasts, full and bursting, tall and round, giving a visual feeling of about to burst the clothes. Moreover, it was like a ripe fruit, making me want to take a bite. Try it. Look at her slender waist, which can be held in one hand, with smooth and natural lines, which contrasts sharply with the plump buttocks, highlighting the charm of a mature woman. Finally, her round, snow-white, flawless legs, slender and straight, like a white jade sculpture, made people's heart beat fast. Such perfect body proportions make her whole body full of charming charm. She is the current head of the Lin family, that is, the head of the Lin family. The Lin family, from top to bottom, habitually call her Aunt Lin. And she is Lin Xian's Aunt of Destiny. Lin Xian had been without parental care since childhood, and relied entirely on his aunt to raise him with great difficulty. In Lin Xian's heart, his aunt is not just his aunt. Or his mother. Never married and remained chaste throughout her life, raised and cared for Lin Xian as her own son. But at this moment, an extremely bad news reached Aunt Lin's ears. Chief, something terrible has happened. On his way to the Wuzong's secret realm for training, Lin Xian offended the master of Yaoshan Valley. Moreover, he provoked an offense in public. He has offended the valley master Lu Feng, so tie him up. Now, Lin Xian is being held captive by valley master Lu Feng. An elder who got the news rushed to the hall immediately, knelt on one knee, and reported the matter in a serious manner. Lin Xian, as the Lin family. He provoked and offended the master of Yaoshan Valley. Now, their Lin family will be affected. After all,
Yaoshan Valley is the most ancient force in the empire. This is known to everyone, young and old. The small Lin family is like a mayfly seeing a green spider in front of the medicine god valley. Hear the news. Lin, the busty beauty who had always loved Lin Xian, suddenly collapsed on the seat. As Lin Xian's elder, Aunt Lin's face was filled with panic and solemnity. Lin Xian provoked and offended the master of Yaoshan Valley and was imprisoned. If Lin Xian was not rescued, he would be doomed. As an elder, Aunt Lin, she naturally couldn't just watch Lin Xian get into an accident. She decided to go to Yaoshan Valley, the most ancient force in the empire, alone. Not for farewell. Just to save. Lin Xian grew up with his own eyes. As Lin Xian's elder, he must not give up on Lin Xian. Lin Xian, he is my nephew. It's the Lin family. I must save him. Aunt Lin looked around at the elders in the hall and spoke with determination. Then, she took away all the Lin family's property. Go to Yaoshan Valley alone to meet the Valley Master Lu Feng and have a good talk with him. The Great Wu Empire. Medicine God Valley. As we all know, in this empire, it is the oldest, most time-honored, and most powerful sect. It is a huge monster in the empire, and almost no one dares to provoke it. It's because of the reputation of Yaoshan Valley, which resounds throughout the empire and beyond. Awesome to all. As the master of Yaoshan Valley, Lu Feng, the pharmacist sent by Yaoshan Valley, returned on the 9-dragon immortal chariot. From the moment he just landed, a cold and angry voice of the beautiful master came from a long distance away. Traitor! Come see me quickly. The beautiful master's voice resounded in Lu Feng's mind. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned, looking quite unhappy. My own master always asks me to do things for him and calls me a good disciple. But now it's different. After I helped her get the job done, she started calling herself a traitor. This way, master, when the time is right one day, just rush for her. My dear, please wait in this valley first. Your husband will come back soon. Lu Feng said to his Taoist female swordsman partner beside him. Then he disappeared on the spot. Inside a hall that exudes a strong medicinal aroma. As Lu Feng's beautiful master and the stunningly beautiful female owner of Yaoshan Valley, she was waiting for her apprentice with a little anger in her heart. Whoosh! Lu Feng rushed over with a whoosh, without any suspense. He waved his folding fan gently, feeling quite surprised. Lu Feng discovered the mist that surrounded his beautiful master today had actually disappeared. This allows him to take in the entire stunning appearance of his beautiful master. This was the first time Lu Feng saw the beautiful master's stunning appearance. Just see. On the high platform of the main hall. Most beautiful and stunning master in the world, dressed in a gorgeous and luxurious palace dress that was full of fairy light. Her chest, she placed a pair of very large mines. Like a water balloon filled with water. This is outrageous. So scary. Too much. Plump and seductive breasts attracted Lu Feng's attention. When Lu Feng, the minesweeper master, saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but say inwardly, "My God, what a big mine." Otherwise, his beautiful master's palace dress was made of precious materials. Lu Feng felt that with his beautiful master's powerful ability, he could burst and tear the clothes. This is no exaggeration. At the same time, the beautiful teacher also has a plump waist and long legs. And the coldness that has always been hanging on her beautiful face. The temperament can be described as cold and beautiful. Beautiful yet elegant. It's on you. She also learned from her beautiful master Lu Feng, who taught her alchemy skills. In the past, the beautiful master was surrounded by fog, so that her appearance could not be seen. And now, Lu Feng saw the beautiful master, who had a stunning beauty and could tear clothes. To be honest, Lu Feng is excited now. Master, she is so beautiful. Master is so great. His beautiful master was several years older than Lu Feng. It's hard for Lu Feng not to be moved by such a beautiful master. Main hall.
on the high platform. Her stunning looks and proud breasts today immediately became cold and angry. "You traitor!" She glared at Lu Feng with her beautiful cold eyes. Hearing this, Lu Feng spread his hands with a puzzled look on his face, and asked in confusion, "Master, are you having your period? Is it time for menopause? Why do you get angry all the time?" The icy beauty, the female master, glared at Lu Feng fiercely and said, "Traitor, this is all because of you." Lu Feng raised his handsome eyebrows and said, "Master, what you said is too heartless, isn't it? You asked me to take care of King Hukshan who came here to train, and I will do as you say. What did I do to make Master angry? Hear this." The cold and beautiful female master said coldly, "How dare you say that? Master asked you to help take care of Qingzhu. In the end, you are so good. I almost didn't take care of her and she got pregnant." At the end of her words, the female master clenched her jade hands and looked directly at her disciple Lu Feng with her cold and beautiful eyes. At first, he was particularly worried about Qingzhu, so he went to the small town and asked his apprentice Lu Feng to help take care of him. But this is what happened. Alas! Master, you don't know. In fact, the apprentice is also a victim. This matter is all due to that frivolous beautiful woman in the secret realm. If it weren't for her, that wouldn't have happened. Lu Feng sighed and said that he was very innocent. When the stunning and cold female master heard this, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. She said, "That shameless, slutty bitch. I won't be at peace even if I die. The next time I see her, I will kill her." Lu Feng heard this, he raised his bright eyes curiously, and asked his beautiful master, "Master, do you know that frivolous beautiful woman in the secret realm?" The tone of my beautiful master. Lu Feng vaguely felt that they seemed to know each other. "She is my senior sister. But not now." The cold and beautiful female master said coldly. "What? She is her own master and senior sister?" Heard this explosive news, he couldn't help but take a step back in surprise. "Isn't that right? In terms of seniority, she is her own senior aunt. And I, in the secret realm, asked her to show her sincerity and put her hair up. Oh my God! Think of this." Lu Feng didn't expect that the frivolous beautiful woman had such a powerful background. When he thought of the frivolous beautiful woman who was older than him and his master, a hint of excitement emerged in Lu's deep and bright eyes. "So exciting! It is so exciting! Qingzhu grew up with my own eyes. I am also the only disciple of my teacher's good sister. Now that you have done something like this, how can I face Master Qingzhu?" The beautiful and cold master rubbed her temples with her white jade fingers. She was quite distressed and worried. Said calmly, "It's very simple. I have become a Taoist couple with King Hukshan. Master, is there anything else you are not comfortable with?" When the beautiful master saw that Lu Feng and Changzhu had become a Taoist couple, she said coldly and viciously, "You are so lucky. Wherever you go, you will have a Taoist partner." Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Afterwards, the anger came quickly and disappeared quickly. The cold and beautiful female master rubbed her jade feet. When Lu Feng saw this, he immediately discovered that his beautiful master seemed to have an injured ankle. "Master, what happened to your feet?" Lu Feng asked. "I sprained my ankle because I was mad at you." The beautiful master rolled her eyes at Lu Feng and said, "My disciple is guilty. My disciple deserves death. I, the disciple, come here to rub Master's feet. I am filial to Master." After saying that, Lu Feng stepped forward, grabbed the cold and beautiful Master's jade feet with both hands, and kneaded them gently. "Ha! Man! When I was hiding my beauty before, this traitor was very rebellious. I said one thing, and he contradicted me 10 times. Today, I showed off my beauty a little bit, and he flattered me and came to rub my feet to show his filial piety." Sure enough, the degree of a disciple's filial piety depends entirely on how beautiful the master is. Seeing the traitor Lu Feng massaging her jade feet,
the beautiful master looked down at Lu Feng from above, her delicate cheek resting on her jade hands, her narrow and beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and she said coldly in her heart, "This traitor! I have never been so filial to myself before." After massaging the feet of his beautiful and cold master, Lu Feng left with great satisfaction. Master's jade feet are so soft. If Master had revealed her appearance earlier, I wouldn't have to confront her every day. In the future, I will be more filial to my master. Lu Feng was speaking. He looked at his own big hands. He had just finished massaging the jade feet of his beautiful master, so he decided not to wash his hands for the time being. A subordinate hiding in the dark reported in secret, "Master, Lin Xian is imprisoned in the prison in the valley." "Everything is going according to your instructions, Master." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Imprison him." "I still have some advantages in keeping Lin Xian." Conversation room. Lu Feng came to his residence in Yaoshan Valley. The place where lives is a floating fairy island. And plump breasts that could have burst her clothes long ago, was washing her feet carefully beside a waterfall. Actually, the beautiful female swordsman's jade feet are not dirty. So clean. However, Pei Jianxian has a very strong habit of cleanliness. She takes a bath every day and makes sure her whole body is clean. At this time, the alchemist Lu Feng, who had just returned, was watching this scene. "Especially my wife's beautiful and breathtaking jade feet." Lu Feng was salivating at the sight. "My lady, your feet are so beautiful." Lu Feng praised without hesitation. "Husband, what do you want to do today?" Pei Jianxian asked with a blush on her beautiful face. She and her partner Lu Feng are no longer close. Now that the two of them are together, it is natural that they want to. "Ma'am, please do me a favor." Lu Feng looked at his partner, the female sword fairy's jade feet, and said honestly. At the same time, after many twists and turns, Aunt Lin of the Lin family, who had traveled tirelessly on the journey, finally arrived at Yaoshan Valley. She was breathing rapidly and her chest heaving violently. She had not suffered any hardship on the way here. Never stopped to rest. Xiao Lin is imprisoned in Yaoshan Valley. As an elder, I have the obligation to save you. Aunt Lin wiped the sweat off her cheeks, and raised her beautiful eyes to look towards the towering gate of Yaoshan Valley. In front of the gate of Yaoshan Valley, the powerful disciples of the gate were guarding the place vigilantly. All living beings that come to the Medicine God Valley cannot escape the attention of the guarding disciples. Swish! At this time, a disciple who was guarding the mountain gate came to Aunt Lin with a swishing sound. "Who are you? What are you doing at the gate of Yaoshan Valley?" The diligent disciple who was on guard began to interrogate him. "Hello, I am the patriarch of the Lin family. I came to Yaoshan Valley to talk to the Valley Master Lu Feng. I hope you can help pass this message on." Aunt Lin spoke in a gentle voice. "Wait here, don't move." After hearing this, the disciple guarding the mountain gate simply warned Aunt Lin and went to report to the Valley Master Lu Feng. Aunt Lin stood there gracefully, waiting for news. Yaoshan Valley. After finishing his work, Lu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. The jade feet that my partner had worked so hard to clean were dirty again by me. This Lu Feng felt quite guilty. "I'm so sorry. Report to the Valley Master." Outside the mountain gate, there came a beautiful woman who claimed to be the head of the Lin family and wanted to talk to you, Master. Outside the fairy island. The disciples guarding the mountain gate did not dare to enter the island and could only communicate with Lu Feng through voice transmission. Hear the sound. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth slightly raised, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "You will know it. This kid, Lin Xian, the son of luck, has been imprisoned by me, and someone will definitely come to rescue him. After all, Lin Xian is a son of destiny, carrying the mission of heaven. He is surrounded by female confidants and has no shortage of women. As a villain alchemist in a cool novel, it would be unacceptable if I didn't oppress and exploit Lin Xian. He. I didn't think so. How could Lin Xian's girlfriend come so quickly?" At this point,
This is far beyond my expectations. Lu Feng let out a standard villain's weird laugh. I think you need to wait for some time. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Lin Xian's beauty came over. If I don't do this, it would be totally inconsistent with my style as a villain alchemist. Let her in. Lu Feng thought about it and sent a message through the air to the disciple who came to report the news. Yes, master. The disciple responded. Lu Feng looked at his partner, whose feet he had soiled, by the waterfall, and said to her apologetically, My dear, I'm sorry. Pei Jianxian said indifferently, It's okay, I'll just wash it clean. Lu Feng smiled with relief. To have a sensible, considerate and beautiful female swordsman as a partner. And then later. Disappeared on the spot. Waited for Lu Feng to leave. The female disciple Yinling walked to the waterfall. She saw her master was still washing his feet. She couldn't help but said in confusion, Master, didn't you just wash your feet? Why are you washing now? Pei Jianxian's flushed face flashed with panic. She coughed a few times with a voice as clear as a spring and said, Cough, cough, cough. The master didn't wash it clean just now. Wash again. The female disciple Yinling nodded as if she understood something and said, So that's how it is. Actually. The silver bell snorted softly and said, Master, you are not a disciple, are you a 3-year-old child? You can't fool my disciples with those lies. Master, you were so busy just now. Snort. In the valley. In the room where Valley Master Lu Feng came specially to receive people. Aunt Lin was wearing a light pink long dress, which perfectly set off her plump, attractive and graceful body. Especially. Her breasts were mature and full, as if they were about to burst through the restraints of clothes and were about to burst. Not to mention how attractive, plump and beautiful she is. She exudes the charm of a mature woman. Only. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. After all, she is just the head of a small Lin family in a tiny place. She had never seen such a fairyland-like scene like the Medicine God Valley before. It dazzled and dazzled her. There were all kinds of floating fairy islands, towering sacred trees, rare and exotic animals in the valley, and other such prosperous scenes that she could not describe enough. Aunt Lin was so shocked that it was like a mortal stepping into the fairyland. At the same time, she was particularly uneasy. Who else could Xiaolin pick on? How could he provoke the valley master of Yaoshan Valley? This gave her a real headache. No matter what, as Xiaolin's elder, I will do my best to rescue Xiaolin. Aunt Lin said with a secret decision. At this time, the villain alchemist Lu Feng arrived late. Are you Lin Xian's elder? Of the faction appeared calmly and asked with a faint smile. Inquiry room. He fixed his gaze unreservedly on Aunt Lin's delicate body. Especially. As a minesweeper master, Lu Feng immediately took in the latter's large breasts that were about to burst out at first sight. It would be hard not to attract Lu Feng's attention with such a deadly weapon. Mature figure. A plump body. Alluring temperament. This woman exudes the charm of a beautiful woman from head to toe. Yes. Young Valley Master. I am the elder of the Lin family. Aunt Lin said. She had heard that the young master of Medicine God Valley was handsome and of extraordinary bearing. When she saw him in person one day, she found that he was indeed as handsome as his reputation had said. It's really handsome. It's just that, why are those eyes of mine always staring at me? This was quite embarrassing for Aunt Lin to see. This was the first time in her life that she was stared at by a man for such a long time. As for Lu Feng? While watching, he conducted a detailed and systematic examination of Aunt Lin. Name, Lin Jing. Age, 220. Realm of cultivation, Great Martial Master Realm. Status, head of the Lin family. Attributes and fate, the son of luck, the beauty who understands you. Pre-senior, Elder Lin Xian. Physical condition, intact, pure and innocent. Personal experience, in order to develop the Lin family and take care of Lin Xian, she has remained unmarried until now. Moreover, although Lin Jing is Lin Xian's elder, she has no blood relationship with Lin Xian.
After Lin Xian ascended to the throne and reached the peak of his powers, Aunt Lin Jing was taken into his harem. After reading it, Lu Feng didn't feel surprised at all.
Aunt Lin Jing was taken into the harem by Lin Xian.
Lin Xian, your Aunt Lin Jing, I accept this with pleasure. Lu Feng smiled wickedly in his heart and said secretly. This Aunt Lin, who had already left Yaoshan Valley, appeared in front of him. That is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Of course I won't let it go. Moreover, Aunt Lin Jing was 200 years older than herself in age. This is Lu Feng, I love him so much. Women are like fine wine, the older they get, the more fragrant they become. Aunt Lin Jing, I think you know everything about Lin Xian, right? Lu Feng asked slowly at this moment. Mr. Lu, I already know about Xiao Lin's offense against you. I came here this time to apologize to Master Lu on behalf of Lin Xian.
Aunt Lin said. Oh? Then Aunt Lin Jing, how do you plan to apologize to me? Lu Feng asked with an interested smile. While chatting and laughing. S gaze has always been fixed on Aunt Lin's plump and mature body.
Aunt Lin hurriedly took out a storage ring from the ravine between her chest. She came this time to apologize to Mr. Lu, and she stored all the belongings of the Lin family in the storage ring. Seeing this, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly.
I never thought about it. Can you hide things like this?
Hidden in the ravines of my heart.
Aunt Lin really opened Lu Feng's eyes.
Aunt Lin took the initiative to hand the storage ring in her hand to Lu Feng, and she said sincerely, Mr. Lu, Xiao Lin offended you. As your elder, I would like to apologize to you on your behalf. Inside this storage ring is all the belongings of my Lin family over the years. Altogether, there are 2 million souls.
Let me talk about the end.
Aunt Lin gritted her teeth in pain. The Lin family has worked hard for so many years to get 2 million spiritual dollars. And now, in order to save Lin Xian, everything will be completely gone. Seeing Aunt Lin coming with 2 million in cash to redeem Lin Xian, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh.
Ha ha ha. Ling.
In the eyes of this alchemist, this thing is no different from excrement.
Lu Feng said. Alchemist is the richest and most lucrative profession on the continent. Spirits are naked shit. Hearing this, Aunt Lin's delicate body froze in place. She didn't think.
Alchemist Lu Feng didn't even take a look at all the Lin family's assets over the years.
And he keeps calling me Feng. So now, how to rescue Xiaolin? This made Aunt Lin feel extremely depressed. Aunt Lin Jing, I want to ask you, do you really want to rescue that kid Lin Xian? Lu Feng asked at this moment. Think. Aunt Lin responded without hesitation.
Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with a sly smile, actually, it's very simple to save Lin Xian. Auntie Lin, all you need to do is exchange it for something rare. When Aunt Lin heard what Lu Feng said about these rare things, her delicate and beautiful eyebrows slightly raised. She had no idea what the rare thing Lu Feng was talking about was. Mr. Lu, what exactly is this rare thing you are talking about? Can you specify? Aunt Lin raised her eyes in confusion and asked Lu Fengyan. Lu Feng said, Aunt Lin, you are a rare thing in my eyes. You just need to accompany me for one night and show your sincerity. I can forgive Lin Xian for what he did and let him go. Finally, Lu Feng took a step forward, lifted Aunt Lin's beautiful chin with his slender hand, and said to her, Aunt Lin, you don't want Lin Xian to get into trouble, right? Then I'll leave it to Aunt Lin. Aman. At the same time, Medicine God Valley. Lin Xian, the son of destiny, was imprisoned by Lu Feng. I have lost my beloved sister Diao's company and support. Now, all he can do is stay in jail. If Sister Diao were still here, how could this mere cage hold me back? Lin Xian clenched his fists and preached angrily. And Lin Xian was angry. A hurricane blew over the lush green leaves, which fell on Lin Xian's face one after another. Damn it! When people are in bad luck, even the supporting actors dare to take advantage of them. I am so pissed off.
Lin Xian's sermon was quite aggressive. Without Sister Diao, and being imprisoned in this prison by Lu Feng's order, Lin Xian's inner anger exploded. Sister Diao, could it be that she really left me? After venting his anger, Lin Xian couldn't help but become worried again.
I was really afraid that Sister Diao would leave me just as Lu Feng said.
No. That guy Lu Feng must have made up a lie.
Lin Xian shook his head, denying the thoughts in his heart. At the same time, the figure of his elder Aunt Lin emerged in Lin Xian's mind.
Although Aunt Lin is a woman,
but she is quite powerful. If she knew my situation, she would definitely use her connections to save me from this hellhole. Aunt Lin, maybe she has already come to Yashan Valley and is trying to save me. Lin Xian placed all his hopes of getting out on Aunt Lin.
Indeed. You guessed it right. Aunt Lin is now trying to rescue Lin Xian. The incident.
Aunt Lin blushed and said, Mr. Lu, please keep the things that happened between you two a secret.
It's better not to let Xiaolin know. As Lin Xian's elder, Aunt Lin has always been sacred and respected in the eyes of Lin Xian, the son of destiny. So she wanted Lu Feng to keep it a secret. Don't worry, Aunt Lin.
I am famous for keeping my mouth shut.
Lin Xian will be kept in the dark forever. You are a Mongolian drummer,
Lu Feng said with a faint smile. With the guarantee from the young master of Yashan Valley, Aunt Lin, who has big breasts, finally felt relieved.
And then, woman disappeared under Lu Feng's gaze. She has shown sincerity.
She believed that Lu Feng would release Lin Xian.
As expected of Lin Xian's elder, he is indeed very kind, Lu Feng said. Then,
Lu Feng gave orders and released Lin Xian, the boy with luck who was imprisoned in the prison.
The gate of the city.
The released son of destiny, Lin Xian, looked up at the majestic Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, where did you take Sister Dongdio?
On the door.
Lu Feng fanned himself slightly, looking down at the son of luck with an impatient expression. I've already said it.
Your sister Dio has given up on you.
I think you are too rubbish and useless.
She has abandoned you. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head frantically and said, No. It must be fake. Sister Dio is not that kind of person.
Lu Feng drove them away coldly. Get lost.
If you don't get out of here, I'll castrate you. Hearing this,
Lin Xian had no choice but to suppress his anger and forcibly leave the gate.
Began to have doubts in his heart.
However, Lu Feng, the alchemist of the school, could see at a glance that Lin Xian's destiny and luck had declined significantly.
The decline was quite severe.
This meant that Fairy Qingzhu, Sister Diao, and Aunt Lin were intercepted by him, which had serious consequences for Lin Xian. By the way, I haven't visited Sister Diao in the Undying World for a long time.
Go see her first,
Lu Feng said in his heart. Then, as the master of the immortal world, he entered this world.
Immortal heaven and earth.
This world opened up by the great emperor. Sister Diao initially looked for a way to leave.
No matter how hard she tried to find it, she couldn't find it. Then she thought about leaving here by bombing.
But the result was that this was the world created by the great emperor, and Sister Diao couldn't even blast open a tiny crack in the earth.
Ah! I'm so angry.
What kind of world is this? Why is it so hard? Sister Diao, whose breasts were so big that they were about to burst her clothes, stomped her feet in anger. She looked up to the sky helplessly and broke her defenses. She, as a person who has lived for 2 years.
I thought I had a calm mind and stable emotions.
But now, the defense is broken on the spot.
Lu Feng. You bad guy. You lied to my sister. Sister hates you so much.
Sister, I really want to eat you alive and eat up all your descendants. Sister Diao, who was trapped here, stomped her feet on the spot in anger. On her chest was like a torn cloth, and it was shaking with anger.
Must know. Is 2 years older, has very big breasts. However, no one is as talented as Pei Jianxian, a peerless beauty. He. Why are you so angry? Sister Diao, you are a girl. she is reserved and ladylike. Lu Feng appeared here, waving a folding fan, and walked over while smiling. He discovered. Since the last time, Sister Diao, whose innocent body was taken by me, seemed to have become more mature, plump and attractive in recent days. Very charming. At the same time, Lu Feng, the minesweeper master, stared in front of Sister Diao. Those eyes were like water balloons filled with water, plump and trembling, as if they were torn out of clothes. Especially, her pair of furry ears add a unique beauty. This woman. She is so beautiful that she can overwhelm the whole country, bring disaster to the country and its people, and make fish sink to the depths and geese fall to the ground. A pity to have such a stunning beauty following Lin Xian. So, Lu Feng, a pharmacist from the S school who knew how to appreciate beauties, trapped her in the immortal world and asked her to stay by his side. So that you can enjoy it anytime and anywhere. What the hell is reserved? Sister is almost driven crazy by you. How come the world you created is so hard? Sister, I've been bombarding for most of the day, but not even a crack has appeared. Sister Diao was so angry that she put her hands on her waist and stared at the alchemist Lu Feng, who was holding a fan in one hand not far away with her beautiful and unusually charming eyes, asking questions. Hearing this, Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and couldn't help laughing. I advise you to save your anger. Forget about bombing. Even if you blow yourself up, you can't create a crack. This world was specially created by a great emperor for himself during his lifetime. This is a world that belongs to the emperor-level strongmen. You want to blast it open? Escape from here? It's just a dream, a fantasy. Lu Feng said. This immortal world has a great origin. He is truly the son of destiny of the great emperor's rebirth school, and has a special golden finger. But now it falls into Lu Feng's hands. Then I will be officially used by Lu Feng, the pharmacist of the faction, he. Hearing this, Sister Diao, with her slender and graceful body, suddenly froze in place. She didn't expect it. This seemingly ordinary world that Lu Feng used to imprison himself actually has such a great origin. It was specially opened up by a great and powerful emperor. No wonder, not even a crack could be blasted open before. Lu Feng, you have such a cruel heart. You actually used this world created by the great emperor to imprison my sister. I was so stupid to think that you, Lu Feng, were a good person. Sister, you are really blind. Sister Diao looked at Lu Feng coldly with her beautiful and charming eyes. Lu Feng spread his hands innocently and said, Sister Diao, you misunderstood me. I can't bear to see you follow that poor boy Lin Xian and go out to gain experience, so I trapped you here under the guise of imprisonment. You don't have to follow Lin Xian and suffer. Staying here will be good for your cultivation and everything else. Seeing Lu Feng mention Lin Xian, Sister Diao immediately asked with concern in her beautiful eyes, Lin Xian, how is he now? Lu Feng said, I have already released that boy for Sister Diao's sake. If it weren't for Sister Diao's kindness, I would have originally planned to imprison him until he died. But considering your reputation, Sister Diao, I will let him go. Hearing this, Sister Diao, who originally had some resentment towards Lu Feng, suddenly began to feel some goodwill towards him. This Lu Feng is not as bad as I imagined. It's quite good. Lu Feng, Lin Xian is my apprentice and younger brother. I hope you can stop making things difficult for him for my sake. Sister Diao spoke at this moment. Yes. I will not give face to anyone else in the world, but I will give this face to Sister Diao. Lu Feng waved his folding fan and asked with a faint smile, Sister Diao, you can see that I have been very kind to you. Don't you have any thoughts of repaying me? Sister Diao understood Lu Feng's meaning with her charming and enchanting eyes. She tied her hair up consciously. Really? Sister Diao, who is 2 years older than Lu Feng, is sensible. I had heat stroke today, feeling dizzy and vomiting, and feeling very uncomfortable. Thank you to all the godfathers who gave rewards and supported the love power generation. I am very grateful. At the same time, Dao Empire. The mountain range of 10,000 beasts. In order to dominate the world and rule over all kinds of monsters,
the Demoness Queen returned to the mountains to deal with the affairs inside the mountains, which was only part of it. There was one more thing that was specially assigned to her by her Taoist partner Lu Feng. Lu Feng knew that the Son of Destiny of the Emperor's rebirth school would appear sooner or later. So, Lu Feng asked his Taoist partner, the female Demon King, to help look after the cave where the immortal world was originally hidden.
At this moment,
most beautiful Demon Queen among demons was lying comfortably on the jade couch. Then I had seen her before. Breasts were originally big, plump and mature, and now they were even bigger and more dynamic, giving the visual feeling that her clothes might be torn at any time and anywhere.
Not only that, her waist is as slender as a water snake, beautiful and seductive. A pair of snow-white legs, displayed in the air, is extremely beautiful.
Her delicate body exudes a strong aura of a demon king. Some people who are not very practical would be scared to death when they see her for the first time. A pair of beautiful, narrow and enchanting eyes, slightly closed. Although the Demoness Queen was resting with her eyes closed, every move of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was under her surveillance and control.
Next second,
the Demoness Queen, who had her beautiful eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them.
Master asked me to monitor has finally arrived.
Mr. is truly a master of predictions.
I was given the information as expected.
The enchanting and beautiful eyes of the Demoness Queen, she couldn't help but admire her own lord, and she murmured to herself.
Immediately,
her beautiful body disappeared on the jade couch.
In the mountains,
in front of a strange cave. This cave was where the immortal world was hidden before.
Right now,
a man in simple clothes walked here.
My name is Yi Fan, and I'm only 8.
Although she is a teenager, she is not very old. But in his eyes, there was a strong sense of vicissitudes of life.
It's like living a million years. Give it an extraordinary and weathered temperament. Reincarnate and rebuild your second life. This life, I will definitely reach the peak and kill all the enemies in my previous life. Yi Fan said.
Then, looked towards the cave in front. According to the memory of a million years ago, the immortal world that was opened up was stored in the hidden cave in front of him. So that I can prepare for my second life. Now, this is my second reincarnation, and it's time to look for this created immortal world to help me cultivate. But Yi Fan found that he had arrived in front of the cave, but did not sense any fluctuations of the breath of the immortal world.
Why can't I feel it? Could it be that it was taken away by in advance? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's something I left for myself. How can ordinary people find it?
It must be because the time has passed too long, millions of years have passed, so it's hard to sense it. Yi Fan said secretly in his heart. Although he had a bad feeling in his heart, he was still unwilling to believe it.
Immediately following, Yi Fan came into the cave and began an extensive search.
However, no matter how hard I search, I can never find my own immortal world. Afterwards, Yi Fan, who was unwilling to give up, searched in the cave for most of the day. But still no trace of it was found.
Until this moment,
Yi Fan just had to accept the cruel fact that the eternal world was taken away by the devil.
Ah!
That immortal world is what I specially left for myself to rebuild in my next life.
Who is that? You took away my immortal world. Ah!
Yi Fan, the emperor who was reincarnated for the second time, shouted to the sky in despair. As a great emperor in his previous life, he had long anticipated that he would encounter disaster and would perish as an emperor. Therefore, specially prepared for his second life an immortal world that accelerated his chain repair and contained natural treasures. In the immortal world, one can speed up the chain repair process, and even be able to resurrect from the dead, achieving immortality. The immortal world opened up by is an absolute imperial treasure of heaven and earth. Is the big killer that has high hopes for? But now, the eternal world is gone, and Yi Fan's mentality collapsed on the spot. Without the emperor's treasure, how can I rebuild this second life? Ah! Yi Fan was so upset that he almost cried on the spot.
The immortal world that I worked so hard to prepare for myself ended up becoming someone else's wedding dress. What the hell? Who can stand it? At this time,
noticed the fluctuations in Yi Fan's aura and rushed over immediately.
Bug, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Demoness Queen looked down at Yi Fan from above. Although Yi Fan in front of him is the reincarnation of the Emperor, his identity and background in his previous life were extremely prominent.
But now, the strength is only the first level of the great martial master realm. In the eyes of the Demoness Queen, they are no different from ants.
To kill, just a touch of pressure is enough.
However, my lord still has some use for this. The Demoness Queen will not kill Dai for the time being. It's like a tiger in trouble being bullied by a dog. I'm a great emperor, but I'm called an ant by you.
What a shame. Yi Fan clenched his fists unwillingly and said secretly in his heart. At the same time, Yi Fan reacted instantly.
The Demoness Queen said she was waiting for him.
Could it be that she already knew that he would come to look for the immortal world? So, his immortal world was taken away by a demon. Was it related to her?
Yi Fan, who had come to his senses, angrily asked, "Did you take away the immortal world in this cave?" The Demoness Queen glanced at him domineeringly and coldly, and said, "Your immortal world is in the hands of my lord.
That's a nice treasure. My son is very satisfied with it. Listen to this."
Yi Fan was so angry that he stomped his feet on the spot. The immortal world that he had worked so hard to create was actually taken away and used by someone else.
Damn it! You really deserves to die.
Yi Fan was so angry that he cursed loudly.
Not afraid of the Demoness Queen in front of him at all.
When the Demoness Queen heard this, she burst out with a powerful pressure and suddenly crushed Yi Fan below.
Puff!
This pressure caused Yi Fan to spit out blood and lie on the ground in a miserable state.
I have fallen to this level now. I can't even withstand the pressure from a woman.
This emperor, I am like a tiger in troubled water being bullied by a dog.
Being bullied by a dog.
Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said inwardly with hatred. In the past, was a great emperor, and he had such a glorious life.
How miserable and are now. My lord, I will wait for you here. Now, it's time for me to hand you over to my master. The Demoness Queen glanced at Yi Fan coldly and said.
Afterwards, she took Yi Fan, who had lost the ability to resist, and rushed to Yaoshan Valley. Hand over Yi Fan, the reincarnation of the great emperor, to his own king.
Medicine God Valley.
Took the Demoness Queen of the martial emperor realm a few hours to rush from the Myriad Beasts Mountains to the Medicine God Valley where Lu Feng was.
As for Yi Fan, the son of luck,
she even captured him and gave him to her husband Lu Feng.
Just think of it as a small gift for your husband.
When the Banshee King appeared in the void of Yaoshan Valley, the beautiful female swordsman, who knew her and had fought with her before, rushed to the void as soon as possible.
You're here, Pei Jianxian said. The Demoness Queen nodded slightly without denying it.
She glanced around the Medicine God Valley with her beautiful eyes that were full of charm and beauty, but did not find any trace of Lu Feng.
She could not help but ask Pei Jianxian, "Where is my husband? I brought him a small gift this time." The Demoness Queen inquired.
Pei Jianxian raised her eyes filled with sword energy and responded, "My husband is busy at the moment.
You can wait for him for a moment."
After saying that, Pei Jianxian looked at Yi Fan, the young man captured by the Demoness Queen. Her beautiful eyes rested on Yi Fan's body and she asked curiously, "This is the little gift you brought for your husband?" At this moment, Yi Fan, the reincarnation of the great emperor, was like a cicada pupa, and was tied up tightly by the Banshee Queen's men. He could not struggle or resist at all. And Yi Fan, with a pair of tough and weathered eyes, glared at the Demoness Queen with extreme anger. He had never been tied up and humiliated like this by a woman. This is Yi Fan, and he feels that he has suffered a great insult. The most beautiful female demon queen glanced at Yi Fan coldly and replied, "That's right. This guy is the gift that the king brought to my husband.
My husband has been waiting for him for a long time.
The king brought him here to help me, saving me a lot of effort." Pei Jianxian looked at the female demon king and said, "You really care about your husband."
"It is my blessing to have you." Just as the two women were talking,
Yi Fan, who was tied up, roared angrily, "A tiger in troubled times is bullied by a dog.
"When I reach the top, I will make you pay the price."
Slapped Yi Fan's face fiercely from a distance, and warned him coldly, "Be quiet.
You dare to be impatient again.
Kill him with one sword." After saying this, Pei Jianxian released his cold and sharp sword energy. This frightened Yi Fan so much that he suppressed his anger and dared not say anything else.
"Come with me.
It won't take long for my husband to show up." Pei Jianxian held the sword in his chest and spoke to the Demoness Queen beside him.
Then,
Pei Jianxian brought the Demoness Queen to the fairy island where her husband lived. She is quietly waiting here for her husband Lu Feng.
at the same time, this immortal land opened up by the great emperor himself.
Lu Feng was leisurely waving his folding fan, looking at the big-breasted Sister Dio with a smile on his face. At this moment, Sister Dio was beside a stream in the land of eternal life, carefully washing her 3,000 strands of black hair. Lu Feng, who was careless just now, accidentally soiled Sister Dio's 3,000 black hair.
Lu Feng felt embarrassed to stay any longer.
I didn't want to continue disturbing Sister Dio, who was washing her hair. He soon disappeared from the land of immortality. Left the immortal land, immediately sensed the fluctuations in the breath of the Banshee King in the Medicine God Valley.
It seems that the master has asked me to do something. Yes, it's been done.
Lu Feng preached with a smile on his face. Long before, he had arranged and entrusted the Demoness Queen, who returned to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, to keep an eye out for the cave where the immortal land was hidden.
At that time, someone will go. Nowadays,
the Demoness Queen came to Yaoshan Valley, and it seemed that she had done what she had been asked to do. Lu Feng, who understood this, immediately arrived at the floating fairy island where he lived. Swoosh! Lu Feng hurried back with a whoosh. The first moment he came back, Lu Feng noticed his wife, the Demon Queen. At this moment, the weapon in front of her became even more turbulent and full, as if it was bursting through her clothes.
It is really eye-catching and makes people reluctant to look away. Lu Feng, the Minesweeper master, was naturally deeply attracted by this scene. Don't look at it. If you really want to see it, I'll take it off tonight and show it to you.
The Witch Queen put her hands on her waist and rolled her eyes at her husband's words.
Okay, lady,
Lu Feng said with a chuckle. He and the Demoness Queen had been apart for some time, and now that they met again, it was absolutely impossible for him to say that he didn't miss her.
Immediately following,
the Demoness Queen pointed her jade-like fragrant fingers at Yi Fan, who was tied to the ground, and said, "This guy is the one you asked the queen to pay attention to. Now he has been captured and tied up by the king.
As for how to deal with this kid, it's all up to you."
That's it. The Demoness Queen waved her jade hand, and a powerful force sent the tightly bound Yi Fan to her husband Lu Feng in the air.
Bang!
Yi Fan fell heavily in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled faintly and waved his folding fan slightly. He slowly opened the system and took a detailed look at Yi Fan in front of him.
Name, Yi Fan.
Identity, reincarnation of the Great Emperor.
Current age, 18 years old. With a golden finger, immortal land, the land was taken by the villain Lu Feng.
Attributes and fate, the son of fortune of the Emperor's rebirth school.
Luck in the body, luck of the Great Emperor.
Personal experience, 1 million years ago, he achieved the throne and reached the pinnacle, but due to assassination, he accidentally died and died with hatred, so he reincarnated and built a second life.
After reading it,
Lu Feng's face was full of smiles. This former great and powerful emperor was once very powerful and glorious.
But now,
if Yi Fan meets his own villain alchemist, then he won't have a good life.
Don't even think about getting any good results.
As a prisoner, Yi Fan felt it very clearly that the extremely powerful imperial weapon and the immortal land that he had painstakingly opened up in his previous life were actually in Lu Feng's body.
Immortal earth fluctuated and emanated from Lu Feng's body.
This shows The immortal land that he could not find by himself was taken away by Lu Feng in front of him by himself.
It's no wonder, I've been looking for so long but still can't find it.
It turned out that the villain alchemist Lu Feng in front of him had gotten there first. In the previous life, the immortal land that I had painstakingly prepared was now being intercepted by someone.
Made a wedding dress for him.
This is Yifan, glaring at Lu Feng with gritted teeth.
Angry?
I have to say that the immortal land you created and refined yourself is quite useful.
I like it so much.
Thank you, my lord, for refining such a great weapon. Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and secretly transmitted a message to Yifan with a sly smile on his face.
What? You actually know that I created the eternal world? Then I have no privacy in front of you, right? For a while.
Yifan was shocked by the reincarnation of Emperor. I feel that the handsome alchemist Lu Feng in front of me is too extraordinary. Although he is young, the partners around him are more complicated than each other.
Especially.
These female companions all have one thing in common: they seem to be several years older than Lu Feng, or even thousands of years older.
This is Yifan.
He felt surprised and envious at the same time. In his previous life, as an emperor, he did not have so many busty beauties to accompany him.
But Lu Feng has it. This is Yifan, it's hard not to be envious.
At the same time, Yifan knew clearly in his heart that with his current physical condition and strength, he could not fight against the alchemist Lu Feng at all.
The only way.
I can only borrow my identity and background in this life. Thinking of this, Yifan raised his head and said in a strong voice, "Sir, the background of the sect behind me is not simple. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, when the sect behind me notices the power behind me, it will be bad for you." There was a strong sense of coercion in his words.
The intention is very obvious, just let yourself go. Lu Feng was calm and composed, and sneered, "What? Then I will lock you up and see what happens."
Winked at the dark corner beside him.
In an instant,
his subordinate Zhang Long showed up on the spot. Afterwards, Yifan was tied up and quickly imprisoned in the dungeon.
Throughout the process,
Yifan tried to resist, but he was unable to resist in front of Lu Feng, a powerful Wuzong master.
That's all. Anyone who has good fortune will be imprisoned by Lu Feng. And at this time, the sky gradually became dark and gloomy.
The night has begun to cover the sky and the earth. Lu Feng glanced at the night sky above his head and knew very clearly that it was time to get down to business.
What are you talking about?
The villain alchemist Lu Feng looked at the Banshee King in front of him with a smile, and said to her with a sly smile, "Madam, do you still remember what you said just now?" The Demoness Queen rolled her eyes at Lu Feng and said in a charming manner, "Remember. But wait until I put my hair up first."
While talking,
the Demoness Queen, whose chest was about to burst through her clothes, was very self-conscious and tied up her 3,000 long hair. His partner Lu Feng saw this. S heart beat so fast that he licks the corner of his mouth.
My own wife is much younger than me, she is a full 1,000 years older than me. She is very sensible and caring. Lu Feng likes this so much.
Pei Jianxian, who was standing by, saw this and left tactfully.
After all,
the Demoness Queen and her husband had indeed not seen each other for some time. Now that we finally meet, it's natural for the relationship to develop.
Next day,
the Banshee King who was baptized by Lu Feng stayed in Yaoshan Valley. Lu Feng asked her to stay for a while longer and stay with Guanyi. Terms of age, the Demoness Queen, who is 1,000 years older than Lu Feng, dotes on her husband Lu Feng very much. I will not return to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for the time being, and will only accompany the former. This day, as Lu Feng's cold and beautiful master, she took the initiative to come to the fairy island. Came to the place where Lu Feng lived. The beautiful female master arrived. Lu Feng sensed it clearly.
This fairy island is their own territory.
Anyone who trespasses into their territory can be sensed clearly.
Even a fly cannot escape Lu Feng's perception. Why is my cold and beautiful female master here? Could it be that your feet are itchy? Would you like me to massage her? If that's the case, I'd be disrespectful to refuse. Lu Feng's mind was full of random thoughts. Traitor! What are you thinking about? At this time,
Cold, beautiful, strong and beautiful master appeared in front of Lu Feng. She couldn't help but glared at her disciple Lu Feng fiercely.
Nothing. Lu Feng laughed dryly and scratched his head. Then, Lu Feng looked at the cold and busty female master in front of him, and asked seriously, "Master, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to my fairy island? Or, what can I do for you? Can I help you?" That's it. Lu Feng lowered his head and looked at the bare feet of his beautiful and cold master. Ever since the last time he showed filial piety to his master and rubbed her feet, Lu Feng has found it difficult to forget the feel of his beautiful master's feet. The cold and beautiful female master's jade feet is so wonderful. As a disciple, I also want to show my filial piety to my beautiful master and rub her feet. The cold and beautiful female master asked Lu Feng, "Do you still remember? Last time, I told you about the former improper senior sister in the secret realm?" Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up instantly.
Naturally, I remember it very clearly.
After all,
this frivolous beautiful woman had begged me to help her. As for herself, let her show her sincerity and put her hair up. Lu Feng not only remembered the frivolous beautiful woman, but also knew her, Shenxian, very well.
Report to master. Disciple, remember. Of course I remember. Lu Feng responded.
Seeing that Lu Feng still remembered her, the beautiful master cut to the chase and said with some concern, "It seems that my teacheress' unruly senior sister has come back to life again.
And escaped from the secret realm. I suspect that there may be some demonic force that is secretly helping her." Hearing this, Lu Feng secretly thought in his heart that something was wrong.
Improper beautiful woman was resurrected and able to escape from the secret realm was all due to her own help.
I have done must not be known to the beautiful master. Otherwise,
Lu Feng didn't dare to imagine how the beautiful master would punish him.
What? She actually ran away.
Lu Feng pretended to be surprised and shocked.
As if he had no idea about this.
She has been away from the secret realm for some time. I just went to a secret place and discovered this. I'm afraid her coming out this time will stir up another storm.
It's really worrying.
The cold and beautiful master said the last part, and she couldn't help but rub her forehead gently. My frivolous senior sister had already fallen into the evil path.
I knew her character very well. Therefore,
she didn't want the former to continue causing trouble.
But things went against our wishes. Who loves to make trouble is born again.
This time, my senior sister came out to cause trouble.
Someone must have secretly helped her. The teacher asks you, did you encounter any suspected demonic people during your entry into the secret realm this time? With stunning breasts asked her disciple Lu Feng.
In her opinion, her disciple Lu Feng must have noticed something when he entered the secret realm this time.
Report to master. Disciple, this time when we entered the Wuzong secret realm, we have been taking care of Fairy Qingzhu and pointing the way for her. As for the other suspicious persons, I did not notice them.
Lu Feng said seriously.
Will not tell the truth to his own master Xiong.
In fact, the demon that his beautiful master guessed was himself. Since then, he has become a demon who helps the tiger. When the cold and beautiful female master saw that her disciple Lu Feng didn't know about it, she had no choice but to give up. My teacher's fallen and dishonest senior sister is bound to do evil when she is born this time. In the future, try not to have any contact with bad women like her. The beautiful master looked at her disciple Lu Feng beside her and gave a warning.
Master, don't worry. My disciple is a chaste and self-disciplined gentleman. Of course I won't have anything to do with a bad woman like that.
Lu Feng preached in a serious tone. Looked at her disciple Lu Feng with disdain on her jade face. How could say such shameless words?
You have nothing to do with being a gentleman. The female master snorted coldly and said. Master, master. How can you insult someone's innocence for no reason? Lu Feng preached in a slightly stingy way. Unexpectedly. In the eyes of her cold and beautiful master, she actually likes such a person. Which upright gentleman has beautiful women around him and many Taoist companions? Xiao Feng. You are my disciple, so I advise you not to spend all your time on women. Instead, work harder to improve your alchemy skills. The beautiful master had to give a warning. Then, the beautiful master asked again, Master, let me ask you, what level of alchemy skills have you reached now? As the master, she couldn't help but feel concerned. So, just an 8th grade peak alchemist. Lu Feng opened the folding fan in his hand, waved it leisurely, and said, What? 8th rank alchemist? Are you trying to deceive me? Even though she was from Yaoshan Valley, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. Must know. An 8th grade alchemist of this level needs several years of alchemy experience and hard accumulation before he can reach it. Looking at the entire Dao Empire, the highest level of alchemist nowadays is only at the 5th level. An 8th grade alchemist had never been born in the Dao Empire. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Feng call himself an 8th grade alchemist, the cold and beautiful female master took a step back in surprise. Seeing his beautiful female master being so ignorant, Lu Feng smiled and said, Master, with my apprentice's talent in alchemy, isn't it easy to reach the 8th level? You don't really think that my disciple is lying to you, do you? The beautiful master asked again, Have you really reached the 8th grade alchemist? Lu Feng nodded slightly and said, Not bad. My disciple has reached the level of an 8th grade alchemist. To be exact, my disciple should have reached the 8th grade alchemist a long time ago. At this point, alchemist Lu Feng paused for a moment, then continued, Master, you don't know. In fact, my disciple has already reached the level of an 8th grade alchemist. My disciple has been an 8th grade alchemist for a long time. During this time, I have been trying to break through to the 8th grade alchemist and be promoted to the 1st grade alchemist. But the promotion to a grade 1 alchemist is very demanding and difficult, which has caused my disciple to remain at the grade 8 alchemist until now. I haven't reported anything about alchemy to my beautiful master since then. So, Lu Feng gave a brief report. Actually, Lu Feng, the pharmacist of the school, sincerely felt that breaking through and being promoted to a grade pharmacist was really not difficult at all. A Taoist partner with his own extremely beautiful and cold female master, then it would only take a few minutes for him to break through and become a top-grade alchemist. Must know. The beautiful master in front of him was several years older than Lu Feng. As we all know, the older you are, the bigger your breasts become. Beautiful master, that is even greater than what can be described. Learn this. The female master didn't say a word on the spot. She grabbed her disciple Lu Feng's hand with her delicate hand and began to sense and explore it. What a vast and majestic, surging soul power. This soul power is so powerful and terrifying. Far beyond being a teacher. This kid actually achieved a breakthrough to become an 8th grade alchemist. Isn't this simply too monstrous? After all, Xiao Feng just turned 20. He's an 8th grade alchemist. Then your future attainments in alchemy are beyond estimation, right? The beautiful master was extremely shocked and tightly grasped Lu Feng's big hand, feeling very surprised. She lived for several years. I have never seen a genius in alchemy like my disciple Lu Feng. Just turned 20, an 8th grade alchemist. This were to be made known to others, no one in the entire Dao Empire would believe it. Just because it's so shocking. It is impossible to become an 8th grade alchemist without 5 or 6 years of rigorous practice. This is common knowledge. A plan emerged in Yao Shengu's mind, which he was going to arrange for his apprentice Lu Feng. Just right. An alchemist competition was held within the empire. Sending Xiao Feng forward is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The beautiful female master secretly thought in her heart and said, He. Master's hands are quite soft. Lu Feng, whose hand was grabbed by the beautiful master, smiled in his heart. Then, the former let go of Lu Feng's big hand. Lu Feng, you really gave this teacher a great shock. At the same time, it really opened my eyes.
Yao Xinggu was shocked and said to Lu Feng, "Xiao Feng, there will be a pharmacist competition in the empire soon. You will go there on behalf of Yaoshan Valley.
After all, you are an 8th grade alchemist.
If you just go over there, you will definitely be attacked by a dimensionality reduction attack."
Who would have thought?
After hearing this, alchemist Lu Feng he gently waved the folding fan in his hand and refused. No. Inside the empire, the highest-ranking alchemist is only a 5th-rank alchemist.
You guys' competition is so boring. This kind of imperial alchemist competition is of no benefit at all.
If he had that much time, Lu Feng might as well spend some time with his confidants.
Yao Xingdu said with a smile, "Since you don't want to go, forget it.
It's a pity that the reward for this alchemist competition can only be used to marry the female alchemy queen in the empire.
The female alchemy queen has made a bold statement to the public that she will marry whoever can surpass her in alchemy skills. It would be a pity if you don't go."
The cold and beautiful female master has a firm grip on her own disciple.
What's the look of my own apprentice? She knows it so well. Go. Disciple will go right away. Lu Feng gave a sermon on the spot as usual.
A cold and beautiful chest.
Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan, looked at Yu with an impatient look, and said, "Lu Baiyu, don't hide. If you have anything to say, just come out."
From the moment the female master started talking, Lu Feng, an alchemist with extremely strong soul power, could clearly feel that his cheap elder sister, Lu Baiyu, was secretly monitoring him.
This woman, Lu Baiyu, is simply haunted.
As long as she returned to Yaoshan Valley, she would monitor her every move.
That's why Lu Feng sometimes hates coming back for a reason. I always feel that there are people watching me everywhere in Yaoshan Valley. Hear the sound. Was hiding in the dark, appeared immediately. As beautiful as ever. She was wearing a pure white robe.
Under the loose and gorgeous robe, the proud breasts on her chest were particularly prominent.
Its extent. Just like a ripe watermelon. So sexy and beautiful.
On her chest immediately attracted the attention of minesweeper Lu Feng.
F***CK.
I haven't seen this cheap sister of mine for quite some time.
She seems to have changed a lot. Lu Feng said secretly. Then Lu Feng continued to appreciate it.
Lu Baiyu's fragrant waist and perky buttocks are particularly charming, and her delicate body is so beautiful. But if we talk about the most beautiful, it must be Lu Baiyu's super invincible long legs. This pair of round, straight, white and flawless legs is breathtakingly beautiful.
It makes your nose bleed. Damn it. These legs are so beautiful, so ridiculous. The beauty is unparalleled and unparalleled. It can be said to be unique throughout the ages. To be honest, just this pair of snow-white, round and beautiful legs is enough for Lu Feng to play with for a lifetime. Just as Lu Feng continued to appreciate and watch, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew over. "Did you see enough, little brother?" Lu Baiyu came up to Lu Feng and said. "How can you get enough just by looking? Sister Ru, can you let me play with your beautiful legs?"
Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and teased in a playful manner.
"Stinky brother. You are so brave.
How dare you say such rebellious words to me, your sister?"
Lu Baiyu said in an angry voice. "Although there is no real blood relationship between me and Lu Feng.
But she herself was the goddaughter adopted by Lu Feng's father, and was the nominal sister of Lu Feng. This guy, however, has complete respect for himself. This is really true, and it makes Lu Baiyu very angry. However, Lu Baiyu has gotten used to it. This stinky little brother Lu Feng has been like this since he was young.
Sister asks you, have you really reached the 8th grade alchemist? Lu Baiyu then said. At this point,
she is very concerned. Her mission was to monitor and spy on Lu Feng's every move, including what realm Lu Feng has advanced to and what level of alchemy skills he has reached. All of them need to be investigated carefully and reported in detail.
Why should I tell you? You ask me to tell you, and I will tell you? Isn't that too embarrassing for me?
Lu Feng snorted and spoke in a rather disdainful manner. This sister with long beautiful legs wanted to explore my level of detail, but I wanted her to proceed smoothly.
I want her to do the opposite. Unless busty and long-legged sister can give me some benefits, I will agree. If it's true,
I will never let her understand it smoothly.
Seeing my stinky younger brother Lu Feng, I actually told myself this.
Lu Baiyu was so angry that her chest felt like a watermelon, heaving and shaking violently. Beautiful legs stomped the ground hard a few times.
Lu Feng, don't forget. I am your sister.
I know you for the sake of reporting to my father, and I know you for no reason.
You had better cooperate with me, sister.
After saying that, Lu Baiyu stretched out his hand, wanting to step forward and grab Lu Feng, and conduct a detailed examination of Lu Feng's physical condition.
But who would have thought?
Lu Feng, who was very good at predicting things, had long expected that Lu Baiyu would do this.
Thought about it and dodged it easily. He didn't let Lu Baiyu catch him and investigate. If you want me to cooperate with you, it's very simple. Unless you give me some benefits. Lu Feng preached. Hearing this, Lu Baiyu raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Stinky brother, what benefit do you want? Do you know why?" Lu Baiyu had a good feeling. "Let me touch your legs,"
Lu Feng said bluntly. This cheap sister Lu Baiyu's slender legs are so beautiful that they are unparalleled.
Lu Feng wanted to touch it and try the feeling. Presumably, this pair of round, white and exquisite legs must feel great. What? You stinky brother. You actually want to touch my sister's legs, you are so rebellious.
After hearing this, Lu Baiyu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and spoke coldly.
I can be Lu Feng's sister.
But Lu Feng made such a request. This was really so annoying that Lu Baiyu was so angry that she beat Lu Feng severely.
But what a pity.
Lu Feng is now grown up, and Lu Baiyu has completely beaten him.
It comes to the point, Lu Baiyu has to beat Lu Feng up. Ride on and beat him up. Please. Cheap sister.
You want to check whether I am an 8th grade alchemist, and you must touch my body. You can touch my body, so I'll just touch your legs.
What's wrong with that? Why? Can you touch me? Can I touch you? Lu Feng waved the fan slightly, looked at the long-legged Lu Baiyu in front of him, and said in confrontation. Before.
Lu Baiyu checked his realm and physical condition, and touched his whole body for a detailed examination.
I can say that I have been touched all over by Lu Baiyu.
Even her invincible second brother was touched by her.
And I just want to touch a leg? Is this too much? Of course it's too much. At last.
Lu Baiyu thought about it for a moment and agreed to Lu Feng's request.
Stinky brother. Sister promises you.
Lu Baiyu agreed reluctantly. She suddenly felt that what Lu Feng said made sense. Following Lu Baiyu's agreement, Lu Feng suddenly changed his mind and said, I have changed my mind again.
I want to touch your legs. Let me sleep on your legs. Lu Baiyu clenched her jade fist, looked at Lu Feng coldly and said, Stinky brother, don't go too far. Lu Feng spread his lips and said with a faint smile, Is it too much? You are my sister. I just want to rest my head on my sister's legs and have a good sleep. Is this too much? That must be too much, right? Lu Feng smiled. Snort. I'll beat you now. Sister, I will satisfy your evil tastes. Lu Baiyu looked at her stinky brother coldly and said. And then later.
She sat on the grass of the fairy island, letting her stinky brother Lu Feng rest his head on her slender, flawless, round and straight legs, and slept peacefully. Waking up, alchemist Lu Feng was resting his head on a pair of beautiful and slender legs. He stretched out leisurely and said with great satisfaction, It's so comfortable.
It's so comfortable. I never expected that. Sister's legs are perfect as a pillow for sleeping. How come I didn't notice it before?
And Lu Baiyu, seeing that her stinky brother Lu Feng had a high opinion of her long legs, she proudly puffed out her chest.
She was quite confident about her legs. The legs are both slender and beautiful. She hasn't found an opponent yet. Then, Lu Baiyu said, "Stinky brother. Be honest. Let me check your physical condition in detail." After hearing this, Lu Feng obediently allowed Lu Baiyu to investigate. Martial Emperor Realm Level 1? The speed at which this realm's cultivation level increases is indeed fast enough. Lu Baiyu was slightly startled, and continued to investigate. When she felt the vastness and depth of Lu Feng's soul, her beautiful jade-like eyes flashed with surprise. Only an 8th grade alchemist can possess such a terrifying and super strong soul. I didn't expect that. This stinky little brother actually achieved it. Before, I thought he was just talking nonsense. I expected that. He is actually an 8th grade alchemist. This is unbelievable. It can be seen that this stinky brother is lustful and has many beauties and friends. He is like a dandy brother, idling around all day and not doing his job. But in fact, you stinky little brother hit it well enough. This guy is a typical wretched old man. You must report this news to your relatives as soon as possible. Lu Baiyu said secretly in his heart. This moment, she looked at her stinky brother Lu Feng next to her with a new respect. At only 2 years old, he has reached the 8th grade alchemist. The realm of cultivation has even reached the first level of the Martial Emperor realm. Such results! He is definitely a rare talent among men, a demon among the arrogant. Now, as an elder sister, Lu Baiyu is still worried that her stinky brother will fall into depravity? He indulged in alcohol and S**X, and neglected martial arts and alchemy. Look now. I think too much of myself. It's time. Lu Baiyu felt relieved. I'm glad to see that my stinky younger brother Lu Feng is so outstanding and strong, and has great potential. As an elder sister, she was happier than anyone else. After all, Lu Feng is the self-proclaimed stinky younger brother. Although he has no blood relationship with her, Lu Baiyu has always taken care of him like his own brother. Brother, you are such a hidden talent. At such a young age, you already know how to keep a low profile. I can really see that you are so thoughtful. Lu Baiyu looked at Lu Fengyan deeply. And then later, Lu Baiyu said goodbye. When the alchemist Lu Feng saw Lu Baiyu leaving, he said with great satisfaction, "He's going to put an announcement in the newspaper for that Xiao Lao again. Wait until you get back. It would be strange if that Xiao Laoding died." In the next few days, alchemist Lu Feng began to prepare for the arrival of the Imperial Alchemy competition. Why did the villain Lu Feng go to the competition? The reason is very simple. Then the Empire's first female alchemy queen will pledge herself to him and win the championship of the alchemy competition. That female Dan King is a 5th-rank alchemist. Currently, the strongest and most powerful female alchemist known in the Wu Empire. Its reputation has resounded throughout the Wu Empire for nearly 1,000 years. Almost everyone in the Wu Empire knows about the reputation of the female Pill King in alchemy. When it comes to alchemy, the female alchemy queen is famous throughout the empire and abroad. It's on you. The former Empress Dowager of the Wu Empire was poisoned and on the verge of death, with no one able to cure her. Action to refine a 5th-grade pill to save the life of her dying emperor. It can be said that it is possible to turn the tide and save the collapsing building. From now on, the great reputation of the Queen of Dan spread far and wide. As an alchemist, Lu Feng had naturally heard of the deeds and reputation of the female Pill King. It's time. What attracted Lu Feng the most was the rumor that the female Dan King was fair-skinned and beautiful, but she was not afraid of landmines. Beautiful. Among alchemists, the female alchemy queen is as beautiful as a fairy. The most beautiful woman in the world of alchemy. For Lu Feng, a pharmacist, it is almost impossible for the female Dan King to covet this. In addition, the age of the Queen of Dan is said to be very old. I have never found a suitable Taoist partner to marry, and I am still a virgin. Such a female Dan King is definitely the first target of Taoist couple Lu Feng. It's just because Lu Feng really doesn't have much resistance to women of his age. Lu Feng also opened his own detailed personal data and took a look at it. Host, Lu Feng. Occupation, alchemist. Age, only 20 years old. Physique, chaos head, double pupils. Martial arts realm, martial emperor level 1.
Current number of Taoist companions: Wang Qingwan, Xiaoshuaran, demon concubine; Pei Jianxian, elder Mushua; Bai Yaoxian, female demon king; female sect leader Yunji, King's Hukshan. Number of talent entries: reverse talent, Vajra destroying invincible body; Dan emperor talent, good tool, sweet talk, full level charm, old appearance. Number of artifacts: God and Demon Cauldron, Wanling Fan, Human Emperor Banner, God Killing Spear.
Alchemy Flame, Myriad Beast Emperor Heart Flame, Blue Lotus Emperor Heart Flame.
Innate Field, Time Stop.
With Good Fortune Golden Dragon, Good Fortune Golden Phoenix, Good Fortune Unicorn. Attribute Fate, Destiny Villain. Recent opportunities: the Empire's first female alchemy queen is going to hold an alchemy competition and invite alchemists from inside and outside the Empire to participate. Whoever wins the championship will be rewarded with her own life by the female alchemy queen. Watch till the end.
Lu Feng smiled slightly.
Relying on his 8th grade alchemist skills, would it be easy for him to go to the competition and defeat the female Pill King?
In order to get the female alchemy queen to pledge her love to him, the villain alchemist Lu Feng would not even watch this level of rubbish alchemy competition.
Must know. An alchemy competition of this level in the Wu Empire would only attract some ordinary alchemists to participate. An 8th grade alchemist like Lu Feng, under normal circumstances, wouldn't even bother to take a look. Only the female Dan King attracted Lu Feng. If you are sure,
go to this kind of medicine refining competition. Husband, who was that person just now?
At this time, his partner Pei Jianxian came over and asked with curious eyes.
She had just seen her husband from a distance, sleeping with his head resting on a stunning woman with long legs. Although Pei Jianxian's legs are long, slender and extremely beautiful, her beauty is incomparable. But compared with Lu Baiyu's ridiculously long, overly long, and exaggerated beautiful legs, Pei Jianxian is slightly inferior.
Pass. Pei Jianxian's breasts completely crushed Lu Baiyu. Pei Jianxian's talent point is on the landmine.
Lu Baiyu's talent lies in her beautiful legs. The two women, each with their own strengths and charm.
Her sister, Lu Feng said.
Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She had not expected that the woman who had behaved so intimately with her just now was actually her husband Lu Feng's sister.
You must say it. Lu Feng's sister's legs are so long. Even Pei Jianxian, a woman, felt that pair of legs was incredibly beautiful. Mom, I want to sleep with you as my pillow,
Lu Feng said a little sleepily.
Where to sleep? Pei Jianxian blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Lu Feng's language. And he looked at the place where Pei Jianxian's talent was extremely high. Dao Empire. Refining contest. On the day. This day.
It attracted all the alchemists in the empire to come over, including the alchemists from outside the empire, who also rushed over. The reason why so many alchemists came together was because the rewards for this alchemy competition were so generous. Whoever wins the championship will be able to marry the first queen of the empire.
Rumor has it that the queen is not only beautiful with big breasts, but also has profound attainments in alchemy. Such a queen. Empire. The imperial city.
A huge square that can accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch. At this time, the audience and the seats around were all well-known and prominent people from all over the empire. And brothers from powerful families. They wore gorgeous clothes and precious jewels, showing their noble status and wealth. These people gathered here not only to watch the game, but also to show off their power and status and to make friends with other powerful people. On this occasion, everyone hopes to enhance their influence in the empire through their performance and social activities. This medicine refining competition is a feast for the eyes.
That's right.
It is said that not only the alchemists from within the empire will come, but also the alchemists from outside the empire will come.
Mr. Don, this is my first time watching a pharmacist competition.
It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. The tribe is short of alchemists.
After the competition, we will select a few alchemists to become the tribe's worshippers.
The audience in the seats were discussing with each other constantly.
While talking about it,
the first figure entered the scene. An elderly man with a hunched back and a bump on his back that was very conspicuous and prominent like a toad's.
It's called Toad Monster. He is an alchemist who lives in seclusion in the mountains.
In his early years, was obsessed with refining highly toxic drugs. Halfway through the process, the furnace exploded, causing to be contaminated with all kinds of toxins.
His whole body looked like a toad, very ugly.
His alchemy level has reached that of a fourth-grade alchemist.
Everyone, long time no see. Do you still remember me?
The alchemist Toad said in a sinister voice.
It's the old Toad Monster. Ever since Lien appeared, he has been away from the mountains and forests for several years. I didn't expect that.
The Japanese medicine refining competition has also attracted. Among the audience, some who knew the old monster Toad couldn't help but speak out.
I have admired the king for a long time. I hope you will give the throne to me.
The old Toad monster preached with a sinister laugh. The empire's first queen was so stunning that she could captivate the whole country.
No one is unmoved. Just at this moment, a disdainful and mocking voice suddenly came. You Toad, you still want to eat goose meat? Don't you even take a piss and take a good look at yourself? Do you think you deserve it?
The person who spoke flew over from the sky. He looked middle-aged, with a medicine cauldron suspended in his palm, from which wafted a medicinal fragrance.
His expression was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take the old monster Toad seriously at all. Is the head of the medicine sect of the Dao Empire, Yao Tuoding. His alchemy level is also that of a fourth-grade alchemist. Damn it! You are a drug adjuvant, you are so arrogant to your mother. If I hadn't failed halfway through, I would have been promoted to a fifth-grade alchemist now.
How dare you speak to me like that? I really want to poison you to death. The old Toad monster had an ugly, pimpled face and looked at the medicine tripod with great anger.
He. As expected of an old toad, he has a bad temper. Yao Tuoding said with a playful look on his face. And at this moment, a beautiful figure in a red dress descended into the venue.
Whether it's her appearance or her figure, she is definitely a stunning beauty.
That's right. Her breasts are even bigger and more prominent. She is the female alchemist from the Dao Empire. The name is Hong Su. It's so lively. I don't know when the queen of the Dao Empire will appear.
I heard she is stunningly beautiful.
If I win, I'll marry her. Be someone's mistress. He. The female alchemist's pretty face was filled with a fujoshi smile. Even though she is a woman. But in her opinion, who says a woman can't marry a woman?
So she traveled all the way to the Dao Empire just to win the medicine refining competition. And Hong Su is also a fourth-grade alchemist. The Toad monster and Yao Tuoding, who were originally arguing, became quiet and looked at Hong Su, the female alchemist from the empire. This girl has a strong soul power. Although he looks silly and simple, he is not simple at all. The old monster Toad's expression became serious. This woman is from the empire. It seems that she is very confident in her alchemy skills. Yao Tuoding looked at it secretly. Then several alchemists came in. They all looked at Hong Su, some looked at her with solemnity, while others looked at her with contempt. All in all, several alchemists have gathered in the venue. Among them, the more famous ones are the old monster Toad, the head of the medicine sect, and the female alchemist Hong Su from the front of the empire. At the same time, the villain alchemist Lu Feng, who was not used to arriving early, was late as usual. Boom! Just listen. A loud rumbling sound was heard above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up. I saw 9 ferocious and huge dragons, pulling a magnificent chariot as big as a palace, slowly approaching. Final.
The nine-dragon immortal chariot hovered in the void.
Such a domineering and grand appearance attracted the attention of countless people in the venue.
This seems to be the mount of Yaoshan Valley's young master Lu Feng. Damn! This is such a grand occasion.
As expected of the Medicine God Valley, the foundation is indeed strong.
This is such a cool and awesome way to make an appearance. Thai pants are hot. Everyone in the venue was talking non-stop. Immediately following,
holding the sword in her chest as usual, the beautiful female swordsman opened the curtain for her husband Lu Feng, allowing to emerge leisurely from it. Lu Feng fanned himself leisurely, and glanced at the several alchemists who had arrived early from the other side.
It is easy to see with just one glance.
Among the several alchemists, the strongest one is a fourth-grade alchemist.
The weakest is the second-grade alchemist. I am an 8th-rank alchemist, and coming here to compete is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Yaoshan Gu is proficient in alchemy.
Young Valley Master Lu Feng is here this time.
I'm afraid we will meet a strong enemy in this medicine refining competition.
Several alchemists in the field looked at Lu Feng solemnly and said with great trepidation,
Yaoshan Valley is superb in refining medicine.
As the young master of the valley, how could Lu Feng be weak?
What? How dare I spy on him? Isn't the Xiao Gu of Yaoshan Valley too simple?
The old toad monster, whose skin was like that of a toad, had a pair of cloudy old eyes that were filled with amazement and determination. He tried to take a look at the details of alchemist Lu Feng so as to have a general understanding of Lu Feng.
But the result is, Lu Feng is like an abyss or an ocean, his aura is unfathomable. It's unpredictable.
What made the toad monster even more terrified was that when his soul power tried to sense Lu Feng, it produced a strong sense of fear.
This feeling of fear surged out like a tide. This kid is so terrifying.
The old toad monster took a few steps back and muttered to himself. The medicine support tripod next to him, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart since the first time he saw Lu Feng from Medicine God Valley. As a leader of a sect, he knows it very well. How terrifying would the Xiaogu who was cultivated by Yaoshan Valley, which has the most powerful foundation in the empire, be? In this medicine refining competition, Xiaogu and Lu Feng are a big trouble. The medicine holder was quite a thorny secret passage.
Hong Su, a female alchemist from outside the empire, couldn't help drooling when she saw Lu Feng. What a handsome male alchemist. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome alchemist in my life. Yes.
The sister next to him holding a sword in her chest is even more beautiful.
I like that busty sister so much.
Hong Su wiped her saliva and stared at Pei Jianxian with her beautiful eyes full of passion.
Lu Feng is indeed handsome and good-looking. But she prefers the plump, mature and busted Pei Jianxian next to her.
In particular, Pei Jianxian lowered his head to see his toes, which were plump, full and mature.
Light attracts men, and also attracts women. The saliva of Hong Suyu is flowing.
Pei Jianxian, who was accompanying her husband Lu Feng, frowned.
She's lived to this age.
This was the first time a woman stared at me like this, with such passionate eyes. The look of the woman in red could only be described as obscene.
This is Pei Jianxian.
It is the first time he has seen such a wretched woman among women.
How can there be such a woman in this world? Pei Jianxian complained in his heart.
This was the first time Pei Jianxian had met a woman like the female alchemist Hong Su.
Get lost. Don't look at my wife like that again. I will kill you.
Hong Su's plump breasts hard from a distance, and sent her flying dozens of feet away.
Damn it!
This female alchemist Hong Su from outside the empire has such a vulgar look in her eyes.
He kept staring at his wife, watching her intently.
Even Lu Feng, who had seen countless people, had never met such a wretched woman.
Oops. It hurts.
Hong Su was blown away and grimaced in pain.
At the same time,
she steadied her delicate body, and the shaking breasts in front of her also steadied.
She had not expected that this alchemist Lu Feng was so protective and overbearing. If I just look at you a few more times, I will hit myself from a distance. It's okay to hit yourself. It even hit her own proud breasts. This made Hong Su blush. Restless mind. This is the first time I have been beaten since I was a child.
The place where we fought was still the same.
For a moment.
Hong Su, who came to the Dao Empire to participate in the alchemy competition, became more and more angry the more she thought about it. She hunched over her waist, raised her head and looked at Lu Feng, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with the alchemist Lu Feng. Lu Feng and his partner slowly landed on the ground. He didn't care about the angry look in the female alchemist's red eyes. Looking at his wife in such an obscene way, no matter if it is a man or a woman, in a word, he deserves to be beaten, he deserves to be beaten. This female alchemist has quite a good sense of taste. Lu Feng savored the feeling for a moment and said, "Even though I just hit her from a distance." Lu Feng could actually feel the tenderness of her breasts. Just at this moment, thousands of alchemists gathered in the venue. A graceful figure with a slender body emitting a strong elixir fragrance emerged.
Look around.
A beautiful woman with a curvy figure floated in the void in the center of the scene. Her delicate body is wrapped in a purple dress, which makes her full of seductive charm. Her chest was drooping.
Full to the extreme. Looks like durian.
The dress was stretched so wide that it looked as if it were torn apart. Her delicate body is a typical slender branch with a slender waist and long, round legs.
She is the Empire's #1 female alchemist. Wonderful purple pill. He is a top-grade alchemist. The Empire, he is called the King of Dan.
In terms of age, he has reached 1,000 years old. At that time, she was the one who rescued the dying emperor of the Dao Empire.
If it was Miao Zedong, the emperor of the Dao Empire would have passed away long ago. Moreover, the female alchemy queen Miao Zedong is also the president of the Alchemy Guild. Throughout the Dao Empire, all alchemists who have joined the Alchemy Guild are summoned by Miao Zedong's orders. Like,
Miao Zedong held an alchemy competition similar to a martial arts competition to find a husband, in order to find a suitable husband for herself.
Purple beauty really has charm. Lu Feng, the minesweeper master, spotted Miao Zedong's big mine at a glance.
It was like a durian, plump, ripe and drooping.
To attract people's attention. That's right.
Miao Zedong's purple dress wrapped around her delicate body showed her mature and graceful body to the fullest, full of charm.
Not to mention how tempting. It's true.
Purple is the most charming. Moreover, her delicate figure and appearance, coupled with her status as the Empire's first female Dan Queen, make her even more charming.
Then, detailed systematic inspection of Miao Zedong. Name, Miao Zedong. Age, 1020 years old. Realm of cultivation, first level of Wuling realm. Alchemy level, top-grade alchemist. Status, Dao Empire, head of the Alchemy Guild. Title, the #1 alchemist in the Empire. Physical condition, pure and fair body. Companion status, none at the moment. In the blink of an eye,
Lu Feng read through the detailed data of the female pill king Miao Zedong. When he saw that Miao Zedong was more than 1,000 years old and single, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little happy.
Wonderful. That's wonderful.
The older and older this kind of person is, the more Lu Feng likes him. If he could become a Taoist partner with Miao Zedong, Lu Feng felt that it would be absolutely a problem for him to be promoted to a 9th-grade alchemist.
The more rewards you will receive.
While Lu Feng was looking at the plump, mature and full female Dan Queen Miao Zedong, the female Dan Queen was also observing Lu Feng.
I'm young, and just turned 10. It would allow this Dan King to spy on you even a little bit.
What is the level of medicine refining of this young master of Yaoshan Valley?
Miao Zedong's beautiful purple eyes flashed with deep curiosity towards Lu Feng.
The feeling Lu Feng gave her was particularly different. She always felt that Lu Feng had something extraordinary.
Etc.
Beside the young master of Yaoshan Valley, the graceful woman holding a sword in her chest is actually the famous Pei Jianxian. Queen Miaozi was observing the alchemist Lu Feng. She also noticed Pei Jianxian.
Pei Jianxian's reputation is particularly loud throughout the empire. After all, she is the empire's #1 female swordsman.
With his superb and terrifying sword energy, as well as stunning appearance, he is famous throughout the world.
At the moment, Pei Jianxian stood beside Lu Feng, looking at him affectionately and full of love. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the close relationship between alchemist Lu Feng and Pei Jianxian. Lu Feng must be extraordinary to be able to have Pei Jianxian as his Taoist partner. I just don't know. Is Lu Feng also not simple in the art of refining medicine? Niao Zi's beautiful purple eyes couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity towards the alchemist Lu Feng.
The people waiting for Miao Zi's return in the venue.
After seeing the queen appear, everyone started talking about it.
The queen is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but her alchemy skills are also extremely powerful.
That's right. Who will win the championship and marry the king?
If the king and I could become a Taoist couple, I would die without regrets.
You? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy? The queen is a rare talent among women. If you want to marry her, you must be a rare talent among men. Among these thousands of alchemists, who can marry the king?
The dignitaries present in the venue were discussing with each other out of curiosity. Hong Su, the female alchemist who had come all the way from outside the empire, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the mine on the queen's chest.
That landmine is like a durian, dazzling and eye-catching. It's hard not to attract attention. Wow!
Such a beautiful and big sister, Wang.
I love it so much.
The female alchemist Hong Su said in a foolish tone. Although she is also a woman, she also likes beautiful women with high looks and big bodies.
Especially, Pei Jianxian and the queen are like this.
The man at the side was holding a tripod with one hand, the leader of a sect was holding a medicine tripod, and he was secretly calculating in his mind. The king is the head of the medicine refining guild.
Her influence in the alchemy world of the Dao Empire is unquestionable. If I marry the king, it's equivalent to gaining the support of the alchemy guild. Then,
the status and position of our clan will surely be greatly enhanced within the empire.
Yao Tuoding said secretly in his heart.
The other side. The old toad monster was hunched over and looked very old. A pair of triangular eyes stared at the queen, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, his face full of sinister expression and said, "What a beautiful and attractive queen."
Ah! Everyone says that a toad cannot eat swan meat.
But today, I want to taste this delicious swan meat.
But the villain alchemist Lu Feng is different.
He didn't take the thousands of alchemists in the venue seriously at all. He only takes the Queen Miao Zi seriously.
The rest of you wait. You're not even worthy enough to be looked at with respect by him. After all, he is a top-grade alchemist.
He has the capital to be proud.
Inside the venue, on the high platform, Miao Zi, wrapped in a purple dress, came to the platform.
She has a beautiful face, a big and plump breast, and is full of alluring feminine charm. Beside her, a white-haired old woman shouted at this moment, "All alchemists, my king has been obsessed with the art of alchemy for 1,000 years.
For thousands of years. My king has never been married to a Taoist partner. Always stay innocent. Now, my king wants to find a talented and beautiful prince.
And for my king, it's very simple. Whoever wins this medicine refining competition will win."
These words, just like a head falling into the water, it caused 1,000 waves. The alchemists in the field were all excited.
Everyone was thinking about winning the competition and marrying the beautiful, rich and beautiful Wang Miaozi. The Queen Miaozi raised her purple eyes and said in a serious and sweet voice, "I really want to get married and look for you, sir."
This sentence. Listen to the thousands of alchemists present, they are howling.
Who wouldn't want to marry such a big, attractive, beautiful and charming purple-haired queen?
May I ask, what are the rules of this medicine refining competition? Now, alchemist Lu Feng took the initiative to ask questions.
Miao Zi looked directly at Lu Feng, who was asking the question with her exquisite eyes, and said, "The rules of the medicine refining competition are very simple. I placed the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon in this small world. Whoever can refine the 5th grade dragon first and emerge from the small world will be the champion. That's it. Niao Zi took out an antique mirror. There is a small world contained in this mirror. Following right on. The ancient mirror in her hand expanded in the wind. In just a few breaths, it expanded to become hundreds of feet large. Appeared in front of everyone in the venue. The 5th grade medicinal materials for transforming dragons are all in this small world. Whoever can refine it first will be the champion. Same. You are also my dear Mr. Niao Zi looked around at the thousands of alchemists and spoke to them. Hearing this, except for Lu Feng, all the other alchemists present looked embarrassed. Must know. 5th grade dragon transformation medicine is the most difficult medicine to refine among the 5 grade medicines. Its failure rate achieved 100%. The Queen Niao Zi's light words seemed simple, but in fact, they were as difficult as ascending to heaven. I give up on my own initiative. Suddenly, were many alchemists in the field, and they gave up immediately. Their medicine refining level is only 3rd grade. Wanting to refine the 5th grade medicine is totally wishful thinking and a daydream. Afterwards, some alchemists who showed self-awareness left the scene one after another. In the blink of an eye, there are only 1,000 alchemists left in the field. This is a significant reduction from the previous thousands. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be a dragon. This is too difficult. Yes. Dragon transformation is known to be violent and difficult to refine. This is harder than ascending to heaven. Among the 5th grade medicines, the dragon transformation is the most difficult one. Even though it's just one competition rule, it's too difficult. Among us, the one with the highest level of alchemy is only at the 4th level. Now we are going to refine the 5th level of dragon transformation. Remaining alchemists in the field were all distressed and worried. How difficult and thorny it is to transform into a dragon, only the alchemist knows it. In comparison, Lu Feng, a top-grade alchemist, was incredulous and asked, 5th grade dragon transformation. Isn't this too easy? That's it. Under the gaze of many people, Lu Feng, together with his partner Pei Jianxian, entered the small world of the ancient mirror. For Lu Feng, refining the 5th grade dragon is as easy as drinking water and eating. The mirror. Little. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 1,000 alchemists saw Lu Feng enter first, they followed suit and then discovered this small place. Although this has entered the small room, how can we find the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill? Yes. Although this is a small place, the world is so vast that it is very difficult to find it. Sure enough, this medicine refining competition looks simple, with only one level, but this level is actually extremely difficult. That's right. The alchemists who entered had worried expressions on their faces and were in an extremely difficult situation. 10 black-robed figures appeared beside the female alchemist Hong Su. These 10 people are her protectors on this trip, responsible for the safety of the female alchemist Hong Su. Hurry up and find the herbs for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill. This Dan King Miao Zidong of the Dao Empire is so beautiful and has such big breasts. I like it so much. I will definitely marry her. The female alchemist Hong Su glanced around at the 10 powerful black-robed bodyguards and gave them orders. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 black-robed protectors suddenly disappeared without a trace. Go and execute. The ugly old toad with white hair and chicken skin knew that it would be extremely difficult and a waste of time to find the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade elixir in the small room. Therefore, he, the old toad monster, immediately waved his sleeves, and a toad as big as a palm emerged from it. Suddenly, the toad swelled up in the wind and became several dozen feet tall. Walk! Help me find some medicinal herbs. The old monster toad got on it immediately, and gave the order. So, this toad mount relies on its sense of smell to search for the past.
Spiritual energy into the cauldron. Whoosh! 1 second.
The medicine cauldron flew in one direction with a whoosh. Yao Tuoding saw this and followed closely. The other alchemists all used their talents to look for medicinal materials.
At the same time,
entered the small village was different.
Because he carries the golden dragon, golden phoenix, and unicorn of luck.
These three super invincible fortunes in his life, the alchemist Lu Feng's luck and fortune are extremely good. As soon as he entered the small cave with his partner, he found that his surroundings were full of medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill. The medicinal materials used to refine the 5th grade dragon transformation pill are dragon bone, white snow lotus, Wanjun marrow, dragon scale ganoderma, and dragon beard grass.
Eyes.
Other alchemists had to search for in the small room were all neatly displayed in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng, there is no need to search for him at all. This is the benefit of possessing the 3 auspicious beasts of fortune.
You will benefit from it in every aspect of your life. As for Lu Feng,
he was not at all surprised at the appearance of the medicinal materials in front of him. The sword in her chest was standing beside the flawless Pei Jianxian, whose face flashed with surprise. All the medicinal materials for alchemy are right in front of my husband Lu Feng.
My husband, you are really lucky. Husband, I will help you protect the way. You make the elixir. Pei Jianxian said this very considerately. She knows it very well. Alchemists need a quiet environment to refine pills. During this process, someone must protect them. Need not.
To refine this mere 5th grade dragon transformation pill, I only need 3 breaths to complete it. Lu Feng preached with confidence.
If Lu Feng wasn't here, you'd be exaggerating. But it is true. Must know.
At the peak of the 8th grade alchemist for a long, long time. It couldn't be easier for him to refine a 5th grade elixir by himself. Stared at her husband with her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy.
Just see.
Lu Feng spread out his hands. His hands were burning with the heart flame of the Emperor of 10,000 beasts. The Green Lotus Emperor's heart flame was burning in his right hand. His incomparably powerful soul force controls the dragon bones, white snow lotus, Wanjun marrow, dragon scale ganoderma, and dragon beard grass. Under his control, the 5 medicinal herbs slowly rose into the air.
Husband, you don't need a medicine cauldron to make pills?
Pei Jianxian, who was watching the alchemy at the side, immediately said in confusion.
In her impression, when alchemists refine pills, they all need medicine cauldrons.
Without a medicine cauldron, it is impossible to refine pills. I can refine this mere 5th grade dragon transformation pill with my bare hands.
As for the medicine cauldron? No use.
Lu Feng said with confidence.
As an 8th grade alchemist, his control over the temperature of the fairy fire is extremely precise. Immediately following,
Lu Feng controlled the 2 immortal fires with his bare hands and began to burn and refine the 5th grade dragon transformation pill.
5 kinds of medicinal materials melted instantly. Gather in an instant. The final moment takes shape. In the blink of an eye,
Lu Feng successfully refined a 5th grade dragon transformation pill with his bare hands.
On the surface of the elixir, dragon-shaped patterns flickered and emerged. This shows the 5th grade dragon transformation pill is done. The total time taken was less than 3 breaths.
Pei Jianxian was so shocked that she rubbed her beautiful eyes.
She couldn't quite believe it. Is this possible? Isn't the refining speed too fast? Making pills with bare hands? Husband, you are so fast. Pei Jianxian spoke in surprise on his delicate jade face. She knows. My husband has profound attainments in refining pills.
But she never expected it. It will reach such a terrifying level. The terrifying act of refining the elixir with bare hands, it was done in less than 3 breaths. If Pei Jianxian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. At the same time, Pei Jianxian's body had reached the point where his clothes were bursting, and his body could not help but tremble violently due to the shock.
Basic exercises are not allowed.
Lu Feng spoke lightly. For him, refining a 5th grade elixir is really not difficult at all. No, even if he could win the championship and marry the female alchemy queen Miao Zidong, he would not bother to participate in this kind of alchemy competition. The 5th grade dragon transformation pill refined by hand was quietly suspended in Lu Feng's palm. A rich medicinal aroma emanated from it and filled the entire room. Moreover, waves of dragon roars were heard from it. This female elixir queen Miao Zidong, I have decided to marry her, Lu Feng said in his heart. And at this time, the old monster toad, riding on a toad mount, was brought to the location of the medicinal materials based on the smell. When he saw the pill floating in Lu Feng's palm, especially seeing the dazzling dragon patterns flashing on the surface of the elixir, and the sound of dragon roars echoing from it. Toad monster's heart. This is AF * King 5th grade dragon transformation pill. It was actually refined. Oh my god. I rode my mount and just arrived at the place where the medicinal materials for the 5th grade elixir were located, only to find that the medicinal materials had been refined into dragon pills. Who can't see this? How can I not be shocked? This is the most difficult, violent, demanding and tricky elixir among the 5 grade elixirs. How terrifying is the medicine refining skill of this kid from Medicine God Valley. I can actually grab it and refine it in an instant. In 3 breaths, the 5th grade dragon pill was refined. Even the most important medicine cauldron for alchemy is not needed. On the mount, the old monster toad was stunned and kept expressing his surprise. Even with his broad vision and experience, he had never heard of this way of refining elixirs. Grab it and refine it in an instant. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. The art of alchemy has reached the pinnacle, a terrifying level of perfection. This was truly a sight for the old toad monster, who, with his pair of cloudy old eyes, was filled with amazement. Next, the old monster toad reacted on the spot again. Lu Feng has finally refined the 5th grade dragon pill, so doesn't that mean he is the champion? The first female Dan King in the empire outside will pledge herself to him. Think of this. The toad monster's cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly. He doesn't want to give up the championship title. This young friend is really amazing. I can actually refine the 5th grade dragon pill with my bare hands. Today, you really opened my eyes. Took the initiative to greet us with a smile. His heart, he secretly planned to snatch something. Even though Lu Feng has the support of Yaoshan Valley behind him, he is not afraid. After all, he is a solitary cultivator. If we provoke Yaoshan Valley afterwards, the worst that can happen is that we have to flee from the Da Empire. And Lu Feng? He saw the wandering cultivator toad monster staring at him closely. How vicious were his flaming eyes. Of course he knew very well what this old toad monster was thinking. You want to rob it, right? Lu Feng said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the old toad frowned, and his wrinkled face solidified. He never expected it. Lu Feng actually saw through his inner thoughts of robbing at a glance. My dear Lu, I don't want to rob you. This old man is doing this purely for your own good. You know, the female elixir queen Miao Zidong is now over 1,000 years old. As the saying goes, the older a woman gets, the more ferocious she becomes. According to rumors outside, you are only 20 years old, my friend Lu. The age difference between you and Miao Zidong is over 1,000 years. You are nothing but a young grass in front of Miao Zidong. She can eat you up in one bite without leaving any residue. You can't stand up to the female pill queen Miao Zidong at all. Little friend Lu, please listen to my sincere advice. The water in this female pill king's wonderful purple pill is very deep, you can't grasp it. Let me do it. The old toad monster, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of his mount, spoke with a look of concern for Lu Feng. The implication of his words was particularly obvious. It is to let the 5th grade Long Dan marry the female Dan King Miao Zidong by himself. The deeper the water, the more I like it. And you? You are already half buried in the ground. I guess that part of you is all soft. Drink wolfberry as soon as possible to maintain your health. Lu Feng mocked mercilessly. The old monster toad was immediately furious when he was mocked by Lu Feng. A man can be ridiculed in any aspect. However, we cannot ridicule this aspect of things. Especially. The old monster toad has really become soft. It's so weak. Softer than an earthworm. So Lu Feng's words deeply hurt his inferiority complex. This is too much. I am doing this for your own good. And you? Yet you mock and ridicule me like this. It seems that I have no choice but to take action. The old toad monster was filled with rage, and the poisonous gas in his body suddenly erupted. He is a dual practitioner of poison and alchemy. Poisonous frog, come to me. The old monster toad commanded his mount to attack Lu Feng. Quack! Several huge poisonous frog mounts croaked and rushed towards the alchemist Lu Feng. I am the sword immortal here, and you dare to attack my husband? You are courting death. Pei Jianxian said coldly. She accompanied her husband on this trip to act as a helper and deal with these short-sighted people. Next second, Pei Jianxian slashed it away with an ordinary sword. Whoosh! Away at an indescribable speed. Puff! Final. The toad monster's poisonous frog was cut into two halves by a single sword. Cut surface, smooth as a mirror. What? The mount I have trained for many years is dead? The old toad monster's eyes. Get out! Accompany your mount. Pei Jianxian's cold and murderous voice came. Before the toad monster could react, a sword energy so fast that it was indescribable directly pierced through the toad monster's neck. Puff! Then, the old toad's head fell off, a column of blood shot up into the sky, and he died on the spot. The Empire's famous casual cultivator, the old monster toad, died on the spot. Lu Feng, gently waving his folding fan, looked at his wife with satisfaction and appreciation. My wife is not only stunningly beautiful, but also very attractive, and her breasts are also very big. In terms of kendo, he is still a little bit stronger. Such a beautiful and strong lady made Lu Feng feel pleasing to the eye and relaxed. Having a beautiful and charming female swordsman as a wife, it couldn't be better. Thank you for your hard work, my lady. I will reward my wife well in the evening. Lu Feng rushed to the beautiful sword fairy woman beside him and said with a wicked smile. As for Pei Jianxian, ever since she followed Lu Feng, she has been influenced by the people around her. Things that she didn't understand before, she now understands immediately. Pei Jianxian held the sword in his chest, rolled his eyes at Lu Feng with resentment and said, "You bad guy, how can you repay my kindness?" Lu Feng shrugged shamelessly and said, "I have been a bad guy for a long time." At the same time, Hong Su, a female alchemist from outside the Dao Empire, and the medicine holder of a sect leader, all rushed over. That's the 5th grade dragon pill. Lu Feng actually succeeded in refining it. There was an expression of shock in Yao Tuating's serious eyes. They rushed over to look for medicinal materials, but others had already made pills. Ah, this. He just arrived and he has already made a pill out of the herbs. Isn't he too fast? What should people do? Her breasts were full, as red and tender as a ripe peach, and she was at a loss for words for a moment. She also hoped to find various medicinal herbs and refine the 5th grade dragon pill. But now it seems impossible. All the medicinal materials were refined into dragon pills by Lu Feng. The calm and composed man, the leader of a sect, was holding the medicine cauldron. He looked at the toad monster with its body torn apart above him, and his pupils suddenly fixed. He was an old and cunning man, and he could tell at a glance that it must have been the old toad monster who had snatched it by force, so he was killed on the spot. For a while, the medicine from the tripod disappeared on the spot. The medicinal materials have been refined into medicine. Help me think of a solution. The female alchemist Hong Su turned to the black-robed bodyguard behind her and said, "As a woman, she likes the beautiful female King Miaozi very much. So she wanted to give it a try to see if she could marry him successfully."
The key point is to transform the product into a dragon. The black-robed guardian at the side suggested, why not snatch it? When the female alchemist Hong Su heard this, her eyes lit up. She thinks, this method works. So, Hong Su took the initiative to walk forward, staring at the alchemist Lu Feng, who was not far away in front of her with her breathtakingly beautiful eyes. When I thought of the alchemist Lu Feng, who had just taught me a lesson. He slapped himself hard on the chest. She stamped her feet in a slightly petty manner, pointed her jade finger at Lu Feng and threatened, Lu Feng, you just bullied me. As a price, hand over the dragon transformation you have refined quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, her breasts were as red and tender as peaches. She rubbed her small fists, and her delicate face revealed a strong, ferocious look towards Lu Feng. It seemed like he was telling Lu Feng that he was not a good man. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Hong Su's expression is so funny. So, are you trying to rob me? After Lu Feng finished laughing, he greeted him. Good. You are not robbing me. The family is an unforgivable evil. If you have any sense of fun, hand over the refined medicine quickly. Hong Su has a black-robed bodyguard, and she speaks with confidence. And the two black-robed bodyguards, they all burst out with the aura of the first stage of the martial emperor realm to support Hong Su, trying to intimidate the alchemist Lu Feng. Let him hand over the product of the dragon transformation. For a while, the small world inside this ancient mirror was buzzing, and the sun, moon, and stars were dim and hanging upside down. As for the leader of a sect nearby, Yao Tuoding, he has a calm personality. He had no intention of snatching it away, but just stood aside and watched what happened. Lu Feng, a 7th-level alchemist in the martial emperor realm, was not at all surprised when he saw the martial emperor supporting Hong Su. Totally ignored the latter. This red and crisp black-robed protector. If it were placed somewhere else, it would definitely be the overlord of the world and defeat everyone else. But in front of Lu Feng, he is just a rubbish rookie. He doesn't even have the qualifications to take action personally. He. You will pay the price for robbing me. Lu Feng was chatting and laughing. He suddenly raised his slender hand, and an extremely terrifying suction force burst out. Not far away, the female alchemist Hong Su who had attempted to rob him was suddenly sucked into Lu Feng's palm through the air. The red, plump, peach-like breasts were immediately sucked into Lu Feng's palm. You are so young, but you don't learn how to rob people? See how I teach you a lesson. While Lu Feng was talking, he raised his slender long hand and hit Hong Su's perky but hard. Pa! 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 Suddenly, the crisp sounds of spanking echoed throughout the small world. Oh! Lu Feng, you damn it! How dare you spank my family? Stop it now! Do you know who the boss is? Feeling the red and tenderness of her buttocks being beaten severely, she shouted angrily on her beautiful face. Who are you? Does this affect my spanking you? You dare to try to snatch my medicine, you will pay the price. Alchemist Lu Feng spoke righteously while spanking the female alchemist's red and tender butt. Who cares who she is? Beat me. I have to say, the red, firm, and soft buttocks of this female alchemist feel really good. And at a distance, the ruddy black-robed bodyguards stared at the scene in front of them in amazement and looked at each other in bewilderment. They rubbed their eyes, even suspecting that they were seeing things. In broad daylight, someone actually dared to hit their aunt. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and take care of Lu Feng. Hong Su said angrily while being spanked by Lu Feng. My own martial emperor protector is such a waste. They were spanked by Lu Feng for a long time, but they were still standing there staring blankly. They are supposed to be protecting the way, but what the hell is this protection? Bold! Stop it now! The martial emperor guards shouted and swooped down towards Lu Feng in unison, trying to rescue Hong Su who was being spanked. At the side and stood in front of the two black-robed bodyguards. My husband taught me a lesson. You are not qualified to interfere. That's it. Pei Jianxian swung his sword fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the black-robed bodyguards in the field were chopped off and sent flying several steps away. This girl is very skilled in swordsmanship, so strong. Looking at her age, she is only 700 years old, but she has already achieved such a terrifying level of swordsmanship. Her future is hard to predict. The Great Wu Empire's female swordsman is truly worthy of her reputation. No wonder she is the Empire's #1 female swordsman. She truly lives up to her reputation. The two black-robed bodyguards who were chopped off by the sword exclaimed in amazement to each other. At the same time, the eyes they looked at Pei Jianxian were full of fear and solemnity. Such a terrifying and beautiful swordsman, just standing in front of them, made them dare not take even half a step forward. For a while, the guards who wanted to step forward to rescue Hong Su all stayed where they were, not daring to move rashly. And the red crispy one? There was despair in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect it. The beautiful wife of alchemist Lu Feng is actually so powerful and terrifying. With just one sword, he knocked back several of his martial emperor bodyguards. And they were intimidated so much that they stood still and didn't dare to move forward to rescue him. Is this your protector? That's too lame. I was hit by my wife's sword and I dare not come forward. Lu Feng said sarcastically while teaching a lesson to Hong Su, the female alchemist who came to rob him. You useless pieces of shit. And she cursed her bodyguards. The bodyguards lowered their heads in shame. There's nothing they can do. This is all because of Pei Jianxian, who holds a sword in his chest. He is so powerful. Yao Tuoding, who had been watching the show with a calm personality, said in his heart, fortunately, the sect master did not rush to take action. This sect master knows that Pei Jianxian Empire's reputation as the #1 female swordsman is not in vain. Afterwards, came to rob Lu Feng had her buttocks stained red. Like a monkey's butt. I ask you, will you dare to rob again in the future? Lu Feng asked. I dare you. I won't dare to do that again. The female alchemist's pretty face was red and full of fear as she spoke. She had to be submissive in front of Lu Feng. Originally, she completely ignored Lu Feng, the young master of Yashan Valley. But after seeing Lu Feng's butt-smacking methods, Hong Su was completely scared. This guy Lu Feng made his butt red, and his face also turned red. If he continued to resist Lu Feng, or gave in, his butt would most likely be broken by Lu Feng. For the sake of her butt, Hong Su had to bow her head in front of Lu Feng. After completely subduing Hong Su, Lu Feng withdrew his hands contentedly and let her go. Go away. In 3 breaths, disappear from my sight. Lu Feng started to drive them away. Hearing this, Hong Su clenched her fists, and before leaving, she looked at Lu Feng with resentment in her soft eyes. Always remember the fact that Lu Feng licked his own butt. I have grown so big. The status and position are extremely noble. No one has ever dared to offend me in public like this. Li Feng just dared to do it so blatantly. This is called Hong Su, and deep in his heart, he remembers Lu Feng. Lu Feng is the first man remembered by Hong Su. Lu Feng, I'll remember you. Before leaving, Hong Su still turned towards Lu Feng and said something harsh. Is your butt itchy again? Lu Feng raised his big hand and said with a smile. Hear this. In those beautiful red eyes, there was a hint of fear that could not be suppressed. Then, Hong Su led a group of bodyguards, turned around and quickly left the small world. Wait for Hong Su to leave. Lu Feng then realized why his palm, which he had just used to teach Hong Su a lesson, was a little wet. He hadn't noticed it just now. I just realized it now. Yao Tuoding, who was watching from the side, bowed to Lu Feng and congratulated him. Congratulations to young Valley Master. Congratulations to young Valley Master for winning the championship of this alchemy competition. The Queen Miaozi is about to become the Taoist partner of the young Valley Master. Young Master, I am happy again. Hearing this,
Lu Feng looked at the latter, who was holding the tripod with one hand, and asked with a smile, "Master Yao, do you want to snatch the 5th grade dragon transformation?" Yao Tuading shook his head and said with self-awareness, "Young Valley Master thinks too highly of me. Not to mention me alone, even if there were 10 of me, we would have snatched the 5th grade dragon." Seeing that Master Yao was down to earth and not ambitious at all, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel that this person was quite stable in character. He is also very aware of the current affairs. "Madam, let's go." And then later, Lu Feng took his friend's small jade hand and led her out of this small world. At this time, the outside world of Small World. Inside the competition venue, the simple mirror showed all the scenes of the game inside the small world in detail, which made the people watching around excited and shocked. "Oh my god! Refining with bare hands, even the medicine cauldron is not needed, this is too scary, right? Oh my god! This medicine refining competition is really an eye-opener. No one in the Empire can refine a 5th grade dragon with bare hands. Yes, yes. Only Lu Feng can do it. It is obvious that the champion of this medicine refining competition is the young master of Yaoshan Valley. Wang Miaza married the young master of Yaoshan Valley. This is a powerful combination." The seats were all shocked and discussing the situation. Just because they have never seen it. Refining a high-level 5th grade dragon can actually be done with bare hands. This eye-catching bare-handed exercise is so shocking. But speaking of the whole audience, the most shocked and unbelievable person was none other than Wang Miaozi. She is a 5th rank alchemist, possessing the title of King of the Empire. She was very clear about how difficult it was to refine a 5th grade medicine. Especially 5th grade dragon transforming medicine that he refined was the most difficult medicine to refine among all the high-level 5th grade medicines. Even for the 5th grade alchemist Miaozi, the chance of successfully refining it is extremely small and the success rate is low. It often takes 10 attempts for Miaozi to succeed once. But Lu Feng, however, did not. He practiced with his bare hands in a very simple and rough way. After 3 breaths, you have succeeded. This brought to Miaozi was indescribable. To achieve this level of alchemy with bare hands, the alchemy level must reach that of a 7th grade alchemist or above. At such a young age, having just turned 20, he has already reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist. Is he a monster? Miaozi's face, which was so beautiful that it could captivate all creatures, was filled with surprise. In her impression, high-level alchemists all start out at several years old. They are all gray-haired and wrinkled, very old, with white beards. This was the first time she had seen a young high-level alchemist like Lu Feng. Besides, she had never even heard of it. "I am more than a year old and have reached the level of a 5th grade alchemist. This team of alchemists is considered relatively young. But compared with the high-level alchemist Lu Feng, I am old and big. Congratulations, Queen, for marrying such a young, handsome, and high-level alchemist." The white-haired old woman at the side quickly congratulated Miaozi. After all, this medicine refining competition is Wang Miaozi's mate selection meeting. Whoever can cultivate the 5th grade dragon can marry me and become a Taoist partner with the king. At the moment, alchemist Lu Feng refining medicine with his bare hands was witnessed by those present. The championship position is definitely Lu Feng's. This Queen Miaozi, whose breasts are as big as durian and whose delicate body exudes charming charm, must be Lu Feng. Grandma Bai, Lu Feng is only in his early 20s. Just in terms of age, I am a full year older than him. Will he really dislike me because of my age? Miaozi, who was attracted by the handsome and imposing Lu Feng, showed some inferiority on her jade-like face and asked Granny Bai, who was standing beside her. She is 7 or 8 years older than Lu Feng. He is a full year older than Lu Feng. Now that Lu Feng has won the championship, according to the promise of the competition, she will marry him and become Lu Feng's partner. But in terms of age, Wang Miaozi always feels that she is an old cow eating young grass. Miaozi, who felt inferior due to her age, lowered her head slightly and looked at her proud big breasts. She thought to herself, he's too old.
It would be nice if it were a little smaller. But what she didn't know was that being older was a disadvantage compared to others. But Lu Feng has advantages. The older you are, the better. Granny Bai, who was standing next to Miao Zidong, showed some inferiority complex when she saw King Dan meet someone he liked. Granny Bai immediately advised, Dan Wang, how can you belittle yourself? You know. You are the #1 Dan King in our Wu Empire. Look at your stunning face, your tall, full breasts, and your perky buttocks. Won't you be charmed to death by Valley Master Lu? And, according to the old woman's gossip, the owner of the Lu Valley particularly likes women of a certain age. It is said that the companions around Master Lu are generally older than him. Look at Master Lu's companion, Pei Jianxian, isn't he 700 years older than him? End of the sermon. Granny Bai couldn't help but think, actually, I'm also quite old. Then, as an old woman, I can also take the initiative to recommend myself to Master Lu. Maybe Master Lu will also be interested in an old woman like me. After being enlightened by Granny Bai, the inferiority complex of the female Dan Queen Miao Zidong also disappeared quickly. My age. I know how to care for others and love others. Knowledge, know a lot. And at this time, a handsome figure with a spotless appearance emerged from it, accompanied by his beautiful sword immortal partner. This person was naturally the alchemist Lu Feng, who made pills with his bare hands and shocked everyone in the audience. Congratulations, Master Lu. Yes, yes. Master Lu can make pills with his bare hands. It's amazing. Master Lu, today we have really opened our eyes. Master Lu, you won the championship and married the king of pills. You are truly a winner in life. As expected of the Valley Master of Yaoshan Valley, so awesome. The people who were watching the alchemy competition looked at Lu Feng and shouted with admiration. Today, Lu Feng's barehanded alchemy really opened the eyes of everyone present. I have learned a lot. This method can be described as terrifying. The female alchemist Hong Su, who came out early, saw Lu Fengye coming out and enjoying the welcome from everyone present. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Little pink fist, clenched tightly. His butt was spanked red by Lu Feng. Until now, it still hurts. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of Lu Feng scolding and spanking him. This account. I'll remember it, Auntie. Hongsu was so angry that her plump breasts trembled, and then she led 10 black-robed bodyguards and left the Wu Empire completely. And Lu Feng? I also noticed Hongsu leaving quietly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. This female alchemist Hongsu comes from outside the empire. Her breasts and buttocks feel great to touch. Lu Feng has fought against them all. Who made this female alchemist Hongsu too willful and capricious and need to be disciplined? Then, Lu Feng then turned his gaze to the mature and plump body of the female Dan King Miao Zidong. Miao Zidong, dressed in purple, has a tall figure and skin as white as snow, just like mutton fat. She has a pretty face, picturesque features, and is extremely beautiful. Miao Zidong's 3,000 purple silks fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, fluttering slightly and emitting a faint fragrance. Her chest was like a durian, extremely eye-catching and about to burst out, as if it was about to burst the clothes on her chest. Her breasts are tall, straight, plump and round, which makes people fall in love with them. What a broad mind! This alchemist Lu Feng gave his evaluation of him. And the wonderful purple pill? Stared at so directly and without any concealment by Lu Feng that her pretty face immediately turned red. Previously, she had a low self-esteem about her age. But now, seeing Lu Feng looking at her so directly, she suddenly became full of confidence in herself. He even puffed out his chest to show off his pride. Master Lu, congratulations on refining a 5th-grade dragon transformation pill with your bare hands. Win the championship of the alchemy competition. Miao Zidong congratulated in a very gentle voice. Lu Feng smiled slightly, and said bluntly in front of Miao Zidong, in fact, I don't even bother to come to this level of medicine refining competition. The reason why I came here this time is entirely to see the Dan King.
I have heard of the reputation of the Dan King and have admired him for a long time.
These words. Miao Zaiden's beautiful eyes became shy after hearing this.
Lu Feng stated it very bluntly, he was coming for him.
Mr. Lu, I want to ask you, do you really not recommend it given your age? After all, I am over 1,000 years old. Miao Zaiden said with some trepidation.
She is very concerned about her age.
Women are like fine wine, the older it gets the better it tastes. I am different from others. I like beautiful women of my age.
Especially, a woman with a beautiful chest like you, Dan Wang.
Dan King, how old are you in my eyes? This is a blatant advantage. Lu Feng preached bluntly.
It's not that he comforted Miao Zaiden.
He really likes stunningly beautiful women of his age.
Such a mature, plump and stunning beauty is very sensible. You reach out and touch her head, and she will consciously and sensibly put her hair up. You see her surging thunder, she will consciously take off her armor when she sees the dragon.
Moreover, he is very caring and has an amazing reserve of knowledge.
As the saying goes, a man does not know the beauty of a beautiful woman and mistakes a lowly for a treasure.
Therefore, Lu Feng loves the beautiful woman in purple, Miao Zaiden, so much. And on the side,
Grandma Mai Bai, who was accompanying Miao Zaiden, heard Lu Feng say this and she immediately realized that her chance had come.
Cough, cough, cough. Master Lu, I am actually older than you.
The old woman is a widower and has been single ever since.
I wonder what Master Lu thinks of this old woman. Granny Bai looked at Lu Feng with her wrinkled old face.
According to her gossip, alchemist Lu Feng likes girls who are younger than him.
I am old enough and very much in line with Lu Feng's preferences. So, she wants to be brave for love once. Look at the handsome and unparalleled alchemist Lu Feng, can he accept me? After all, I am an old treasure. Hearing this,
Lu Feng suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes.
This old lady, all her teeth have fallen out. You can be your own ancestor. Even though I am a bit lustful, I am not that hungry.
The white lady in front of me had a face full of wrinkles, a pair of cloudy and yellow old eyes, and skin as wrinkled as chicken skin. With a head full of white hair, he looks as old as can be.
And then later, refused without even thinking about it. I like age. But this doesn't mean that I like old ones. Come on.
Lu Feng, who won the alchemy competition, soon became a Taoist partner with Dan Wang Miao Zaiden. The two of them confirmed their relationship as Taoist companions.
Miao Zaiden's private boudoir.
Miao Zaiden, whose plump, eye-catching breasts were as big as durians, and a smile appeared in his eyes.
Evening.
He was the first person to try it.
Madam, it's time to take off your armor.
Lu Feng reminded in a loud voice.
Hear the sound. Miao Zaiden's delicate face turned red instantly.
Having lived for more than a decade, she is naturally not a naive and ignorant little girl. Of course, she knew what Lu Feng meant.
I am here to see the dragon take off its armor.
Miao Zaiden lowered her delicate head, her face flushed as she spoke.
Then, a purple dress fell to the ground. In the next few days,
the villain alchemist Lu Feng has never returned to Yaoshan Valley. Instead, he stayed at the Alchemy Guild and lived in love with Miao Zaiden, his new Taoist partner.
This one. Lu Feng began to take time out from the Alchemy Guild to collect system rewards. Tonzi, start collecting rewards. Lu Feng said. Ding dong.
It has been detected that the host has married a Taoist companion Miao Zaiden who was 1 year older than himself.
System rewards are being distributed.
Reward the host for promotion to 9th grade alchemist. Reward the host for breaking through to the 9th level of the Martial Emperor Peak. Reward the host with a copy of the Zhu Xian Sword Formation. Reward the host with a copy of the True Dragon Immortality Elixir. Reward the host with a magical sword skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Reward the host with 9th grade elixirs, 10,000 bottles. Reward the host with more than 100 medium-sized spiritual mines.
In an instant,
The extremely rich system rewards were given to Lu Feng without hesitation. Lu Feng, who had been an 8th grade alchemist for many days, was finally promoted to a 9th grade alchemist. After being promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, was more than 10,000 times stronger in alchemy than before. The 9th grade alchemist is indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Feng felt the vast and endless soul power in his body inside. This moment, the entire world was within Lu Feng's perception. Even the ground could not escape Lu Feng's soul power perception. Then came Lu Feng's martial arts realm, which reached the 9th level of the martial emperor peak. In addition, with Lu Feng's chaotic body and 9th grade soul power, Lu Feng is completely invincible in his realm of martial emperor. As for the Zhu Xian sword formation, this sword formation was so powerful that it could easily destroy the entire world. Also magical powers of swordsmanship, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which are both at the level of swordsmanship's most lethal weapons. This is quite suitable for kendo practitioners. These 2 sword weapons are perfect gifts for my wife. Lu Feng took a quick look and made a plan in his mind, saying quietly to himself. My wife, Pei Jianxian, is a sword cultivator who can bring the power of Wanjian Guizong and Zhuxian sword formation to the extreme. The remaining rewards, including the True Dragon Immortality Elixir, 10,000 bottles of 9th grade elixirs, and more than 100 medium-sized spiritual mines, were also taken by Lu Feng. Already wealthy, and now he has become even richer. It's still faster to marry a Taoist partner and become stronger. Chain repair? It's impossible to repair the chain in this lifetime. Lu Feng received all the system rewards and said in his heart. For an ordinary alchemist, if he wants to reach the level of a 9th grade alchemist, it is basically impossible without practicing hard for tens of thousands of years. The 9th grade alchemists all have at least 10,000 years of experience. However, Lu Feng, who has a system, is different. He needs to marry must be much older than himself in order to gain rewards and become stronger. This is Lu Feng, who has avoided tens of thousands of years of detour in alchemy. Ding dong. Rewards have been distributed. Host, please keep up the good work on your journey to marry a Taoist partner. At this time. System reminder. New. Lu Feng responded simply. At the same time, Lu Feng also deliberately released his vast and endless soul power to sense his sword fairy wife. Lu Feng, who has been promoted to a 9th grade alchemist, can easily and freely sense everything on earth. Even a piece of land could not escape Lu Feng's perception. Through perception, Lu Feng discovered that his sword fairy woman with big breasts and a nice butt was not far outside the room, protecting him. These past few days, my lady has been working hard to protect me, Lu Feng said. Afterwards, Lu Feng looked at the Dan King Miao Zidong who had fallen asleep in the boudoir, and then he disappeared quietly without disturbing his new Taoist partner Miao Zidong. Alchemy Guild. Pei Jianxian, the Empire's #1 female swordsman, held the sword in her chest as always, with her bare feet, standing gracefully on the spot, quietly protecting her husband Lu Feng. It's been several days since we entered the bridal chamber. My husband hasn't come yet. The amount of time he spends on this is really increasing rather than decreasing. Pei Jianxian held her sword in her arms, her face slightly red as she spoke. She has been here, protecting him for several days. Until now. Still haven't seen my husband open the door. And at this moment, a familiar, tall and handsome figure appeared silently beside Pei Jianxian's delicate body. Madam, what are you thinking about? Lu Feng asked with a smile and a very magnetic voice. Nothing. Pei Jianxian immediately turned his face away and said something guiltily. My wife, my wife. You've really become dirty. Lu Feng said with a smile. He had double pupils, so he could see through his wife's inner thoughts at a glance. Totally impossible for my wife to hide it from me. Snort. Who made you so bad? You have corrupted everyone. Pei Jianxian, holding the sword in his chest, snorted and pushed all the responsibility onto Lu Feng. For this, Lu Feng is undeniable. It was indeed me who defiled her. Immediately, Lu Feng opened his mouth and explained his purpose, saying, "My lady, I will give you two sword-killing weapons. One is the immortal execution sword formation, and the other is the 10,000 swords return to the origin." While talking, Lu Feng has already sent the two sword-killing weapons in his body to his wife's body. When Pei Jianxian saw this, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Her delicate body was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. These two sword-killing weapons are extremely terrifying. Powerful weapons that can destroy the entire world. Her husband said he would send her off, and this was Pei Jianxian. She lowered her head and her chest, with her toes not visible, rose and fell violently. "This is so shocking. Where did you get this?" Pei Jianxian looked down at the Zhuxian sword formation and the Wanjian Guizong in his heart and couldn't help but ask. "I have been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist. I got two kendo weapons. What's so strange about that?" Lu Feng spoke frankly without hiding anything. He also told Pei Jianxian the news of his promotion to the 9th grade alchemist without reservation. After hearing this, Pei Jianxian was even more shocked. "My husband has reached the 9th grade alchemist." This surprised her. "My husband is lazy and disrespectful every day, and he is also a bit naughty. But when it comes to the art of alchemy, he is extremely evil and abnormal." It always brings all kinds of shocks to Pei Jianxian. After learning that her husband had been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, Pei Jianxian raised her beautiful eyes and asked, "Then my husband, will you return to Yaoshan Valley and report to your master?" Lu Feng refused outright, "No need. It's so hard to come out for a stroll, and it's really disappointing to go back to the valley so early." Who had lived in Yaoshan Valley for several years, was very familiar with the environment in the valley. "So I want to have a good time here, traveling and sightseeing." Seeing that her husband didn't want to return to the valley for the time being, Pei Jianxian didn't say anything else. No matter where her husband goes, she will be by his side. "My dear, you have been protecting me for the past few days. It's really hard for you. Come into the house. I will help you relieve your fatigue," Lu Feng said. This time, Pei Jianxian has been there to protect Lu Feng and Miao Ziden. Don't let any strangers get close. It can be said that Pei Jianxian suffered for some time. When Pei Jianxian heard this, her flawless and beautiful face suddenly turned red. She naturally understood what Lu Feng meant. Nodded her head slightly, tied up her hair consciously, and was about to go into the house with her husband Lu Feng. Just at this moment, Lu Feng, who had been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, suddenly sensed a familiar breath fluctuation descending into the void of the alchemy guild. This breath fluctuation is of no other kind. It was Hong Su, the female alchemist who had been taught a lesson and spanked by alchemist Lu Feng in this small world. Here she comes. Moreover, he took the initiative to come here. Is she here? Are you looking for a fight? Lu Feng said with doubt in his heart. At the same time, Lu Feng also clearly sensed that beside the female alchemist Hong Su, there was a combat puppet with a powerful aura. It seems that the female alchemist Hong Su came here to pick a fight and report to herself. Realized this, Lu Feng paused, knowing that he could no longer go into the house and play with the sword fairy lady. "Husband, why don't you come into the house?" Pei Jianxian, who was looking forward to entering the house and seeing what was going to happen between her and her husband Lu Feng, immediately asked with her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Lu Feng pointed his finger at the sky and said, "Madam, do you still remember the female alchemist Hong Su who was spanked by me in this small world?" As her husband asked, Pei Jianxian recalled the female alchemist Hong Su in her mind. "Remember? Of course I remember. Why did my husband mention her?" Pei Jianxian said with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Lu Feng said, "Hong Su was spanked by me, and she was quite dissatisfied. She has brought a powerful combat puppet to report to me. Now, she has arrived above the void of the Alchemy Guild." Hearing this, Pei Jianxian, who was protecting her husband, held a sword in her chest and exuded a fierce murderous aura. She said in a cold voice, "This woman is so unruly and willful. I'm going to teach her a lesson." After Pei Jianxian finished speaking, he was about to fly into the void. Li Feng suddenly stopped him.
Wait a minute, ma'am. Just leave this matter to me.
My lady, please go into the house and wash yourself first.
I will come to see you later. Lu Feng comforted his sword fairy wife and said. The female alchemist Hong Su should be left to me to deal with. After all,
every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. She came looking for me just to take revenge for the spanking. Pei Jianxian nodded slightly, and handed Hong Su, who came to cause trouble, to her husband Lu Feng. Went into the bath and washed up. Lu Feng raised his head and glanced into the void, and the figure suddenly disappeared without a trace.
Alchemy Guild. In the vast void. Whoosh! Lu Feng's figure appeared immediately with a whoosh. In an instant, Lu Feng looked up and saw Hong Su. At this moment, her slender arms were holding her full and protruding breasts. Beside her, a combat puppet that is invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire, stands quietly. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from the combat puppet's body. His actual strength has reached the 9th level, the peak of the martial emperor realm. In her rosy jade hand, she held a pitch-black puppet token, and her delicate face was full of pride. The red, narrow and long beautiful eyes stared at Lu Feng and said proudly, Lu Feng, you spanked my butt, it must feel good, right? You're prepared to pay the price for this. I came to you this time to seek revenge, but I secretly stole a 9th level combat puppet at the peak of the martial emperor level. Just prepare yourself and take the beating. Finally, I say. Hong Su proudly puffed out her chest and raised her beautiful red eyes. Originally, she was frightened by being spanked by Lu Feng. But it's different. She got a fighting puppet. How powerful is this combat puppet? Just one combat puppet can destroy an empire. It's so powerful. The two men in black robes who were protecting Hong Su had uneasy expressions on their faces. Auntie, you stole the battle puppet just to teach a pharmacist a lesson. It's not good for you to do this, is it? A man in a black robe was preaching. You still have the nerve to say that? What happened to me after Lu Feng beat me? To this day, my butt is still red from being spanked. You guys are my protectors. You are so useless. How can I secretly bring in a combat puppet? Vent my anger? Hong Su was so angry that she glared at the guards viciously. It's useless to protect yourself. My butt was beaten like a monkey's by Lu Feng. Being of noble status and position, and having eaten the deflated red pastry before, he could not swallow this bitter pill at all. Therefore, she must report to Lu Feng. To avenge one's own spanking. Lu Feng, are you scared? I think you must have been so frightened by the battle puppet that you can't speak. Hong Su crossed her arms and crossed her slender waist, sticking out her proud breasts, and spoke with great pride. With the support of the battle puppets, Hong Su feels that there is hope for a reward today. But who would have expected? Alchemist Lu Feng was calm and composed, looking calm and leisurely. He totally disregarded Hong Su and her combat puppets. This kind of combat puppet is indeed powerful. But in front of Lu Feng, one move could turn it into scrap metal. I was wondering if you could bring in some great helpers. I didn't expect that. You actually brought a piece of scrap metal. You are so disappointing to me. Lu Feng shook his head, revealing a rather disappointed expression. Lu Feng, you are so pretentious. This is my puppet protecting the country. You actually called rubbish. When Hong Su heard Lu Feng's words, she became shocked and angry. Bring a bunch of junk. Hong Su, is your butt itchy again? Do you need me to help you fight? Lu Feng preached with a smirk on his face. He raised his head, which immediately brought back bad memories to Hong Su's mind, who was not far away. Lu Feng, you are bullying me too much. This time. Look at how I control the battle puppet and capture you. Spank you. Hong Su said while gritting her teeth. 1 second. She controlled the fighting puppet. Fight. Just listen. An angry battle cry came from the mouth of this combat puppet. Its eyes are extremely red.
The whole body that is invulnerable to guns, water, and fire exudes a strong fighting spirit.
The whole sky suddenly became dim. Auntie, you should just give up this magical power.
Yes, yes. If the higher-ups find out about this, we'll be finished.
That's right.
Auntie, quickly collect the puppet, otherwise, if you are found out, you will definitely be put in solitary confinement. When the black-robed guardians at the side saw that Hong Su was about to control the national protection puppet to fight, they all started to persuade him in a panic. This puppet that protects the country cannot be used at will.
Not to mention, this red crispy one is secretly stolen and used. That is not allowed and is strongly prohibited. Holding the token and controlling the puppet to fight, the girl with a big chest and red lips snorted coldly at the 10 martial emperor guardians and said, "If you 10 have any problems, I will make you a puppet to protect the country? Today. This, I've decided."
After finishing speaking, Hong Su turned her head away and no longer paid any attention to the person who had no one to protect her.
Lu Feng.
Be prepared to bear the wrath of others. A red, sweet and pleasant voice, speaking with anger.
1 second.
Hong Su, with her plump breasts and perky buttocks, held up S puppet token and gave an order, "National protection puppet, come on."
Hearing this,
extremely strong puppet protecting the country, which was as strong as a copper wall and iron fortress, suddenly burst into a tremendous fighting spirit and rushed towards Lu Feng.
Whoosh!
The national protection puppet rushed towards the alchemist Lu Feng at a speed like a meteor.
Ha ha ha! This time, I can finally get my revenge, Hong Su said with a smug laugh.
Her little girl also brought a small whip. This little leather whip is thin and long. She was going to use this whip to severely whip Lu Feng and avenge her past sins.
Void. Lu Feng looked calmly at the puppet that was rushing towards him to protect the country. In his ears, there came a hidden and dark voice. "Master, does this puppet need help?" Zhang Long asked secretly. "That's not necessary," Lu Feng said. Immediately,
Lu Feng raised his fist, held it in his hand, and immediately displayed his magical powers.
Control the universe. In an instant, the national protection puppet that was rushing over was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The last child was sealed in the palm of Lu Feng's hand.
Martial Emperor is now invincible in the Martial Emperor realm.
In Lu Feng's eyes, this powerful national protection puppet is no different from an ant. For a while,
Hong Su's greatest reliance and support was easily taken away by the alchemist Lu Feng. The whole process, Lu Feng just raised his palm.
And this scene. But Hong Su and his group were left stunned. What? The national protection puppet was easily sealed and suppressed in his palm. Damn! Isn't this alchemist Lu Feng too scary? Has he reached the level of Wu Zong? It's so horrible. It's so horrible. The 10 black-robed bodyguards stared in astonishment, stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment.
They had always naively believed that
alchemist Lu Feng is not that powerful.
The powerful person is the beautiful female swordsman beside him.
Look now. Their perception is totally wrong.
Lu Feng has been keeping a low profile and hiding his real strength. Not only is he good at refining medicine, but he is also terrifyingly powerful.
Even the realm of martial arts is so terrifying.
Just by raising his palm, he could easily suppress and seal the national protection puppet in his palm.
This segment is extremely powerful. It's super awesome. And the red crispy one? But I was completely dumbfounded.
She had previously thought that if she had secretly stolen the national defense puppet, wouldn't that be more than enough to teach Lu Feng a lesson?
To this end,
Hong Su had even prepared a small whip, just in time to take revenge by whipping Lu Feng's butt.
But the result was far beyond Hong Su's expectations.
I himself was easily suppressed and sealed by Lu Feng in an instant.
I relied on is completely gone. Not only that. What worries Hong Su the most is that the national defense puppet was secretly stolen by herself. If I can't return it in time, I'll be finished. Think of this.
Hongsu felt like crying but had no tears.
The national protection puppet was sealed in Lu Feng's palm. What should I do? Not far away. On the void. Lu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely and said to Hongsu, "Is this the puppet you are so proud of? Isn't this too lame?"
Hongsu, who was ridiculed, said to Lu Feng pitifully, "Brother Lu Feng,
I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rude to you before.
Brother Lu Feng, please forgive me for my mistakes.
Can you return the puppet to me? I stole that puppet secretly. Not mine. I need to give it back." Hongsu pleaded pitifully. She no longer has any of the arrogance she had before.
Not to mention, he had no intention of teaching Lu Feng a lesson. Lu Feng didn't teach me a lesson, so I should thank God.
Hongsu now thoroughly witnessed Lu Feng's terrifying strength. She completely understood how unrealistic her desire for revenge was. So ridiculous.
Even the national protection puppet could be suppressed and sealed by Lu Feng with just one palm.
Not to mention, since I have this strength, it is not even good enough for Lu Feng to see.
When Lu Feng heard Hongsu calling him brother, he couldn't help laughing.
Hongsu was much older than me.
She called herself brother, but she really couldn't bear it.
And
it was not difficult for Lu Feng to see that the national guardian puppet sealed in his palm was very important to her big breasts and round butt.
It's extremely important at first glance.
And from now on, he can also use the national protection puppet sealed in his palm to control this busty beauty.
For a moment, an evil thought arose deep in Lu Feng's heart.
The corners of his mouth slightly raised in a wicked smile.
He. Why should I give it to you? You moved the combat puppets to deal with me. Now, you still want to go back?
Where is such a good thing here? Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with disdain.
As we all know,
Lu Feng is the kind of person who will show his eagle when he sees a rabbit.
Do you want to get things done by giving Lu Feng some benefits, or by letting Lu Feng get some benefits?
That is possible. Her breasts were so full that they seemed to be about to burst through her clothes. She wanted to send the battle puppet back just by paying something.
That's even more possible. And Hongsu, seeing that she was acting cute and even calling Lu Feng brother was useless, she clenched her fists and said angrily, "Lu Feng, don't go too far.
That puppet that protects the country is really important to me.
Hurry up and return the puppet that is sealed in your palm to him." Lu Feng sneered and said, "Why should I give it to you? Just because you have big breasts? Because you are thick-skinned?"
The puppet that protects the country is sealed in Lu Feng's palm.
If Lu Feng is released, the national protection puppet will be sealed inside for life. Lu Feng's palm power of the universe is just a joke. With the palm of your hand, it turns into a piece of land. Can easily seal and suppress anything.
As for the national defense puppets that were sealed and suppressed inside, without Lu Feng's permission, don't even think about escaping in this life. And when Hongsu saw that no matter how she acted coquettishly or threatened, Lu Feng was unwilling to release the national protection puppet, she immediately stomped her feet in anxiety.
What should I do?
Was the national protection puppet discovered missing, or was it stolen by himself, and was lost by himself?
Then I'm doomed. Come on. Take the national defense puppet back from S hands. Hongsu glanced at the 10 black-robed bodyguards beside her and gave the order. Auntie.
Even the puppets protecting the country were suppressed and sealed by raising his hand.
Not to mention us.
The black-robed guardians said this with great self-awareness.
They are indeed some dishes. But it doesn't mean you are stupid.
They can naturally see how terrifying alchemist Lu Feng is. Raise your hand to suppress the national protection puppet.
As for you? Needless to say,
if they dare to come forward, Lu Feng only needs to raise his hand to blast them to death, leaving no trace of their souls.
Therefore,
the red and crisp black-robed bodyguards all stayed where they were obediently and didn't dare to go forward at all.
Snatch the national defense puppet from Lu Feng by force. What's the difference between that kind of behavior and seeking death?
Hong Su saw that her 10 bodyguards were so cowardly that they didn't even dare to attack.
She suddenly thought, what kind of bodyguards are these people following her? They are clearly a bunch of good-for-nothings, right? Of no use at all. Lu Feng, what exactly do you want in order to hand over the puppet to others? Hong Su asked angrily.
That puppet who protects the country is the pillar of our empire.
Once the national protection puppet is lost, empire will be unimaginable. So, the national protection puppet cannot be lost. If it is lost, the consequences will be too serious.
Hong Su, who is usually willful, knows this.
Hong Su had already made up her mind that no matter what, she would bring the national protection puppet back.
No way that the national guardian puppet would be lost because of my stealing.
If you want your puppet to protect the country, come with me and have a chat. Lu Feng was speaking.
From the void, he landed in the courtyard below the Alchemy Guild. Seeing this, Hong Su's beautiful red eyes flickered slightly.
She then controlled her spiritual energy and followed Lu Feng, descending towards the courtyard below.
The guards on the side wanted to follow Hong Su, but were scolded by Hong Su.
Don't follow me. They are talking about the puppets protecting the country. What are you doing here?
Following Hong Su's scolding, the 10 black-robed protectors looked at each other and just stayed in the void helplessly.
Here, I am quietly waiting for news from my aunt. Below. Alchemy Guild. In a remote and deserted courtyard.
Lu Feng landed here, leisurely waving a folding fan, and glanced at the girl with big breasts and a plump, red butt who followed him.
The latter has a pretty face, delicate looks, and a beautiful temperament.
Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The clothes on her chest were filled up by her fragrant and tender breasts.
Don't mention how eye-catching it is.
Her slender waist is so beautiful that it can be held in one hand. If you hold such a small waist in your arms, it must be very pleasant and feel good.
As for those snow-white, straight legs,
that is even more tempting. This jade leg is pure white, without any blemishes.
Especially
the straight jade legs under the gorgeous red dress are also wearing seductive white stockings. These round and straight legs, wearing white silk, are very charming. The red crispy food, which is already beautiful in appearance, is even more tempting and edible. Lu Feng's pair of bright eyes, with a gaze as if appreciating a work of art, admired the huge breasts and the red tenderness of the white silk legs in front of him.
This woman has big breasts and a soft and attractive body. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, what a beautiful girl, with such big breasts. And Hong Su, seeing Lu Feng looking directly at her so rudely, she couldn't help but say coldly, you've seen so much, have you seen enough? I really admire you, man. At the same time,
Hong Su's heart is filled with pride. She is quite confident about her breasts and figure. Few men who can ignore their own beauty and appreciate it. Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and averted his gaze.
Took down the red pastry and prepared to have a good talk with her. Now, both of them have landed. It's time to have a good talk. Lu Feng, I've already come down with you. How do you want to negotiate?
With her slender red arms, she held her soft big breasts and asked Lu Feng in a low voice.
Lu Feng spread his hands and said, I should be the one asking you this. How do you want to negotiate?
The beautiful red eyes stared at Lu Fengyan and said, the national protection puppet is very important to me. If you are willing to hand over Lu Feng, all the conflicts between you and me will be resolved.
Besides, they can become friends with you. Hearing this,
Lu Feng immediately shook his head and said in a low voice, this is feasible.
Stomped the ground fiercely and said angrily, why is it okay? Do you know who he is? Do you know how many people are willing to be friends with others?
Lu Feng thought so and said, are you the Princess Hong Su from the neighboring empire?
What's so mysterious? What? How come Lu Feng knows the other person's identity? This moment, Hong Su was completely shocked. She never expected it.
Alchemist Lu Feng had always known about his status and position, which he was proud of but kept secret.
But she really didn't expect that Lu Feng would actually reveal his true identity.
Moreover, judging from the look on alchemist Lu Feng's face, he seemed to have known about it a long time ago.
Something I've known recently. But I hid it so deeply, how could anyone know? This is called Hongsu.
The delicate body could not help but take a few steps back in surprise.
How do you know his identity? As the red and tender body retreated, she couldn't help but speak. Is this still under investigation?
It is said that the Princess Hongsu from the neighboring empire is ambitious and loves to wear white silk. And you happen to have all these characteristics.
I knew it the first time I saw you. Lu Feng responded, gently waving his folding fan. But with the system and the ability to have double pupils, anyone's background and details will be revealed in front of Lu Feng. Any flattery could not escape Lu Feng's sharp eyes. Therefore,
Lu Feng knew very well that Hongsu was an imperial princess.
When Hongsu found out that Lu Feng knew her identity from the beginning, she clenched her fists in anger, looked up at Lu Feng angrily and said, "Since you already know that she is the princess of the empire, why do you still in the small field of the alchemy competition, spanking someone's butt? Can't you just let him go?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled evilly and said, "It is precisely because I know your identity as a princess that I beat you. After all, it's so fun to spank the princess."
If it were an ordinary person, Lu Feng would be too lazy to fight, let alone want to fight. It would have been destroyed with a slap long ago. Just likes to teach a lesson to Princess Hongsu, who is usually pampered and has a noble status.
This is interesting. Oh my. The princess is so mad.
Her breasts were heaving up and down violently, swaying back and forth with anger, which was very eye-catching.
Lu Feng, you bad guy. You are a bad guy.
Hongsu, wearing white silk stockings, stomped her feet hard on the ground. As a princess of the empire, Hongsu has lived a life of luxury since she was a child.
Stretch out your clothes and open your mouth for food. He was raised by countless slaves and maids. Countless people hold it in their palms. She is like the bright moon, supported by all the stars.
I have never suffered any setbacks. But when it came to Lu Feng's body, she not only suffered a loss, but also got defeated.
This is Princess Hongsu, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I wish I could teach Lu Feng a lesson right away.
But after witnessing Lu Feng's terrifying strength, she knew very well that this was impossible.
Nowadays,
to rescue the nation-protecting puppet that was suppressed and sealed in Lu Feng's palm. This was the most important thing.
Lu Feng waved his folding fan while admiring Princess Hongsu's stomping white silk feet. This scene. It's rare. Princess, why don't you continue stamping your feet? Are you tired? Lu Feng asked elegantly.
Hongsu's beautiful red eyes stared at Lu Fengyan and said, "Lu Feng, since you already know the identity and origin of Princess,
then Princess, I'll give you some advice. Hand over the national protection puppet quickly. That puppet is very important to Princess's empire.
The redness of the eyes is beyond words. Rescue the national guardian puppet sealed in Lu Feng's palm. That puppet who protects the country is the backbone of his empire. Once the puppets protecting the country are gone, the empire will most likely fall into chaos.
When the time comes."
As someone who stole the national protection puppet and came to teach Lu Feng a lesson, I am in trouble. Princess Hongsu, fully aware of the seriousness of the disaster, decided in her heart that she must not let this happen.
"Oh? Is the puppet protecting the country really important to you, Princess?" Lu Feng asked with a smile.
There is no denying that her head is slightly red and tender.
Lu Feng took a few steps forward and walked to the front of Princess Hongsu.
He took a deep sniff of the faint fragrance and said with a wicked smile, "Princess, you stole the puppet that protects your own empire.
Come to deal with you. The eye is suppressed and sealed by the seat. You want to go back from your seat now. If you don't give me some benefits, do you think it's possible?" Princess Hongsu heard this and immediately showed her sincerity, saying, "How about Princess giving you 5 small spiritual mines?"
These 5 small spiritual mines were her pocket money that she had saved for a long time.
Lu Feng sneered and said, you are an alchemist. I lack everything except money. These 5 spiritual minds, you see and look down on them. No exaggeration. Today, the 9th grade alchemist Lu Feng is already the richest alchemist in the Dao Empire. In the eyes of a person, money is no different from dirt. Princess Hongsu's 5 spiritual minds are not even worthy of Lu Feng's glance. Not to mention, redeemed the national protection puppet. What about the 5 first-level skills? Princess Hongsu took out the 10-level martial arts technique with a distressed look and looked at Lu Fengyan. No. Lu Feng shook his head and said, what about the 10 high-level spiritual weapons? Princess Hongsu continued to take out priceless treasures and question Lu Feng. But what he got in return was Lu Feng, who still shook his head. Just with these spiritual minerals, skills, and spiritual weapons, he wanted to redeem the national protection puppet from Lu Feng. That was simply too far-fetched. Seeing that Lu Feng was not moved at all, Princess Hongsu suddenly became anxious. She no longer had any other priceless treasures. Lu Feng, what do you want? Princess Hongsu said anxiously. Lu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely and said calmly, the value of these items combined is not as much as one of your fingers, Princess Hongsu. If Princess really wants to redeem the puppet that protects the country, it's actually very simple. Princess, you only need to meet one request. End of the sermon. Lu Feng couldn't help but admire the latter's soft breasts and white silk feet. Hearing this, no matter how stupid Princess Hongsu was, she understood it. No wonder the former didn't want those treasures. It turns out that he was targeting me. Lu Feng, you should ask for something that is not too excessive. The princess will try her best to satisfy you. Princess Hongsu chose to give in and compromise. It has come to this. The guardian puppet of his empire fell into Lu Feng's hands. In order to redeem the guardian puppet, he could only temporarily bow to the alchemist Lu Feng. Princess Hongsu, your request is not excessive at all. I really appreciate your white silk feet, princess. I need your help. Princess, you don't want your empire to be a puppet to protect it, right? Then I'll leave it to you, princess. A wild smile appeared at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. Age of Princess Hongsu, who was much older than Lu Feng, naturally understood the hidden meaning. Then, Princess Hongsu started to get flustered. After it's done. Hongsu, a princess of a noble country, sat down on the ground with tired feet. Lu Feng, give me the national defense puppet. The favor you asked Princess to help you with has been accomplished. Hongsu stretched out her slender jade-like body and took the initiative to ask Lu Feng for the national protection puppet. This puppet was suppressed and sealed in Lu Feng's palm. Without Lu Feng's permission, the national protection puppet could not escape. Rest assured. Here's your seat. Lu Feng looked at Princess Hongsu, who sat on the ground without caring about her image, and smiled. He raised his hand, and with a thought, the national defense puppet that was sealed and suppressed in it was released with a whoosh. Released national guardian puppet was almost exhausted. From the moment it was sealed by Lu Feng, it struggled and resisted desperately, trying to find a way out. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a way to escape. And Hongsu, seeing that the national protection puppet was finally released, she finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart. This puppet who protects the country is extremely important to his own empire. I didn't lose it myself. If I lose it, the consequences will be disastrous. Poof. Lu Feng, you bad guy. One day, Princess will make you obedient. Before leaving, Princess Hongsu made some harsh remarks. Princess, is your butt itchy? Lu Feng raised his head and said. Seeing this, Hongsu still puffed up her cheeks in defiance. Then, when she was about to leave the Hongsu of the Dao Empire, she looked at her dirty white stockings. She took them off without hesitation and threw them to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Feng lectured her righteously, Princess Hongsu, you are a princess of a country. Why do you litter everywhere? Remember, littering is wrong.
It would be bad if it hit the flowers and plants and polluted the environment. That's it. Lu Feng, who always puts environmental protection first, stepped forward and picked up the white stockings scattered on the red and crisp ground. Then pocketed it. Hongsu, who had a plump chest, saw Lu Feng lecturing her. She stuck out her pink tongue in dissatisfaction and said, "The princess loves you." None of your business. The princess not only messes with her stockings, she also messes with her underwear. A little bit. Immediately. Princess Hongsu, who was afraid that Lu Feng would spank her, immediately sat on the shoulder of the guardian puppet and controlled it to lead her away. Whoosh! The national guardian puppet took Princess Hongsu and fled from the Dai Empire with a whoosh. This place is not suitable for staying. Otherwise, Princess Hongsu's but is in trouble. F***CK. Why are you running so fast? I won't hit you. I'm just curious, Princess Hongsu, where did you put your underwear? Hello, go pick up some trash and protect the environment. After all, is an environmentalist. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Lu Feng said somewhat speechlessly. Princess Hongsu disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Alchemist Lu Feng wanted to ask Princess Hongsu where she was. I didn't expect it. Princess Hongsu sat on the shoulder of the national protection puppet and disappeared on the spot. This person is called Lu Feng, and he felt quite regretful in his heart. I knew it earlier. Just release the sealed and suppressed national puppet in your poem later, wait until you ask where Princess Hongsu is, and then release it. Forget it. I'll ask Princess Hongsu when I meet her later. Anyway, Princess Hongsu is in the empire next door. You will inevitably meet and interact with her in the future. Lu Feng said in his heart while waving his fan slightly. At the same time, Lu Feng thought that his beautiful busty sword fairy wife must be waiting for him for a long time. It's time to give my partner Pei Jianxian a massage. He. In the blink of an eye. For the next few days, Lu Feng spent time in his own Dan Wangpo's medicine refining guild. Alchemy Guild. A luxurious loft. Lu Feng lay lazily and leisurely on the rocking chair. The dark area beside it. His subordinate Zhang Long, who led the Shadow Army, immediately appeared. Reporting to the master, Xiao Chun from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has completed the trial in the mountains. Leaving the mountains. And Lin Xian from the Lin family offended a sect and is now being hunted down by that sect. And Yi Fan has been imprisoned in prison. Zhang Long was wearing heavy armor, with his arms hunched, and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Lu Feng leisurely sipped the Tao tea in his mouth. As a villain alchemist in a cool novel. Control all the current Sons of Luck. Every move of Xiao Chen, Lin Xian, Yi Fan and others is under the watchful surveillance of the Shadow Legion under Lu Feng. In front of the villain alchemist Lu Feng, the Son of Luck has no privacy or secrets. Must know. The Shadow Troops is a super terrifying troop from ancient times. Whether it's fighting, killing, assassination, intelligence, reconnaissance, or monitoring, they are the elite among the elites. The King of Kings. Until now. The 10 Sons of Luck who were under surveillance didn't notice anything. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Feng is the first to know any secrets and intelligence within the empire. This one. Lu Feng also specifically ordered the Shadow Corps to investigate Princess Hongsu, who was littering, and find out where she had left all the trash on her underwear. By the way, what's the progress of that Princess Hongsu who doesn't care about the environment and her messy clothing garbage? Lu Feng took a few sips of tea and casually placed it on the table beside him. He looked at his subordinate Zhang Long, who led the Shadow Legion, and asked him. For this, Lu Feng is quite concerned. Love the environment cannot stand seeing people littering. Especially, there is a lot of garbage and clothes everywhere. Zhang Long bowed and replied respectfully, My lord. According to my investigation, all of Princess Hongsu's messy clothes and garbage have been found by me. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who was lying on the rocking chair, had a pair of bright eyes that were slightly opened, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he became interested. As expected, they are my shadow army, so awesome. Even this cannot be investigated.
It was also found by the subordinates. Cough, cough, cough.
As a princess, Hongsu doesn't care about protecting the environment at all.
They threw their underwear around randomly. It's really polluting the environment. Hand over the messy clothes to you. Destroy it.
Lu Feng preached with a serious face.
Yes, master.
Zhang Long spoke. He handed the storage bag to his owner. Lu Feng raised his big hand and immediately sucked it into his palm.
Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Long, you have worked hard during this period. Go down and rest.
Lu Feng waved at him, indicating that he could leave. Zhang Long saw this and left wisely. My writing career was in a mess and my income dropped to 40 yuan.
I feel very uncomfortable.
Other friends said that what I wrote was rubbish and the data was too bad, so I just cut it off. I felt very sad when I heard that. I begged my parents who provide me with food and clothing to give me some tips and support for love.
It's really hard for me. Woo woo woo. This day, the villain alchemist Lu Feng was strolling leisurely in the alchemy guild.
At the side was the extremely handsome and busty Pei Jianxian, with a cold face and a sword in her chest, who followed and protected Lu Feng quietly.
Hello, Lord Lu. Master Lu is so awesome. He refined the 5th grade dragon medicine with his bare hands. He is truly the best alchemist in the empire.
Oh, my admiration for Master Lu is like a surging river, flowing endlessly.
Master Lu's future is immeasurable. Strolling along the way, the alchemy guild all admired Lu Feng. After all,
Lu Feng was practicing martial arts with his bare hands and was going to marry the king had already spread like wildfire.
Look at the Dao Empire. Who doesn't know the alchemist Lu Feng?
In response, Lu Feng smiled modestly.
And at this time, the two busty female alchemists immediately showed admiration and worship when they saw Lu Feng. Master Lu, can I take a picture with you? The two female alchemists asked with full admiration.
Of course. Lu Feng agreed immediately without any refusal. Then the two female alchemists, one on the left and one on the right, held Lu Feng's arms across their chests, took out the photo stones, and took pictures. Lu Feng felt the soft touch on his arm, and he was a little distracted.
He secretly commented, "It's a bit too big. But the two of them together are not even half as big as my wife." Then, the two female alchemists who admired Lu Feng and left quickly. Lu Feng continued to stroll leisurely.
When strolling to the entrance of the alchemy guild, Lu Feng suddenly noticed a big-breasted woman in a white dress kneeling on the ground with a pair of jade knees, her delicate and charming face looking pitiful. The alchemists passing by turned a blind eye to her and paid no attention to her.
Let this girl kneel on the cold ground. See this scene.
The villain alchemist Lu Feng realized instantly that this woman must be no simple person.
Ding dong. And a confidant have been detected. Host, please pay attention.
At this moment, the system quickly and secretly reminded Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard this, without any hesitation, he used the system without thinking, and took a detailed look at the woman in white dress kneeling at the door.
Name, Bai Shui. Current age, 120 years old. Realm of cultivation, Great Martial Master Realm. Fate attribute, Son of Luck, Confidant.
Current situation, my martial arts school is in crisis, my mother is poisoned. To save her, I came to the alchemy guild to buy medicine, but because I don't have enough money, I can't buy the antidote, so I have been kneeling here, trying to prove my sincerity.
Impress the alchemy guild.
With just one glance, Lu Feng saw through Bai Shui completely.
Interesting.
This is clearly the son of destiny and a confidant, yet I have met her here. It seems that I have put a lot of effort into increasing the effect of my luck and destiny.
Lu Feng said secretly. Immediately, Lu Feng stepped forward and helped Bai Shui up. He spoke in a magnetic voice, "Miss, if you have any problem, I can help you."
After kneeling in front of Bai Shui for several days, she raised her pitiful eyes and looked at Lu Feng in front of her.
She immediately recognized the former's identity. You are the champion of the alchemy competition, Lord Lu? Bai Shui exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect it. I actually met such a young and talented alchemist. Especially Lu Feng, refining the 5th grade medicine with his bare hands spread throughout the Great Wu Empire and abroad. Came to ask for medicine, had naturally heard of Lu Feng's resounding reputation. It's just an empty name. Not worth mentioning, Lu Feng said with a humble smile. As he helped Bai Shui up, he smelled a faint female body fragrance coming towards him. Moreover, Snow White's breasts are quite plump and full, which attracts people's attention. Not to attract Lu Feng's attention. Lord Lu, I beg you to save my mother. As long as you are willing to help, Bai Shui is willing to serve Master Lu as a slave. Bai Shui said quickly. She regarded the alchemist Lu Feng as her life-saving straw. She had heard that alchemist Lu Feng was handsome, kind-hearted, and helpful. Good reputation. Now that I have met her, it also means that my mother can be saved. Miss Snow White, what kind of poison has infected your mother? Tell me more slowly, Lu Feng said in a soothing voice, signaling the latter not to worry. Seeing that alchemist Lu Feng was willing to help her, Bai Shui, who had always longed for help, immediately started to tell him. Master Lu, the poison my mother was poisoned with is the soul-eating poison. This kind of toxin requires a 5th grade high-level medicine to be completely cured. I came to the Alchemy Guild to buy a 5th grade high-level medicine to save my mother. But who would have thought? The 5th grade medicine is too expensive. It's not something a little girl like me can buy. When Bai Shui finished speaking, hot tears flowed down her delicate cheeks. At this time, an alchemist from the Alchemy Guild took the initiative to step forward and said, Master Lu, it's not that our Alchemy Guild will watch you die without helping you. We just need to treasure the 5th grade high-level medicine. It's even more difficult to refine it. At the moment, our Alchemy Guild stock of 5th grade medicine has basically been used up. Hearing this, was a look of despair and helplessness in Bai Shui's beautiful eyes. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said to him in a soothing voice, Don't panic. It's just a 5th grade medicine. I'm grateful for it. That's it. Lu Feng generously waved his hand, and suddenly a medicine bottle filled with 5th grade medicine appeared in front of Bai Shui, who was in urgent need of help. There are 5 grade medicines in here, which are more than enough to cure your mother's poison, Lu Feng said. Hearing this, Bai Shui, who was determined to save her mother, hurriedly opened the medicine bottle. As expected, suddenly, a strong and extremely tempting medicinal fragrance emanated from it. Following right on, pills with patterns on their surfaces appeared in front of Bai Shui. Saw a whole bottle of 5th grade high-level medicine, she cried with joy. Her mother is finally saved. The alchemist standing by was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. He didn't expect it. Rare 5th grade medicine with just a wave of his hand. Lord Lu's background is simply too rich. As expected of you, Master Lu. I have money, I have beauty, and I have medicine. The alchemist standing by watched and praised him endlessly. Soul-devouring poison, a very toxic toxin. Don't delay. I will take you right now to save your mother, Lu Feng said, thinking very much about him. He immediately hugged the busty Bai Shui in his arms, and the next second he led her away from the spot. Since you are the son of destiny and your confidant, then I must take it. He. The Great Wu Empire. Hurricane Martial Arts School. This martial arts school was once quite famous, and its reputation was loud for a while in the empire. It is also known as the #1 martial arts school. Only, the good times didn't last long, as the male master of the martial arts school died, leaving behind only an orphan girl and a widow. This also caused the Hurricane Martial Arts School to go into a state of collapse and never recover. Under the guidance of Bai Shui, alchemist Lu Feng came to this ancient city. The beautiful sword fairy lady followed Lu Feng on the left. Master Lu, my family's Hurricane Martial Arts School was once famous both inside and outside the empire. But since my parents passed away,
my martial arts school has been getting worse and worse. A deep sense of loneliness emerged in Bai Shue's beautiful eyes, and she told Lu Feng, who was standing beside her, about the past of the martial arts school. In response, Lu Feng nodded. He had also heard about Hurricane Watch's reputation. Countless martial artists wanted to learn martial arts from Hurricane Martial Arts School. But now, this once glorious martial arts hall has long been abandoned. Entering the martial arts hall, Lu Feng discovered that there were less than 100 disciples in the hall. With the martial arts school in its heyday, this is completely different. Under the guidance of Bai Shui, Lu Feng came to a boudoir. A beautiful middle-aged woman is lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her breath was fluctuating and very weak, and she was on the verge of death. It can be said that life is hanging by a thread. And she is Bai Shue's mother. Her name is Bai Yaobing. Miss Bai, how long has your mother been in a coma? Lu Feng asked. Master Lu, my mother has been in a coma for half a month. Bai Shui reported the truth. Thanks to your mother's Wuling realm strength. Otherwise, under the toxicity of this soul-devouring poison, your mother would have died long ago. Lu Feng said. Then, Lu Feng urged, there is no time to lose. Hurry up and give the pill to your mother. Bai Shui nodded, and without thinking, she carefully fed the 5th-grade high-level healing pill to her mother. As the 5th-grade elixir entered Bai Yaobing's stomach, the poison began to be rapidly forced out of his body. The fluctuations of his breath also gradually recovered. The originally pale and weak skin also becomes rosy and attractive. Not long after, the soul-devouring poison that Bai Yaobing was infected with was basically completely cured. Shuer, how long has your mother been in a coma due to the poisoning? Bai Yaobing opened her beautiful hazy eyes, looked at her daughter beside her and asked. Mother, you were in a coma for half a month. Bai Shui first responded to her mother, and then introduced Lu Feng, who was standing beside her, saying, Mother, this is Master Lu. He is the champion of the alchemy competition. It was Lord Lu who was so kind-hearted that saved you, my mother. Following his daughter's introduction, Bai Yaobing looked at Lu Feng with gratitude and said, Master Lu, thank you. Lu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with a faint smile, Mrs. Bai has just successfully detoxified, so please don't speak for now. It's better to take a good rest first. Bai Yaobing obeyed Lu Feng's words very much. She began to lie on the bed and rest. And time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the night was dark. Night has fallen. Lu Feng came to Hurricane Martial Arts School, but was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed temporarily. A gorgeous room that Bai Shui specially prepared for the alchemist Lu Feng. This room is the most luxurious and magnificent room in Hurricane Martial Arts School. Ordinary people have no qualifications at all to live here. The only one is the alchemist Lu Feng. I helped Bai Shui today, I believe she will choose to repay me in the evening. In a gorgeous room, Lu Feng said secretly in his heart. As a fan of Xuanwen novels, Lu Feng is particularly clear about this. This kind of confidant, this stunning beauty devotes herself to the Son of Luck and expresses her inner admiration. Generally speaking, the Sons of Luck in cool novels are all upright gentlemen who remain calm and refuse directly. Don't even have any thoughts about eating meat. A cool novel, very righteous. But I am different. I am a pharmacist of the faction. If you are a party member, you should act like one. He. Master Lu, are you asleep? At this time, suddenly, outside the closed door, Snow White's gentle greetings were heard. I'm not. Lu Feng answered bluntly. Then, can I come in? Snow White outside asked hesitantly. Sure. Lu Feng said. So, with Lu Feng's permission, Miss Bai Shui outside pushed the door open and entered the room. Also appeared in front of Lu Feng. Just see. In the evening, Snow White, dressed in a bright red dress, is like a blooming red lotus, exuding an alluring scent. Her eyes were like melting snow in spring, gentle and bright, as if they could penetrate one's soul. That exquisite appearance, like a work of art carefully carved by God, is so beautiful that it is breathtaking, making people want to hold it in their hands and play with it carefully. Especially her tall and plump breasts, which rose and fell gently with her breathing, exuding endless charm, which even made Lu Feng, the minesweeping master, fall for her. In addition, her pair of long, straight legs are like white jade, smooth and delicate, exuding a charming luster, making people want to reach out and touch them, feeling the warmth and softness. What is even more irresistible is that her graceful body reveals a unique beauty and charm as gentle as water, which seems to make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, Lu Feng really wanted to sink into this gentle land and enjoy the wonderful feeling of the facial cleanser. At the same time, Snow White came in with a basin of water for washing feet.
Master Lu, you have worked hard all day. Let someone wash your feet.
There was a gleam of shyness in Snow White's beautiful eyes, as gentle as water, and she was the first to speak. This was the first time she dressed up so beautifully. The purpose is to thank Lord Lu for his help.
In that case,
thank you for your hard work, Miss Snow White. Lu Feng accepted it generously, and the latter washed his feet. Then, Miss Snow White carefully carried a wooden basin filled with hot water and walked slowly to Lu Feng with light steps. Her beautiful face, with a hint of shyness and tenderness, makes people feel pity for her. She raised her delicate hands gently untied the laces on Lu Feng's feet, and then carefully took off the shoes. Then, she gently placed Lu Feng's feet in the warm water and gently massaged his feet with her soft hands, as if she was caring for a precious treasure. Every touch was full of care and tenderness, making Lu Feng feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. Hiss! It feels so comfortable to have this beauty wash his feet. Lu Feng felt Miss Bai Shui's slender hands massaging and washing his feet, and he couldn't help but say happily in his heart. This was the first time he experienced this feeling. No wonder. Why do some people like to find girls to wash their feet and give them massages? This feeling is so great. Especially. Miss Bai Shui's slender jade fingers sliding across the soles of Lu Feng's feet was like an electric current, which Lu Feng admired very much.
Martial Arts School.
In Lu Feng's room, Bai Shui came in and began to wash and massage Lu Feng's feet carefully. During the whole process, Lu Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed it to the fullest.
Miss Bai Shui, have you practiced this foot massage technique?
Lu Feng opened his eyes slightly and asked Bai Shui in front of him. Found that Bai Shui's massage technique was quite skillful.
Doesn't look like a novice at all.
While washing and massaging Lu Feng's feet, Bai Shui responded seriously, Master Lu is worthy of being Master Lu.
I can see that. Shirayuki has indeed practiced this. My father's feet were injured when he was alive.
In order to help him relieve the injuries on his feet, I specially learned massage skills.
It's a pity that my father was assassinated and passed away. End of the sermon.
Bai Shui's mood suddenly dropped.
Been assassinated? Can you tell me about it? Lu Feng asked with a little curiosity at this moment. After all, of Hurricane Martial Arts School, Snow White's father was a local overlord when he was alive.
Also belongs to the group of people with a handsome face. When talking about her father, Bai Shui was obviously quite disappointed and said, My father once adopted a child who was born in a poor family. Treat him as your own child. From childhood to adulthood, I have provided you with meticulous care and training. But later, he took the initiative to propose that he wanted to inherit his father's heavenly-level cultivation method.
My father refused outright. That volume of heavenly-level skills has serious side effects. The backlash effect on oneself is terrible. The problem with my father's legs and feet was caused by the backlash of that heavenly-level technique. My father's adopted son, and because of this, he holds a grudge against my father and hates him immensely. My father has always been satisfied with everything except this one thing, which makes me hate my father to the core. During an outing, my father led many disciples of the martial arts school to fight against a half-step martial emperor-level monster. At the critical moment, my adopted son, who hated my father, stabbed me in the back. Because of your backstab, my father and many of his fellow martial arts brothers and sisters fell into the hands of that half-step martial emperor-level monster. From now on, after losing my father's martial arts school, it has been devastated and has fallen into decline. In the past,
There were tens of thousands of disciples, but now there are less than 100. All of this was caused by that ungrateful B*****.
Finally, I say.
There was a strong hatred in Bai Shui's gentle and beautiful eyes. Originally, her life was happy and she was loved by her father and mother.
But all of this was completely destroyed by that ungrateful person.
After learning the entire process of Hurricane Martial Arts School's decline and fall, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected. Since ancient times, being a foster father who adopts a son has been a high-risk job.
Basically, there is nothing good about adoptive fathers who adopt adopted children.
Will be betrayed by their adopted sons.
My condolences, Miss Snow White.
Lu Feng looked at the latter with heartache, reached out to touch her head, and spoke to comfort her.
Master Lu, do you know the soul-eating poison that my mother was infected with?
Bai Shui raised her beautiful eyes and asked.
Lu Feng nodded slightly. I know this.
Master Lu, I suspect that the soul-eating poison that my mother was infected with was secretly given by that ungrateful B*****. That ungrateful B***** has been trying to seize Hurricane Martial Arts School ever since he backstabbed my father, trying to usurp the throne.
Take it for yourself. Unfortunately, I never succeeded.
This time, my mother was poisoned for no apparent reason.
It was too strange. I suspect that someone is behind this. Bai Shui guessed.
In response, Lu Feng said, your guess is correct.
That soul-devouring poison was indeed created intentionally by humans.
When I was removing the poison from your mother, I sensed a fluctuation of energy from the poison. I guess that fluctuation of breath was left by the poisonous person.
Hearing this,
Snow White clenched her hands. She hated that ungrateful guy so much. Not only did he backstab my father, he also poisoned my mother.
And then later,
Bai Shui also cleaned the big feet of her savior Lu Feng. Lu Feng put away his legs and said to Bai Shui, who had big and perky breasts, I really enjoyed washing your feet this time.
Miss Snow White, thank you for your hard work.
Bai Shuiyin said, my benefactor rescued my mother today, so I washed his feet and gave him a massage.
This is nothing.
Lu Feng glanced at the night outside, then looked at Bai Shui who was still leaving, and said, Miss Bai Shui, it's getting dark, you should go back and rest.
Hearing this,
there was a flicker of hesitation in Snow White's beautiful eyes.
Actually, she didn't want to leave like this.
She wanted to repay the alchemist Lu Feng for saving her mother with her own life. She knelt down and begged in the alchemy guild, but no one was willing to help her. But only Lord Lu, who was handsome, kind-hearted and not greedy for beauty, came forward to help me without expecting anything in return. Lord Lu was simply a ray of hope in my heart.
Redeem yourself.
This made Bai Shui sincerely want to repay Lord Lu's kindness.
Mrs. Snow White, it is very late at night.
You should rest. Lu Feng said, repeating the reminder. Bai Shui carried the wooden basin for washing feet outside, entered the room and closed the door. Then, with her plump and perky breasts, she came to Lu Feng and said shyly with her pretty face, Master Lu, Bai Shui has no way to repay your kindness to her.
Today.
If you hadn't come to rescue my mother, I would have lost both my parents.
I will always remember your kindness.
Bai Shui wants to repay Master Lu's kindness with her own body tonight.
Finally, I say.
Bai Shui began to move the shoe rack in front of Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled evilly in his heart. Normally, at this stage, the Sons of Luck would refuse the active devotion of the big-breasted beauties. From the side of showing upright style.
I am the villain. He. Then I will accept it with a smile.
Since Miss Snow White is determined to repay you with her own body, then I will be disrespectful to refuse it.
Lu Feng said. Then, the red candle in the room went out instantly. Outside the room,
as the mother, Bai Yaobing has been observing quietly from outside. As someone who had experienced this, she knew very well that her daughter had admired Lu Feng for a long time.
After all,
it is hard not to love such a handsome and noble alchemist. It is Shui's blessing that Lord Lu can accept her. Bai Yaobing said in his heart. She didn't continue looking at him,
but turned around and disappeared. At that time, she also saw Lu Feng's extraordinary qualities. She knew that her daughter was a blessing. Next day, in the morning, Bai Shui, who had experienced the power of Lu Feng's invincible overlord spear, fled the room in panic like a frightened deer. Lu Feng looked at Bai Shui's beautiful figure leaving and licked his lips. You must say it. The confidant of those who are destined to be lucky, her taste is just smooth. Anyway, I am the villain, I just want to catch the meat, just eat it yourself. The situation of rejecting a beautiful woman's devotion is something that is very likely to happen to me. I thought you would refuse. At this time, the beautiful Pei Jianxian, holding a sword in his chest, appeared and spoke. Lu Feng smiled mischievously and said, Mother, look at me, am I a good person? Pei Jianxian, with a cold and noble face, shook her head and said in a sweet voice, Yes. So, I, the Sword Immortal, will do justice for you and destroy you, the evil dragon that is causing chaos in the world. That's it. Pei Jianxian with big breasts and big buttocks starts to catch the dragon with her bare hands. Still a bright and clear world. The upright female swordsman has taken action. And it is far away from Hurricane Martial Arts School. A new martial arts school, Lifeng Martial Arts School. A martial arts school that has been rising slowly in recent times. Its martial arts hall, in the lobby. A middle-aged man, about 250 years old, was sitting in the center of the hall. One hand, he was playing with a pair of black and white stone balls back and forth. On the surface, he seems honest and loyal. In fact, he is insidious, cunning, cruel and ruthless in his heart. His name is Bai Jian. It was the adopted child of Bai Shui's father. She was raised by Bai Shui's father since she was a child, and he taught her everything he knew without keeping anything secret. But what he got in return was Bai Jian's ingratitude and backstabbing and poisoning. In terms of strength, Bai Jian has reached the first level of Martial King. This Lifeng martial arts school was founded by him. Over the years, under his continuous encroachment, the Hurricane Martial Arts School, which was once the best, began to decline. It's just one step away from bankruptcy. At this time, a figure ran into the lobby. Report to the owner. The poison that Bai Yaobing from Hurricane Martial Arts School was poisoned with has been resolved by an alchemist. The disciple of Lifeng Martial Arts School reports. What? The soul-devouring poison that this museum owner personally inflicted has been neutralized. Hearing the news, Bai Jian's seemingly honest face showed a hint of surprise. Immediately, he seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly stood up and said, This owner is still too kind. Go and inform Hurricane Martial Arts School that within 3 days, either you choose to submit to this master or you choose to perish. You are my master's wife and junior sister. If you know what's good for you, don't blame me for being polite after 3 days. The man cupped his hands and responded, As you wish, master. After that, he left quickly to deliver the message to Hurricane Martial Arts School. Bai Jian looked towards the Hurricane Martial Arts School and said in a sinister voice, My good master's wife and good junior sister. You have all lost the support of your master. How are you going to get through this difficult time? I just believe it. Is there anyone who can help your Hurricane Martial Arts School to overcome the crisis? At the end of his words, Bai Jian licked the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he had already coveted his plump and attractive beautiful master's wife for a long time. And his junior sister Bai Shui has also been coveting her for a long time. Just passing by. There has never been a right time to succeed. If he reaches the realm of King Wu, he also plans to continue waiting. Just give Hurricane Martial Arts School a chance to choose between the two. Is it surrender? Or destruction? At the same time. Hurricane Martial Arts School. As the head of the martial arts hall, Bai Yaobing called on the remaining martial arts disciples to gather in the lobby. As for the letter sent by Lifeng Martial Arts School, he also received it. Bai Jian has recently made a breakthrough and reached the Martial King realm. I have lost the ability to compete with him. Yes. He gave the 3 members of Hurricane Martial Arts School time to consider. What do you think?
Bai Yaobing's beautiful eyes swept across the remaining disciples in the hall, wanting to see what their plans were.
What? Bai Jian has reached the martial king realm? It's over. We are finished. Yes, yes. We can't compete with him at all. Master's wife is only at the martial spirit realm.
Facing the martial king Bai Jian, she has no ability to resist at all.
That's right. It's Bai Jian who hasn't made a breakthrough and has been promoted. Maybe she can still fight. What should I do now?
It would be great if the master was still here.
For a while.
The martial arts hall were all panicked and afraid. They are only at the level of a great martial artist, and the strongest of their wives is only at the martial spirit realm. Even if they were added together, they couldn't defeat Bai Jian, who had been promoted to the martial king realm with just one finger. Martial arts is respected. Without strong strength, you are destined to be slaughtered.
Master's wife, will you guys surrender? The lobby,
said the man who chose to surrender.
Bai Yaobing heard the voice, her beautiful eyes looked at the disciple coldly, and said, Your master was stabbed in the back by Bai Jian. You actually surrendered to the murderer who killed master?
The disciple immediately lowered his head in shame.
Then,
Bai Yaobing realized that it was useless to rely solely on the disciples in the martial arts hall.
She waved her jade hand tiredly, saying, If you want to leave, go ahead. Master's wife is stopping you. Anyway,
this martial arts school will never be abandoned by the master's wife. Even if I die, master's wife will protect the martial arts school. Following Bai Yaobing's words, many of the young master's disciples left Hurricane Martial Arts School, leaving only a few dozen loyal disciples who chose to stay.
Master's wife, master has been very kind to us. Even if we die, we will protect the martial arts hall. The remaining dozens of disciples shouted with determination.
Looking at the dozens of disciples who stayed behind, Bai Yaobing felt warm in his heart. It is true that loyalty and treachery are revealed in times of adversity. And Bai Shui, who was standing aside, was also well aware of the catastrophic disaster that her own martial arts gym was facing this time.
In the past,
Bai Jian broke through and was promoted to the martial king realm. He could still compete with her with the strength of his mother. But now, Bai Jian has actually broken through to the martial king realm, and this balance has been directly broken. Bai Jian, who is at the level of martial king, to destroy Hurricane Martial Arts School. And Snow White, holding her mother's hand, said, Mom, the only person who can help us now is Lord Lu.
Shuer, go ask Lord Lu to help us.
Bai Yaobing, who still had her charm, plump and full body, and full of the seductiveness of a mature woman, gently stroked her daughter's pretty face and said to her softly, Shuer, Lord Lu has already helped you once. When you come to see Master Lu again, please be nice. This time, let Mother go and ask Lord Lu for help. Finishing speaking, Bai Yaobing raised her beautiful eyes with mature charm and looked towards the room where Lord Lu lived.
She has made up her mind. Go and ask the almighty and omnipotent Lord Lu for help.
Only he can help his martial arts school overcome the difficulties.
Only he can help himself. Hurricane Martial Arts School.
The most luxurious room where Lu Feng lives. Lu Feng, who had a super strong soul perception, naturally clearly perceived what happened in Hurricane Martial Arts School.
However, he still pretended to know nothing out of habit. And this time,
Bai Yaobing, a mature and beautiful woman with charm and good looks, came to the door on her own initiative.
Excuse me, Master Lu, may this young lady come in? Outside the door,
there came the pleasant voice of the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng slightly opened his pair of eyes that were as bright as stars, and the corners of his mouth raised in a smile.
Madam Bai, you are so anxious. He just made up his mind and came directly to the door. It seems that my invincible second brother is happy again.
Lu Feng said in a magnetic voice, Mrs. Bai, come in. Immediately, Lu Feng had an idea, and opened the tightly closed door from the inside out. Seeing the door open, Mrs. Bai, who was waiting outside, walked into Xiao Liufeng's room with light and slightly shy lotus steps. Moreover, the beautiful middle-aged woman Bai Yaobing carefully looked outside, and after making sure that there was no one, she closed the door tightly.
The room.
Lu Feng raised his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and admired the seductive and beautiful woman in front of him without reservation. The Bai Yaobing in front of him had dressed up with special care. She was wearing a gorgeous red cheongsam. This cheongsam perfectly sets off the mature, plump and attractive body of this beautiful woman, making her look graceful and beautiful.
That's right.
The pair of big mines on her chest are particularly eye-catching and attract attention. It fills up the clothes on the chest and makes the figure look rounder and smoother.
What a thunder! Lu Feng, the minesweeper master, said in his heart. Not only that.
The voluptuous waist and hips of the beautiful woman in cheongsam are connected as one, forming a perfect arc, which brings out the ultimate charm of the mature and beautiful woman to the extreme. Also, those round, snow-white, flawless legs, vaguely visible under the slit of the cheongsam, make people imagine a lot. Such a beautiful woman has round and smooth cheeks, skin as white as cream, and is full of charm. The most important thing is that Lu Feng also noticed that the beautiful middle-aged woman Bai Yaobing had tied up her long black hair.
Make a bun.
Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is indeed a beautiful woman, so sensible and meticulous.
Mrs. Bai's makeup today is really beautiful and charming.
Looking at it for a while, Lu Feng gave his evaluation truthfully. Seeing that alchemist Lu Feng approved of her makeup, she pursed her sexy rosy lips slightly, and an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal emerged on her pretty face.
Thank you for the compliment, Master Lu.
Bai Yaobing said with joy on her beautiful face. If my makeup could be recognized by Lord Lu. While Lu Feng was looking at the attractive body of the beautiful woman, he asked softly, Mrs. Bai, how is your body recovering now?
Anything else that makes you uncomfortable?
Bai Yaobing said, thank you for your concern, Master Lu. The woman's body has almost recovered and she is now safe and sound. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded his handsome face slightly.
Since he has recovered, that's good. Madam Bai, is there something you want to talk to me about? Lu Feng simply asked straight to the point.
In fact, he knew why the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing came, and he also knew what she was doing. But Lu Feng still likes to pretend that he knows nothing.
Because of this, it's fun. Very interesting.
Bai Yao bit her red lips with her jade-like teeth, and looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes, saying, Master Lu, I came here to ask for a favor.
That's it.
Bai Yaobing plopped down on her white jade knees and knelt in front of Lu Feng, looking very charming and pitiful. Seeing this, Lu Feng supported Bai Yaobing's attractive and plump waist with his big hands and said, Mrs. Bai, don't kneel down all the time.
Tell me what's going on. Can I help you?
So, Bai Yaobing, who was helped up, told Lu Feng all the crises and disasters he faced after the third year at Hurricane Martial Arts School.
Master Lu, I'm telling you the truth.
The Hurricane Martial Arts School has fallen to this point, all because of one person.
That person is Bai Jian.
He was the adopted son of my husband. Later, because he refused to give him the right to escape, he murdered my husband. And he founded a martial arts school called Lifeng Martial Arts School. Over the years, our two martial arts schools have been competing with each other, and neither of us can defeat the other.
There is no way we can do anything.
But in recent days, Bai Jian has inexplicably reached the Martial King realm. This woman is only at the Wuling realm, and she can't continue to compete with him. Just now, Bai Jian sent someone over to tell us to give the three of us at Hurricane Martial Arts School some time to think about it.
If you don't surrender to Lifeng Martial Arts School, you will die.
Girl, I don't want to surrender to Bai Jian, and I don't want to ruin the foundation of Hurricane Martial Arts School in vain.
At this point, may I trouble Master Lu?
Bai Yaobing told the story slowly and leisurely. She stared at the alchemist Lu Feng with her beautiful eyes. She placed all her hopes for the survival of Hurricane Martial Arts School on Master Lu. She knew very well that the only person who could help her right now was the powerful Lord Lu.
As for Lu Feng?
His handsome face revealed a look of embarrassment. Mrs. Bai, this matter of yours has put me in a very difficult position. Lu Feng spoke with a look of difficulty on his face. Bai Yaobing grabbed Lu Feng's hand with her jade-like hand and begged, Lord Lu, if you are willing to help me, I will do it no matter what the price is. Lu Feng said bluntly, Madam, although your matter is very difficult to handle.
But I can help you.
But, ma'am, you know that there is no free lunch here.
Hearing this,
as Bai Yaobing spoke, he began to make a shoe rack in front of Lu Feng.
Master Lu, don't worry. This woman will never let you suffer any loss.
When Lu Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile and said, Madam is worthy of being a madam, she is really sensible.
In that case,
then I will be disrespectful to refuse it.
And outside the room,
when Bai Shui heard the noise coming from inside the house, she was so angry that she put her hands on her hips, stomped her feet and said angrily, Mom, what a jerk. Even for something like this, you're still competing with others.
Snort. Bai Shui snorted coldly and left angrily.
Originally, she wanted to ask Lord Lu for help. But it was snatched away by my own mother.
Hurricane Martial Arts School.
3 days later, Bai Shui saw her mother coming out of Lord Lu's room. She said with a rather resentful tone, Mom, you really are such a fool that you even wanted to snatch this from me. When the beautiful lady Bai Yaobing heard this, her rosy cheeks flushed and she explained, Shui, you don't know.
The water here is very deep. You can't control it. Let mother come.
Bai Shui didn't believe her mother's nonsense. She turned her pretty face away and snorted in a rather petty manner. The beautiful woman Bai Yaobing, on the other hand, had no worries in her heart. I'm not worried about Bai Jian of Lifeng Martial Arts School at all. Because their Hurricane Martial Arts School has the support of Lord Lu.
And at this moment,
Lu Feng also walked out of the room. Madam, please rest assured.
With this master, I will ensure that your Hurricane Martial Arts School will be worry-free. Lu Feng promised him.
Lu Feng took advantage of the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing and would naturally help her solve her problems.
Please, Master Lu. Bai Yaobing expressed his thanks.
And outside the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall, Bai Jian, the head of Lifeng Martial Arts School, who had advanced to the level of Wu Wang, led a group of powerful warriors to the gate of the martial arts school. Bai Jian played with the black and white stone ball alone, looking confident of winning. In the past, he might be unable to do anything to Master's wife Bai Yaobing.
After all, the two are evenly matched and neither can defeat the other. But now, it is quite different.
Bai Yaobing, the Master's wife in Wuling Realm, stood in front of him and was easily defeated with one move. By then, Master's wife Bai Yaobing and junior sister Bai Shui will all be his. He had coveted his master's wife and junior sisters for a long time. When he thought of his master's wife's attractive and voluptuous figure, he couldn't help licking her with his tongue.
As for the alchemist of Hurricane Martial Arts School, he also has a way to deal with it.
He was prepared to spend money to capture the alchemist of Hurricane Martial Arts School. My master has reached the Martial King realm. Your Hurricane Martial Arts School's birthday is here.
That's right. Before, I couldn't do anything to Hurricane Dojo, but now it's different. Yes. It's not so easy to destroy Hurricane Martial Arts School right now. That's right. All this depends on the owner. The warriors from Lifeng Martial Arts School were chatting freely. From their perspective, Hurricane Martial Arts School will be doomed today. After all, their owner has reached the level of Wu Wang. Bai Yaobing of Hurricane Martial Arts School will no longer be his opponent. My good mistress. 3 days are up.
Bai Jian shouted to Hurricane Martial Arts School from a distance. His voice, wrapped in spiritual power, spread to every corner of Hurricane Martial Arts School.
Immediately following,
hearing Bai Jian's voice, Bai Yaobing and Bai Shui led the few remaining disciples of Hurricane Martial Arts School out.
Bai Jian, you are an ungrateful B*****.
My father treated you well and raised you with great difficulty, but you stabbed him in the back. You are worse than pigs and dogs.
A meeting room.
The graceful Bai Shui cursed Bai Jian coldly with great hatred.
The Bai Jian in front of her is her murderous enemy.
Seeing the murderer of her enemy, she was naturally furious.
Evil disciple.
If I had known that you would do such a treasonous thing as betraying your teacher and destroying your ancestors, I would have killed you long ago. Bai Yaobing, the master's wife, was so angry that her voice was as cold as ice. The other remaining disciples saw Bai Jian, they all looked at Bai Jian in anger.
They knew everything Bai Jian had done. Are you grateful for Bai Jian?
But he burst into laughter. Junior sister, master's wife, this is not my fault. I don't blame you, I blame the master for not doing what I want. He handed over his heavenly grade technique long ago, how could I kill him? All this is due to the teacher's ignorance of the current situation.
Ha ha ha. Bai Jian laughed without any remorse.
Master's wife Bai Jian and junior sister Bai Shui, seeing Bai Jian being so shameless and without any remorse, their beautiful eyes burst with cold murderous intent. If they were not inferior to Bai Jian in strength, they would have come out to kill Bai Jian long ago.
Yes, master's wife and junior sister, I will give you 3 days to think about it. What do you think? Are you submitting to me? Or choose to die? Bai Jian asked with a sinister smile in her voice.
Who has reached the realm of Wu Wang, regards Hurricane Martial Arts School and his own wife and sister as meals on his plate.
Surrender to you, you be ******? You are wishful thinking. Master's wife Bai Yaobing flatly refused.
And Bai Jian said grimly, Master's wife. I'm giving you 3 full days, just for the sake of our past friendship. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being rude. I will first destroy your Hurricane Martial Arts School, and then imprison your junior sister and make her my personal plaything.
That's it.
Bai Jian suddenly crushed the black and white stone ball in his palm, and the martial king realm cultivation in his body burst out like a flood, sweeping all around.
Master's wife and junior sister, please submit to me.
Bai Jian licked his palms, looking very proud and arrogant.
Bai Yaobing shouted across the air, Lord Lu, please come out. As soon as the words fell,
the alchemist Lu Feng, who had been late and had not appeared until now, finally showed up at his leisure.
Mrs. Bai, please leave. Leave the rest to me.
Lu Feng spoke lightly. And Bai Yaoxian, Bai Shui, also very obediently took light lotus steps and stepped back.
When I saw Lu Feng appear,
Bai Jian's eyelids were twitching restlessly and he felt an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart.
This feeling, he never had it. Even his master didn't give him one. This shows that the alchemist Lu Feng in front of him is terrified to the extreme.
Senior, I am willing to give you a spiritual mine, plus various natural treasures. Please, Senior, please don't interfere in this matter. Bai Jian immediately clasped his hands together and said in a flattering manner in front of Lu Feng. He could see that Lu Feng was invited by his master's wife to protect the martial arts gym. In his view, the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit, and the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. If you offer some money and sincerity, you will definitely be able to bribe the alchemist in front of you. Without the protection of the alchemist, the master's wife and junior sisters can't be touched.
That's all? You just want to bribe me? You think I'm a beggar?
Lu Feng spoke, he took a step forward.
In an instant,
an indescribably powerful and terrifying spiritual force, like billions of mountains, mercilessly killed Bai Jian.
Senior, please don't.
Bai Jian felt the strong breath of death coming towards him, and he begged for mercy desperately.
Bang!
In an instant, the terrifying soul power instantly killed Bai Jian and turned him into powder. This scene shocked Bai Yaobing and Bai Shui who were standing beside them.
Thank you to all the mothers who support us with their love.
Every time I asked for support, you were generous and gracious, and always responded to my requests. I prayed to the gods, but they were unwilling to pay attention to a mortal like me.
I ask for food and clothing, you mothers, and you always respond to my requests.
My mother of food and clothing plus gods.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh my God. Isn't Lord Lu's strength too strong?
With just one step, Bai Jian was killed on the spot. During the whole process, there was no physical contact.
As expected of you, Master Lu.
Bai Shui, with her pretty face, looked at Lu Feng with admiration and adoration. She already admired and adored Lu Feng, and now she admired him even more. Bai Yaobing, a beautiful woman with a plump waist and a perky but full of mature charm, was standing beside her. When she saw her evil disciple Bai Jian being killed on the spot, tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. The revenge for her dead husband was finally taken. The warriors from the Lifeng martial arts school retreated in fear. Even someone as strong as their own gym owner couldn't defeat Lu Feng in one step, let alone them. They have no fighting spirit at all. All I can think about is escaping. Run as far as you can. However, if they wanted to escape, how could Bai Yaobing of Hurricane Martial Arts School let them go? The answer is, of course not. All of you should die with Bai Jian. Bai Yaobing was filled with murderous intent, and he spoke to Lifeng Martial Arts School with hatred. And then, under the watchful eyes of alchemist Lu Feng, Bai Yaobing, who was at the peak of the martial spirit realm, mercilessly killed all of his men who had accompanied Bai Jian to destroy the Hurricane Martial Arts School. This Bai Yaobing can be transformed into a beautiful woman, or a strong and decisive woman. She managed the Hurricane Martial Arts School, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it is still running smoothly. It is really not easy. Lu Feng glanced at the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing and couldn't help but said secretly. After everyone in Lifeng Martial Arts School was killed, Bai Yaobing, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and mature charm, came to Lu Feng and knelt on the ground with a plop. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "Today, it is all thanks to Master Lu's help. Without the support of Lord Lu, my Hurricane Martial Arts School would have been in danger long ago." Lu Feng's mind moved, and a soft invisible force helped her up. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Bai, no need to say more." Then, Lu Feng then turned his attention to Bai Jian, who had just been killed by him. Bai Jian was killed and his soul was annihilated, his body was completely destroyed, and only a storage ring was left. This space ring was suspended in the air, and waves of aura that Lu Feng was quite familiar with were slowly emanating from it. "Isn't this aura the same as the unruly nun who brought me and Fairy Qingju together in the Wuzong secret realm? How could there be fluctuations of her aura on this ring? Could it be that this ring was given to Bai Jian by her? Or rather, this Bai Jian is her subordinate, was she subdued by her?" Lu Feng said secretly in his heart with some surprise. He never expected it. Bai Jian's storage ring was actually given to her by her illicit master. Especially, the fluctuations of the aura on the storage ring were something that alchemist Lu Feng was all too familiar with. Lu Feng's soul perception is super strong, and he has double pupils, so it is not difficult for him to see the specific origin of the ring owned by Bai Jian. As Lu Feng was surprised, the storage ring floated in front of him. "It really belongs to my frivolous senior sister." Lu Feng grabbed it in his palm and confirmed it. At this time, Lu Feng then asked Bai Yaobing, who was standing beside him, "You said that Bai Jian had been stuck in the Wuling realm for a long time and had never made a breakthrough. Did he make a breakthrough and get promoted inexplicably in recent days?" Bai Yao nodded and said, "Reporting to Lord Lu, Bai Jian was originally unable to break through the Martial King realm. But he made a breakthrough out of nowhere. According to what I heard, he is a disciple of a terrifying female warrior. I don't know, is it true or false?" Told everything he knew and the rumors he had heard. Hearing this, Lu Feng can basically conclude, this Bai Jian should have become a disciple of my improper master and become her subordinate. It seems that the fate between me and Master Ant is not good. That's enough, some contact, Lu Feng said. Immediately, he then asked Sang Bai Aabing, "Do you know where that powerful woman is?" Bai Yaobing stretched out her jade finger, pointed in a certain direction, and said, "I heard it's in Fengling Cave." It is said that Fengling Cave was originally the abode of a great demon, not a human race. A powerful woman came from behind and occupied the Fengling Cave. After learning the direction, Lu Feng nodded slightly. He then used his great magical power to take one step forward and rushed to Fengling Cave. The beautiful swordsman lady who had always been by his side, upon seeing this, flew up on her sword and followed behind. Bai Shui, seeing Lu Feng using his magical powers to leave, couldn't help but said with some worry, "Mom, will Lord Lu be okay?" It is said that the powerful woman who occupied Fengling Cave is extremely powerful. She has subdued almost all the powerful monsters nearby. She had heard about how powerful the female warriors in Fengling Cave were. So deep down in his heart, he couldn't help but worry about Lu Feng. Bai Yaobing gently stroked Bai Shui's head and said to her comfortingly, "Don't worry. Lord Lu is definitely not an ordinary person. His extraordinary qualities are beyond our imagination. Hundreds of years old and knowledgeable. It is not difficult for her to see that alchemist Lu Feng is not as simple as he seems. Especially, he killed Bai Jian in one step. During the whole process, Lu Feng did not even use a single bit of his strength. That nothing would happen to Lord Lu when he went to Fengling Cave. After all, beside Lord Lu, there was a beautiful female swordsman with huge breasts, who always followed him around to protect him. Above the void, Lu Feng performed the one-step walk technique. He took a step forward and directly crossed a piece of land. In just a few breaths, Lu Feng had easily arrived at the location of Fengling Cave. This place is full of high mountains and lush forests. Waves of demonic energy rushed into the air, lingering in the void for a long time. You can tell at a glance that this is a dangerous place full of dangers. Whoosh! Lu Feng rushed over with a whoosh. Swoosh! Pei Jianxian, who was following closely at the side, stepped on the flying sword and followed with a whoosh. This place is filled with evil spirits. Pei Jianxian looked around the place and spoke as usual, holding the sword in his chest. This is the territory of monsters. It's just that it was forcibly occupied by my improper nun. I don't know. What is her purpose in occupying this place? Lu Feng said this. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled about his dishonest master occupying this place. Are you still a master? Why, I've never heard you tell me about it. Pei Jianxian slightly turned her delicate and white face and asked her husband. Learned about her husband's dishonest master's sister. Seeing that the sword fairy didn't know, Lu Feng told her, "My master's aunt is the owner of the main hall in the Wuzong secret realm. According to master, she had already fallen into the devil's way, gone astray, and became possessed. She loves to bring men and women together and to help them communicate. Among them, there are also some female fairies who lost their purity because of her behavior. So, in the eyes of the nuns, she is hated by everyone. But the monks were happy with her behavior." And Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had heard of Master Lu Feng's bad reputation, but she had no idea. This woman is actually Lu Feng's master's aunt. Still related to her husband in terms of seniority. I didn't think so. She is actually your master's aunt. Pei Jianxian murmured, and then asked Xiang Lu Feng, "Do you remember that she was besieged and killed by the 10 strongest men of the Great Wu Empire a long time ago? Why? She's alive again? Still occupying this Fengling Cave?" Pei Jianxian was confused. As the Empire's #1 female swordsman, Fairy Pei had heard rumors about Lu Feng's illegitimate master. At that time, the 10 strongest men in the Empire besieged him and killed him. Now, it wasn't long after this incident, and she was resurrected again? Could it be that, during this period, someone helped her? Hearing this, Lu Feng shrugged guiltily and spread his hands, indicating that he knew nothing. Actually, after being introduced by the improper master last time, Lu Feng took the opportunity to ask for some benefits from the improper master to help her resurrect. Lu Feng is the one who helped secretly. But no one knew this news. Naturally, Lu Feng couldn't tell his sword fairy wife that he was the one who helped. Fairy Pei said coldly, "If your master is resurrected, someone must be secretly helping her." Lu Feng nodded slightly and couldn't deny it. His wife's guess was indeed right. At this time, this place is filled with evil spirit. Fengling Cave. This cave is about 100 meters wide and huge, just like a palace. In the cave, the frivolous beautiful woman who occupied this place was now wearing a sexy red dress. In front of her, a pair of big breasts are about to pop out, as eye-catching as always. As big as a winter melon. Mature, plump, and heavily drooping. Her snake-like waist and plump buttocks are full of charm, not to mention how attractive she is. Especially that pair of round, white, straight and charming legs. Beautiful and long. Moreover, it also has some fat. Such slender, beautiful, and plump legs are unique and full of temptation. They can be called the best in the world. Rare. Just right. Absolutely the best plump and beautiful legs. Some people would play with legs like this for their whole life. Not only that, the indecent beautiful woman's bare feet were stepping on the ground without any dust. She has a charming, sexy, and mature body. Every move she makes reveals the top charm of a mature woman. She is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. She is a disaster for the country and the people. She is so beautiful that she can shame the moon and flowers. She is Lu Feng's improper master's aunt. The magic fairy, the charming fairy. She lives up to her name. She is so beautiful and attractive that even fairies far away from the mortal world can be attracted and enchanted by her. In terms of age, it has reached several thousand years old. Lu Feng is more than 10,000 miles older. Now, with the help of Lu Feng, she has been resurrected and continues to wreak havoc on the world. In front of her, a huge mirror, approximately several dozen feet in size, showed the image of Lu Feng in fairy pay. Mei Xiaoxian leaned back against the stone chair, raised her plump, slender, and extremely attractive jade legs, and looked directly at her junior nephew Lu Feng in the mirror with her beautiful eyes. She smiled as always and said, "Ha ha. My little nephew. You really are my inseparable destiny. You've brought this upon me." Mei Xiaoxian had to compromise with Lu Feng. He was also forced by Lu Feng to show his sincerity. Now, Mei Xiaoxian's remaining soul completely restored, but her body was also completely recovered. In fact, it has recovered almost completely. It's time. It's time to let this ignorant nephew of his know the price of threatening me. Immediately following, the charming fairy with her legs lifted up looked with a smile on her pretty face at the beautiful fairy who had been tied up by her for a long time. "See you later, May." A pure and innocent fairy who is not concerned with worldly matters, wearing a silver dress. She has a cold appearance and a chilly temperament, giving people a feeling of being kept at a distance. Especially her beautiful silver eyes. Moreover, her pretty face was cold and beautiful. Its chest is as big as a papaya, full and ripe and drooping. The dress was so prominent in front of her chest that it was extremely prominent. Her slender waist and long, white legs are all beautiful. She gives people a noble and aloof feeling, a kind of charm without being gaudy, gaudy without being vulgar. At this moment, the cold female fairy is being tied up tightly with ropes by the charming fairy. The fairy girl was tied up tightly, like a silkworm chrysalis, unable to struggle at all. Her name is Fairy Hao Yue. At that time, 10 powerful men besieged Mei Xian, and she was one of them. She is even known as the most upright moon fairy in the empire. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless upright monks. He. Fairy Hao Yue, how does it feel to be my prisoner? The fairy Mei Gue smiled and looked at the bound fairy Hao Yue beside her and asked. "Mei, you are a fallen devil slut." Of course, this fairy shouldn't have shown mercy. Fairy Hao Yue clenched her silver teeth tightly, and looked at Fairy Mei Xiao with a cold look on her delicate and moving face. Today, the reason why I was captured by the charming fairy was all because of my own kindness and soft-heartedness. If I were more ruthless, the charm fairy would not have reborn in the second life and continue to cause chaos in the world. He. You are indeed soft-hearted. But I will not be lenient. Of all the 10 most powerful men in the empire who besieged me, I will not let any of you go. Today, I will start my recovery from you, Fairy Hao Yue. The charming fairy stood up from the stone chair, walked in front of the Fairy Hao Yue with her elegant and spotless jade feet, and said with a smile. Snort. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Was tied up by flowers, turned her jade face away and snorted coldly. He. Death is a relief for you. The palace will not kill you easily, but to torture you slowly.
During conversation, Fairy Mei Tian had already walked to the side of Fairy Hao Yue. She looked down at Fairy Hao Yue, who was tied to the ground with her enchanting eyes from high above, her pretty face full of wicked smiles. A look of panic suddenly appeared in her cold and beautiful eyes. She has witnessed the evil methods of Mei Tianxian. After all, Fairy Hao Yue is an old rival of Fairy Mei Tianxian and knows that Fairy Mei Tianxian loves to match men and women together. For a while, Fairy Hao Yue said in a cold voice, "Fairy Mei Tian, if you have something to do, kill me." Hearing this, the enchanting and sexy Mei Tianxian fiercely raised her slender, snow-white and plump legs, and stepped hard on the beautiful face of the Hao Yue fairy with her jade feet, smiling and saying, "The palace said. The palace will not kill you. The palace will torture you until you lose all your fairy demeanor. Fairy Hao Yue, according to what the harem knows, you have lived for more than 1,000 years, and it seems that you are still innocent and have never had any contact with men of the opposite S***X. Hearing this, Fairy Hao Yue became anxious on the spot. As expected, she was most worried about was still the outbreak. She is not afraid of death. Absolutely not afraid of death. But she was afraid that Mei Tianxian would use such dirty means to mess with her. "Mei Tianxian, how dare you?" Fairy Hao Yue, whose face was being stepped on by Fairy Mei Tian with her jade feet, spoke threateningly in a cold voice. Her eyes were cold as ice and full of murderous intent. It seems like he wants to kill Mei Tianxian. And the charming fairy? Faced with the threat, he covered his mouth and chuckled. He. It's so funny that I'm dying. The palace is a demon. What's there to be afraid of? You are already a prisoner of the palace, and you still think that the palace doesn't dare? The jade feet of the charming fairy stepped hard on the jade face of the Hao Yue fairy, and rubbed her hard on the ground. The originally snow-white, exquisite and moving jade face was stepped on red by the charming fairy. It makes people feel sorry for this cold and beautiful Fairy Hao Yue. Mei Tianxian is so unsympathetic and merciless that she shows no mercy to women. Hard on the jade face of Fairy Hao Yue with her jade feet, narrowed her narrow and beautiful eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Fairy Hao Yue, do you know? At first, the palace was planning to reward you to nearby monsters and let them torture you. But now, the queen has changed her mind. The one in the palace who committed treason and was disobedient to his superiors, my little nephew, is here. My lord, I will match you with your unfilial nephew." Oh. Yes. Also, Fairy Hao Yue, let me tell you that the little nephew of the palace has extraordinary qualities. You must be well prepared in advance. He. The charming fairy covered her mouth with her slender jade hands and chuckled. In the secret realm, she witnessed her junior nephew carrying a deadly weapon. She knew very well that it would be interesting to bring her junior nephew Lu Feng and Fairy Hao Yue together. Besides, junior nephew Lu Feng is the only disciple taught directly by his junior sister. My own junior sister, and I always feel bad for myself. Then he himself would drag his junior sister's disciple Lu Feng into the evil way. Completely dragged down. You dare. Mei Tianxian, if you dare to do this, Fairy will kill you afterwards. Fairy Hao Yue spoke in a cold and threatening voice. But the charming fairy didn't even listen. What can a prisoner, Fairy Hao Yue, do to me? Snort. Don't be ungrateful. It is your blessing that the royal family brought you together with Lu Feng. That boy is a very good tool. Afterwards, you must thank the palace. Fairy Mei Tian smiled and used her jade feet to step hard on Fairy Hao Yue's jade face, pressing her to the ground, making her unable to move or resist at all. Mei Tianxian, you bitch. You slutty bitch. Fairy Hao Yue gritted her teeth and spit coldly in anger. Well said, the palace is indeed a bitch. So, the Queen Mother likes to see you fairies who are usually high and mighty, arrogant, cold and noble, fall into the dust, indulge in lust, and have fun with men. The charming fairy who was called a bitch did not show any anger on her charming and delicate face, but said with a sincere word of admission. I am indeed a bitch. I really like doing these shameful things. Its purpose is to bring these beautiful and noble fairies into the mortal world. Bitch. Fairy, I hate myself so much. Why didn't I kill you? Fairy Hao Yue said with deep regret. If I were in charge and acted more ruthlessly and decisively, this situation would not have happened today. While cursing Fairy Mei Tian, Fairy Hao Yue used the magic weapon in her arms to send a message to her good friend Fairy Xie, trying to get her to save her. And Mei Tianxian had already noticed her little action. It's useless. The Fengling cave in the palace is isolated from all message transmissions. It's impossible for anyone to come and rescue you. You'd better die early. Fairy Mei Tian stepped on Fairy Hao Yue's jade face and said with a smile. Fairy Hao Yue used her soul power to perceive it, and she fell into despair again. Mei Tianxian is right. This cave has been set up with a shielding formation long ago. My message was completely blocked. Ha! The junior nephew of the palace is already on his way here. Fairy Hao Yue, you will be happy soon. He. When Fairy Mei Tian saw her junior nephew Lu Feng in the mirror flying towards her cave, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said to Fairy Hao Yue with a smile and jokingly. Fairy Hao Yue tried to muster all her strength to struggle against Fairy Mei, but Fairy Mei stepped harshly on her plump breasts. He subdued her with one kick. Be honest. Otherwise, I will give you to the nearby monsters. Mei Tianxian spoke in a threatening tone. This sentence. As expected, Fairy Hao Yue was frightened so much that her face turned pale. She knew that the female devil Mei Tianxian was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Whoosh! And at this time, a slender, handsome and upright figure, with a whoosh, entered the Fengling cave mansion. His whole body emanated waves of terrifying soul power as vast and powerful as the ocean. The person who came was naturally a ninth-grade alchemist, Lu Feng. When Mei Tianxian saw her junior nephew coming, a hint of evil flashed in her beautiful eyes. His plan to torture and retaliate against Fairy Hao Yue. Let's get started. Not long after Lu Feng rushed to Fengling Cave, Pei Jianxian, holding a sword in his chest, also followed closely. Swish! Pei Jianxian's beautiful, tall and graceful figure appeared here in an instant. Lu Feng, who arrived here, raised his pair of extremely deep sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes and took the initiative to look at Mei Xiaoxian. It's really her. I never expected it. Master's resurrection speed is so fast. But I have to say, her breasts are really big. Like a winter melon. Big, plump, saggy. Lu Feng, the master of minesweeping, unsurprisingly noticed the big mine on Mei Xiaoxian's chest at first sight, and secretly sighed in his heart. Not only that, Lu Feng also discovered Mei Xiaoxian's seductive slender waist and plump buttocks. And that pair of plump yet slender legs. Pair of bare feet. So beautiful. So beautiful that people can't look away. Beautiful that I almost forgot to breathe. This woman is not only beautiful, but also plump and attractive. Such enchanting, sexy, plump, mature beauties are extremely rare in the world, almost extinct. Master is really beautiful. However, she and her master do have a common habit. They both don't like to wear shoes and like to be barefoot. As expected of a fellow disciple of mine. Lu Feng commented secretly in his heart. Moreover, during the review, Lu Feng discovered in great detail that under the jade feet of his sexy and charming master, there was actually a fairy. This fairy is wearing a gorgeous dress. Her appearance was exquisite, and yet, amidst her coldness, she revealed the nobility of a fairy in a painting. Its chest is as ripe and plump as a big papaya. Don't mention how eye-catching it is. The waist is so soft that you can hold it in one hand, and it seems boneless, giving people the urge to hold it in their arms. And those extremely slender legs were pure white and flawless, and they were wearing special silver stockings. These silver stockings made Lu Feng's eyes light up. Wearing this kind of stockings is rare and attractive at the same time. At this moment, Fairy Hao Yue's delicate face, like a piece of beautiful jade, was stepped on fiercely by her master's aunt Mei Guixian with her jade feet, making her face stick tightly to the rough ground. The originally delicate face, as white as jade, was now stepped on and turned red. This scene. But Lu Feng felt a little distressed. Oh my god. Master is indeed a fallen demon, she is really cruel. Such a beautiful fairy, Hao Yue, is being trampled underfoot like this. If it were me, I would definitely not want to give it up. Lu Feng said secretly in his heart. Lu Feng naturally recognized the female fairy that Master Aunt Mei was stepping on with her fairy jade feet at a glance. She is the famous fairy Hao Yue in the Dao Empire. It is said that she is over a decade old and still has no Taoist partner. She is very chaste and kind-hearted. She is a well-known and decent fairy. Now, she fell into the hands of her own master's aunt, and was tied up tightly, and her master's aunt stepped on her hard with her jade feet. This formed a sharp contrast with the fairy's appearance of being high above, pure and innocent, and otherworldly. I can only say, Hao Yue, who was stepped on by Fairy Mei Gue, is now in a very miserable state. Lu Feng admired Fairy Hao Yue's unyielding temperament. Even now, even though Fairy Hao Yue was stepped on by the charming fairy, she still did not yield to her. Moreover, Lu Feng was also very clear that Fairy Hao Yue had a fairy friend named Fairy Siye. She is the Fairy Siye, and is a good friend of many people. I don't know. Fairy Hao Yue is in trouble now. Does Fairy Siye, your good friend, know about it? While Lu Feng was observing Mei Xiaoxian. As the charming fairy of Lu Feng's master, she also observed Lu Feng. When she saw the beautiful Pei Jianxian behind Lu Feng, she couldn't help but smile and said, "My little nephew, is this Pei Xianzi with a sword in her chest your wife?" She could see that Pei Jianxian and his nephew had a special relationship. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng responded without hesitation, "Not bad. She is my wife." That's it. Lu Feng took the initiative to hold Pei Jianxian in his arms. Pei Jianxian's beautiful face turned red. She rolled her beautiful eyes at her husband Lu Feng, then hugged her own tender waist. Why did he sneakily touch his own pig? Really? You've been so naughty all night. Pei Jianxian said with a little resentment. My lady is so charming that I can't help myself. Lu Feng scratched his head and smiled. As for Mei Xiaoxian, she naturally noticed the little movements of her junior nephew. She stared at Pei Jianxian's chest with his head down and his toes invisible. Even with her perspective, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She found out. The tall, drooping big winter melon that he was so proud of was actually a little inferior in front of Pei Jianxian, whose toes could not be seen when he lowered his head. Among so many women, Mei Xiaoxian had never met an opponent, except for Pei Jianxian in front of her, who had bigger breasts than Mei Xiaoxian. This is called Mei Xiaoxian. She stared at Fairy Pei's chest and couldn't help but sigh with a smile. What big breasts! Even if I'm a woman, I envy and desire such breasts. Then, the charming fairy looked at Lu Feng with a smile and said to him, Boy, having a woman with such big breasts is a blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. I guess you use a lot of facial cleanser, right? He. When Pei Jianxian heard the voice, her face suddenly turned red. She was indeed right what Mei Guixian said. Lu Feng has tried his own facial cleanser many times. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart that this enchanting and plump nun who had fallen into the devil's way was worthy of being a devil's female driver. She knew so much. Cough, cough, cough. Don't insult someone's innocence for no reason. I, however, remain calm and not close to women. Lu Feng coughed lightly a few times and spoke with a thick face. Fairy Pei, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had big breasts, couldn't help but glance at Lu Feng, and snorted in her heart, secretly complaining, You can't ban women. Pei Jianxian, who was always by Lu Feng's side, knew too well what her husband was like. One night, just ask yourself. Madam, I want it. The peerless and flawless Fairy Pei also responded to Lu Feng's requests. Since Lu Feng is my beloved partner, I must pamper him well. And inside the cave, who was not far away, sneered at Lu Feng's words. In the secret realm. I asked Lu Feng for help. I looked for this boy to help me, but I wanted to show my sincerity by putting my hair up. Out of helplessness. I had no choice but to compromise and let him take advantage. So, when Lu Feng said that he was not interested in women, Mei Guixian didn't believe it. The cave. Fairy Haogue, who was being stepped on harshly by Fairy Mei Tian, suddenly felt hopeful when she saw someone coming in. because she knew Pei Jianxian.
Fairy Pei is a famous and beautiful female swordsman in the empire. Moreover, her Taoist partner Lu Feng was said to be a gentleman, so she must have hope of escaping this time.
My little nephew, do you still remember that you threatened me in the secret realm and asked me to show my sincerity? At this time,
the charming fairy who was stepping on the ferry secretly sent a message to Lu Feng, and she looked at Lu Feng with a smile on her face.
Mei Tianxian has never been taken advantage of by anyone in her life.
The only exception was the time when the main hall of the secret realm was occupied by my junior nephew Lu Feng. Hearing the voice transmission in his mind, Lu Feng couldn't help feeling embarrassed. At that time, he didn't know that Mei Tianxian was his master's aunt. But Lu Feng feels quite excited just thinking about it now.
Remember,
Lu Feng responded secretly. At the same time, Lu Feng looked at his wife Pei Jianxian and said to her, "My wife, please go out for a while.
I am here to discuss something with Fairy Mei Tian."
When Pei Jianxian heard this, she blinked her beautiful eyes, nodded her head obediently, and said, "Then my husband, please be careful. If there is any danger, notify me immediately."
Lu Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh! Pei Jianxian left the cave with a whoosh. For a while, the only ones left in Fengling Cave were Lu Feng, Mei Tianxian, and Haoyue Fairy. "Master, please speak frankly. What do you want to do this time?"
Lu Feng asked directly. As Mei Tianxian stepped on Fairy Haoyue, she said with a smile, "What I want to do is very simple. Back then, the 10 most powerful men in the Great Wu Empire maliciously besieged and killed me.
I will definitely avenge this hatred. Today, let's start with Fairy Haoyue."
That's it. The charming fairy's jade feet stomped fiercely on the jade face of the moon fairy, making her cheeks red, which made people feel distressed. "Devil girl, kill me if you dare." Fairy Haoyue spoke coldly as she was being tortured and humiliated under the feet of Fairy Mei Tian. Especially being stepped on and tortured and humiliated in front of others, as a fairy, she felt very desperate.
Seeking death? Isn't this too cheap for you? Tianxian continued with a smile, "I will not let you die just like that. I will torture you to the point where you are no longer human." "Little nephew, you are right, right?" all said. Mei Tianxian raised her narrow and beautiful eyes and looked at her nephew Lu Feng, who was not far away. Lu Feng couldn't bear to see Fairy Yu suffering like this. He immediately said, "Master, for my sake, please step lightly. Fairy Haoyue, at least you have a good relationship with Yaoshan Valley." As Lu Feng spoke, Mei Tianxian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, saying, "What's wrong? Little nephew, are you feeling distressed?" Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Actually, that's not the reason. It's mainly because I saw Master Ant stepping on the ground like this all the time, and I felt that Master Ant's feet must be very tired." "Don't tire out, Master," Mei Tianxian said with a smile. "I didn't expect that you, my little nephew, are quite filial. It just so happens that my feet are indeed a little tired from walking. After all, we've been stepping on it for so long. Little nephew, come here and rub Master's feet. Help the nun relieve her fatigue." Hearing this, Lu Feng looked at Master Mei Tianxian's mature, sagging breasts that were as big as watermelons, and then looked at her plump, slender legs, and her spotless pair of feet. He was thinking, should he help her? After all, since he was inside the secret realm, he had threatened Master Mei Tianxian. In Lu Feng's opinion, Master Mei Tianxian is a vindictive person. She will definitely settle accounts with herself. While Lu Feng was hesitating, Mei Tianxian said with a smile, "Little nephew, you are so unfilial. I asked you to help massage my feet, but you refused to do me even this favor. Master, I am so disappointed. Since you won't help, I will crush Fairy Haoyue to death. Crush her hard until she dies." After saying this, the sexy face of the charming fairy stirred up a fierce color. She stepped hard on Fairy Haoyue's jade face, and it was deformed. Fairy Haoyue, who suffered such abuse, was extremely depressed. "Lu Feng won't rub your feet? What does this matter to me, the fairy?" Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly said, "Master, wait a minute.
I am willing to massage your feet. This fairy Hao Yue has a very good relationship with Yaoshan Valley. Naturally, Lu Feng didn't want to see fairy Hao Yue suffer like this. Especially who was usually high and mighty, with icy skin and jade-like bones, and extremely noble, suffering like this. Snort. That's more like it. Upon seeing this, Mei Tianxian snorted with satisfaction. The moon fairy, a pair of beautiful eyes like the bright moon, flashed with tears. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. At this moment, she hated Mei Tianxian in her heart. If you don't kill me, one day, this fairy will kill you. Fairy Hao Yue spoke in a voice as cold as ice. The look she gave Mei Tianxian was full of hatred and murderous intent. Killing you is no fun. I will torture you to the point where you would rather die than live. You will regret coming into this world. Mei Tianxian sneered and said. After Lu Feng came to the front of Mei Tianxian, he leaned down and used his slender and gentle hands to start kneading the jade feet of his master's aunt. These jade feet feel so good. Crystal clear, icy and soft, spotless, pink and tender, it is as beautiful as a work of art. Such exquisite jade feet are perfect and truly the best. F***CK. Master's pair of jade feet are so beautiful that it's breathtaking. It's absolutely beautiful. During the massage, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. Because such beautiful jade feet are really rare for Lu Feng. Lu Feng couldn't even imagine it. How great would it be to be a Jiao Dai with such beautiful jade feet, a work of art on earth? Yeah. I didn't expect this guy's massage skills are quite good. Mei Tianxian narrowed her beautiful narrow eyes slightly and spoke in a tone that was quite intoxicated and fascinated. Lu Feng's technique is truly first-rate. The fairy Hao Yue, who was standing by, looked at Lu Feng with her beautiful eyes as bright as the moon and said, "Thank you." Lu Feng responded, "It was because I arrived too late that fairy Hao Yue suffered a lot. It's really hard for the fairy." After being comforted so suddenly by Lu Feng, the tied-up fairy Hao Yue's eyes suddenly turned red and she almost cried. As strong as she has been enduring all kinds of torture from Mei Tianxian. She forced herself to endure it. Lu Feng's words of comfort almost made her cry. The charming fairy enjoyed Lu Feng's foot massage, with her rosy and sexy lips, and a hint of evil intention. The time has come. It's time to settle the accounts. Fengling Cave. Originally relatively mild temperature suddenly turned freezing cold. While Lu Feng was massaging his master, Mei Tianxian, he noticed that the temperature was not right and he instantly became alert. After all, this sexy, enchanting, plump, mature and beautiful lady in my family is not a good person. She fell into the devil's way early. You need to be extra careful when getting along with her. Just see. Her chest was as big as a winter melon, drooping down like a charming fairy. She raised her jade legs and slapped fairy Hao Yue's cheek heavily with one palm, making her white face like a beautiful jade turn red all of a sudden. Pa! This crisp applause was also loud in the cave. You! Fairy Hao Yue was slapped for no reason. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice as she stared at Fairy Mei Tian. And Fairy Mei Tian slapped Fairy Hao Yue fiercely on the cheek with another palm. For a while, Fairy Hao Yue's entire delicate jade face was completely slapped red by Fairy Mei Tian. Master, why did you slap her? Lu Feng asked in confusion. I can do the magic. Do you need a reason to slap the pie fairy in the face? Mei Tianxian glanced at Lu Feng with her narrow and beautiful eyes and said. Lu Feng heard this and said nothing. He suddenly felt that the fairy in distress was really miserable. He was bullied and slapped by his master. Immediately following, stretched her plump waist lazily, looked at Lu Feng with a smile and said, My little nephew, I am very satisfied with your massage skills. I will reward you with a foot-eating treat. All said. Before Lu Feng could react, she thrust her spotless jade feet, as beautiful as a work of art, into Lu Feng's mouth. Little nephew, my jade feet, are they delicious? Asked with a look of evil interest on her charming face. Lu Feng quickly resisted and got rid of Mei Tianxian on the spot. said angrily, Master, you really are vindictive.
I know.
You won't let me go for nothing. The Fairy of Charm smiled and said, Last time in the secret realm, you asked me to show my sincerity by putting my hair up and eating.
Now you eat my feet, we are even now. And then later. Mei Tianxian stepped hard on the face of Fairy Hao Yue and said to her sarcastically, Aren't all you female fairies from other sects chaste and chaste? I want you to lose your innocence. While talking, Fairy Mei Tian stretched out her jade-like finger as white as mutton fat jade and flicked it lightly at Fairy Hao Yue in the air. Swish! In an instant, a turbid black and white light shot onto Fairy Hao Yue's body on the spot. Bitch! What did you do to me? Fairy Hao Yue gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. He. What did I do to you? Is that even necessary? Of course I'll match you with a man. Fairy Mei Tian smiled and looked at Fairy Hao Yue and said. Just killing Fairy Hao Yue will not satisfy my hatred.
Humiliate and oppress her, and then make her lose her virginity, only then will I feel relieved.
Then
Mei Tianxian's mind moved, and the teleportation spirit array that originally existed in Foamling Cave Mansion was activated instantly. Buzz! This huge teleportation spirit formation, which was nearly 100 meters long, hummed and unfolded on the spot. Obscure and mysterious formation patterns slowly rotate. He. Fairy Hao Yue, guess where I am going to teleport you to? Fairy Mei Tian smiled and asked Fairy Hao Yue. When Fairy Yu heard this, she suddenly felt something was wrong. He. Since you don't want to guess, then I will teleport you to the place with the most men. Mei Tianxian spoke with a smile while controlling the spirit formation to teleport. Whoosh! Fairy Hao Yue was teleported away in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Feng said with an unhappy look on his face, I am your nephew, why don't you keep this Fairy Hao Yue for me? Mei Tianxian sneered and said, I don't know who it is either. I just said that I don't like women. Lu Feng gave a dry laugh. He no longer paid attention to Mei Tianxian, and directly used his powerful soul power to activate the teleportation spirit formation, teleporting himself and disappearing on the spot. Fairy girl of the faction, this good cabbage can't be taken away by others for nothing. If you want to arch, you must do it yourself. Swish! Lu Feng disappeared. For a while, the entire Foamling Cave Mansion, Mei Tianxian was the only one left. A gentleman should not be close to women. You're obviously an old pervert. Poof. Seeing Lu Feng following the spirit formation and searching in a hurry, Mei Tianxian snorted. And at this time, after waiting outside for a long time, Pei Jianxian came to the cave with a sword in her chest. When she saw the entire cave, and only Mei Tianxian was left, she did not see her husband, Fairy Hao Yue. She immediately stared at Mei Tianxian and asked in a cold voice, Where is my husband? Fairy Mei Tian pointed at the teleportation array in operation and said, That boy, go find Fairy Hao Yue. When Fairy Pei saw this, her beautiful eyes were filled with sword energy and she felt uneasy. Entered the teleportation array without hesitation. That boy's sword fairy wife has really big breasts. Mei Tianxian sighed and said. After that, the teleportation spirit formation was completely closed. After dealing with Fairy Hao Yue, Fairy Mei Tian planned to leave Foamling Cave Mansion and look for the other 10 most powerful men in the empire to take revenge on them one by one. When Mei Tianxian was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing outside the cave. That person is junior sister Mei Tianxian. Also the master of Yaoshan Valley. Lu Feng, the beautiful and cold master. He. I didn't expect that. I actually met you, junior sister, today. Sister, I really didn't expect this. Seeing the medicine god Valley Master, Mei Tianxian, he chuckled. Where is my traitor? The medicine god Valley Master was surrounded by a dense fairy mist. She asked in a cold and clear voice through the fairy mist. You are too late. He has just been teleported to another place. Mei Tianxian said. Sister, don't continue to go astray and persist in your wrongdoings. Upon learning of Lu Feng's whereabouts, Medicine God Valley Master spoke in a cold voice to persuade him.
After all,
the charming fairy in front of her was at least her senior sister in the past.
He. Junior sister, you really care about me. If you really care about me, your senior sister, why didn't you show up when the 10 strongest men in the empire came to kill me? You are just like your master, both of you are false and hypocritical. Mei Tianxian chuckled coldly and said.
Also, junior sister, your butt and breasts have actually grown a lot bigger.
Could it be that your traitor did this?
Spoke dirty words.
You're a slutty bitch. Your personality hasn't changed at all.
The master of Medicine God Valley said in a cold voice.
Next second,
she erupted with icy fairy mist and began to attack her incompetent senior sister.
Mei Tianxian showed no sign of weakness and also launched a powerful attack in retaliation.
Afterwards, a fierce battle broke out in this world.
At the same time, as Lu Feng followed the teleportation array, he soon found Fairy Hao Yue, who was being teleported. The silvery white space channel. Fairy Hao Yue wanted to be teleported to the place where there were the most men.
Lu Feng's mind immediately moved, and a powerful and terrifying soul instantly held Fairy Hao Yue in his arms. The fairy was embraced, a refreshing body fragrance instantly came to my face. Feeling the lightness of the fairy in his arms, Lu Feng couldn't help but secretly say, Master is really cruel. After humiliating and oppressing Fairy Hao Yue, he also teleported her to a place with the most men.
If this is teleported, then Fairy Hao Yue would be.
In Lu Feng's mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where Tom Cat was blowing a row of trumpets and was too busy to handle it. Today, Fairy Hao Yue has been poisoned by her master, Fairy Meiji. The only way to break it is by combining with the opposite S*X. Otherwise, wait for the raging fire to burn to ashes. Lu Feng was also very clear about this. Without thinking, he found a place to stay and landed. A relatively quiet dense forest. Lu Feng landed here holding Fairy Hao Yue in his arms. I don't know if it was the charming fairy fan or the poison.
At this moment, Fairy Hao Yue's flawless white face is as red as a cherry. You go.
Fairy Hao Yue lowered her head with an alluring rosy face and spoke in a cold voice to drive away the words. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng turned around and left without hesitation.
Fairy Hao Yue was furious when she saw that Lu Feng had actually left. You be **starred man. The fairy told you to leave, are you really going to leave?
Fairy Hao Yue lost control of her emotions and blurted out, saying in a cold voice. She said that was because she was being reserved.
After all, I am a fairy from the sect. You can't just pounce on him without caring about your image, like a wolf or a tiger, right? However, at this point, Fairy Hao Yue no longer has any choice.
She transformed herself into a jackal, tiger, or leopard and pounced on the one in front of her.
Boat has been damaged and cannot be reversed. Afterwards, next to a stream in the dense forest,
the Fairy Hao Yue of the faction squatted beside the crystal clear, spotless stream. While washing her delicate face, she took off her silver stockings that were torn and soiled by Lu Feng and casually poured them into the stream. When the trickling stream washed away the fairy's silver stockings along with the water, Lu Feng stopped.
See you later.
Lu Feng held the fan in one hand and raised his slender hand. A powerful suction burst out from his palm and he took the beautiful silver stockings from the air. Immediately, Lu Feng, who loves the environment, condemned loudly.
You are a fairy from the empire. How can you just throw garbage around? How bad is this going to be? Lu Feng said.
Fairy Hao Yue stuck out her tongue and said unconvincedly, How dare you say that? You've ruined my stockings. Even fairies can't wear them.
Is the fairy not in the water? Is it in your mouth? Finally, I say. Fairy Hao Yue gave Lu Feng a fierce look.
She really wanted to stuff the stockings she had been wearing for a long time into Lu Feng's mouth. Lu Feng didn't say anything when he heard that, but quietly put away the silver stockings with the body fragrance of Fairy Hao Yue.
Thank you for just now.
Without your timely intervention, Fairy would have been teleported to another place and would be in danger. Fairy Haoyue washed her cheeks and face, then turned slightly to thank Lu Fengyan. She had no doubt about the devil Mei Xiaoxian's methods. Mei said to slap herself. Stepped on my jade face, and stepped on it. If you say you want to teleport to a place with the most men, you will teleport directly.
Fairy Haoyue's heart is now deeply traumatized by the ruthless Mei Guixian.
Wanted to take revenge, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt it was very difficult.
You're not to thank me, Lu Feng said.
He then turned to Fairy Haoyue and said, this time you have taken away the fairy's innocence.
You will be responsible for the fairy to the end. I wonder if you, fairy, are willing to become my Taoist partner? The fairy of the Haoyue?
She agreed without hesitation, okay. Lu Feng not only saved him, but also helped him detoxify. Without Lu Feng, he would have lost both his reputation and his life. Now, such a handsome, imposing, and talented alchemist has asked me to become his Taoist partner, so of course I will not refuse. Before we became Taoist companions, I told you in advance that I am 1,500 years older than you.
I can be your ancestor now. You've got to think it over. Fairy Haoyue said this without any intention of hiding anything.
In terms of age, he was more than 1,000 years older than Lu Feng.
Lu Feng is only in his early 20s, so young.
She and he became Taoist partners. Let alone others, Fairy Haoyue knew clearly in her heart that she was really an old cow eating young grass.
Fairy, you worry too much. I like older people.
Especially, fairies. Lu Feng licked his lips and said with great pleasure.
Hearing this, Fairy Haoyue just responded at this moment.
It turns out that Lu Feng has different hobbies from other men.
Well, from now on, I will be your Taoist partner. Fairy Haoyue immediately invited Lu Feng to become partners. After all,
Lu Feng detoxified himself, and on the way to help himself, he accidentally took away his innocence.
He did not pull out the and run away. Was responsible and took responsibility to propose to become a Taoist partner and take responsibility for himself. In the end,
after confirming the relationship with Fairy Haoyue, the system's voice echoed in Lu Feng's mind.
Ding dong! The host's new Taoist companion has been detected.
The host's age is 1,500 years older than the host.
System rewards are beginning to be distributed.
Reward the host with rich alchemy experience. Reward the host for breaking through and being promoted to the first level of Wuzong realm.
Reward the host with the ancient holy body. Reward the host's subordinates and collectively promote them to the peak rank of Wuzong.
Reward the host with 10,000 bottles of top-grade elixirs. Reward the host with 10,000 volumes of first-level advanced skills.
In an instant,
all the rich rewards from the system were given to Lu Feng. Although he has thousands of years of rich experience in alchemy, Lu Feng's alchemy level is still top-grade. He also knew that the difficulty of breaking through and becoming a top-grade alchemist was no less than climbing a mountain. He stayed at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, and finally broke through and was promoted to the first level of the Martial Sect realm.
This made Lu Feng secretly happy.
Others thousands of years of hard work to reach the realm of Wuzong.
Myself, only double 10 reached it.
Indeed, I saved myself thousands of detours in chain repair.
Your Majesty has been promoted to Emperor Wuzong. This seat is thousands of times stronger than before,
Lu Feng said secretly in his heart. After being promoted to Wuzong, he has become one of the super powerful people.
After all,
a martial arts master, he stepped through the void, tore the space apart with his hands, destroyed the earth, super terrifying.
With just one thought, he could easily kill thousands of martial emperors.
This is the terrifying part of a Wuzong strongman.
Then, Lu Feng silently merged with the ancient holy body.
All the shackles, seals and restrictions of this ancient holy body have been broken. In 3 breaths, Lu Feng had it merged into his body. At present, Lu Feng possesses 3 physiques: chaotic body, primordial double pupils, and ancient holy body. As the saying goes, multiple physiques, multiple paths.
Lu Feng, who possesses 3 powerful and invincible physiques, is now terribly and ridiculously strong. What's more, he is a top-grade pharmacist. The horror of his soul is beyond description. As for Zhang Long, his subordinate who was hiding in the dark and following him all the time, and the Shadow Corps, they were all collectively promoted to the peak level of Wuzong. The strongest of his men, Zhang Long, has even stepped into the half-step martial arts realm. We thank the master. Zhang Long led the people of the Shadow Legion, knelt down secretly, and thanked Lu Feng through voice transmission. Subordinates, they are all very clear that their own growth is all due to their master Lu Feng. Among them, the Mount Golden Wing Dapeng was also promoted to the peak level of Wuzong. Lu Feng nodded slightly, signaling them in the dark to stand up. Remaining top-grade elixirs and top-grade skills were all collected by Lu Feng. A girl who is 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. A woman 3,000 years older than herself is among the immortals. The ancients never lied to me. Lu Feng said secretly in his heart. Not only do women become more beautiful as they age, but the rewards also become richer as they get older. After receiving the reward, Lu Feng smiled happily and stretched out his body leisurely. Fairy Haoyue, I remember that you have a very good friend, Fairy Xie. Why didn't she rescue you? Lu Feng turned his handsome face and looked at Fairy Haoyue beside him and asked. Fairy Xie is a very famous girl, and Lu Feng had heard of her a long time ago. In the Dao Empire, the relationship between Fairy Haoyue and Fairy Xie was well known. So Lu Feng was quite confused about this. I was trapped by the Enchantress Fairy. Since it happened suddenly, Fairy Xie didn't know about it. Fairy Haoyue said helplessly. If Fairy Xie knew, she would definitely come to rescue herself as soon as possible. I see. Something in nodded. And at this time, a space channel immediately emerged. Immediately following. Flying on a sword, holding a sword in his chest, Pei Jianxian descended to where Lu Feng was. Whoosh! Pei Jianxian landed on the ground with a whoosh. She entered the teleportation spirit formation and searched along the way according to the fluctuations of Lu Feng's breath. At the same time, when she entered the teleportation spirit formation, she also saw her beautiful master Xiao Lu Feng coming and had a fight with the charming Xiao Xian. I'm afraid we'll have to go back this time. Pei Jianxian looked directly at Lu Feng with her beautiful eyes and said. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Feng looked at the huge, flawless, and extremely beautiful sword fairy lady with great interest and asked. When I entered the spirit formation and came to look for you, I saw your master coming over. She just said a few simple words to the charming fairy and then started a fight. The Fengling Cave Mansion and that place were completely razed to the ground by your beautiful master. That teleportation spirit formation was razed to the ground and disappeared, and then it reappeared. We want to go back the same way, but I'm afraid it's impossible. Pei Jianxian told him everything he had seen. Without the teleportation array, it is almost impossible to return the same way. What? Is the master coming from her hometown as well? There are also 2 sisters fighting. I really want to see them fighting each other. Lu Feng said with a look of great interest. I have always been curious, who is better, the beautiful master or the serious master? My husband, you can go back and see me. The teleportation array has been razed to the ground. Pei Jianxian reminded again. She saw with her own eyes that the Fengling Cave Mansion and the spiritual formation were razed to the ground and disappeared on the spot. Who said that without a spirit formation, we can't return to the original place? Lu Feng smiled slightly and said with a confident look on his face. Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. The spiritual array was clearly broken, so how could he return the same way? My lady, please watch carefully. Lu Feng smiled crookedly. Immediately following. Under the gazes of Pei Jianxian and Haoyue Fairy, the power of the newly promoted Wuzong suddenly burst out. A moment. This place almost collapsed and was destroyed. The moon and stars exploded together. My husband's aura is thousands of times stronger than before. Pei Fairy, who was accompanying Lu Feng, had a tall and full chest, which was trembling violently due to shock. She clearly remembered that her husband's aura was still at the peak 9th level of Martial Emperor. How come in the blink of an eye,
the fluctuation of your aura has reached a super terrifying level that is indescribable. This is called the fairy pay with huge breasts. She suddenly felt that the husband in front of her had become too strange and too shocking to her. Lu Feng stretched out his slender, white hand and tore open the space channel with his bare hands. In an instant, space passage of nearly tens of feet was torn open by Yifeng's bare hands. Silvery white space appeared in front of Lu Feng and others. My husband has opened up a space channel with his bare hands and has actually reached the level of Wuzong. Stunned when she saw this, she held back a breath of cold air and said, "The powerful Wuzong is super scary. Breaking the air with bare hands, so easy. Under Emperor Wuzong, we are all ants." Whose breasts were as big as a papaya, covered her red lips with her hands, and it took a long time for her to calm down after being surprised. His Taoist partner, Lu Feng, is 20 years old. As a result, he reached the Wuzong realm. This mother is well informed and has seen the Haoyue fairy who is over 1,000 years old. I am shocked. This was even more shocking than when Fairy Haoyue saw Pei Jianxian's big breasts for the first time. "Ladies, follow me." Broke through the air with his bare hands, smiled, and hugged Pei Jianxian and Haoyue fairy on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right, in his broad arms. You must say it. A plump and fragrant waist. A water snake with a small waist. These two fragrant waists in his arms made Lu Feng feel extremely good. And then he held the two big-breasted women in his arms and stepped forward into the space channel that he had just opened with his bare hands. All of a sudden, Lu Feng and the two girls disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the place where Fengling Cave Mansion is located. At this moment, this piece of land has been completely destroyed, thus creating a dark and gloomy area of nothingness. Here were flattened long ago. Here will explode early. Everything here has turned to ashes early. Above the void vacuum zone. Sexy and enchanting, especially alluring and charming, she stood with her plump and mature breasts, as big as a winter melon and a landmine, dignifiedly looking straight at the junior sister in front of her. Across from each other, Lu Feng is the cold and beautiful master. She is dressed in a palace dress that is elegant, magnificent, and has a fairy-like aura. Her chest was so huge that it was completely inferior to the charming fairy. The mines are as big as water balloons filled with water. It was so full that the clothes on the chest were almost torn apart. It's amazing. Eldest brother called it outrageous. This is too much. Not only that, she also has a voluptuous waist and beautiful buttocks, so beautiful that words cannot describe it at all. And that pair of round legs, looming under the palace dress, full of seductive charm. Moreover, she and her senior sister Mei Xian have one thing in common: they both love to wear shoes. They all wore a pair of flawless white, clean, dust-free, pink and tender beautiful feet.